you imagine like an anathema, like Hillsong worship remix?
We anathematize you. We descend into Hades to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold.
We anathematize you, descending to Hades just to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold.
Bro, I got the following. I got 28,000. I got 200,000 on TikTok. 300,000, 500,000. How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean? How do I monetize these people?
I like shoes and I like money.
I got the following. I got 28,000. I got 200,000 on TikTok. How do I monetize these people? I like shoes and I like money. We anathematize you, descending to Hades just to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold.
You got to figure out what is your product going to be? What can you sell people?
Gotta figure out what is your product gonna be? What are you going to sell people? That's the actual question.
That's the actual question.
We can pussyfoot around and say I want to have a ministry. But what we're really asking is like, how do I build a business? We anathematize you, descending to Hades just to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold.
Right? So we can pussyfoot around and we can say, oh, like I want to have a ministry and I want to do this and I want to do that, right? But what we're really asking is like, how do I build a business? What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
I would love to be in a position someday where I just have FU money.
I'm more thinking, what is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years?
I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures. I would love to be in a position someday where I just have FU money. Let him be.
What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean?
Are we trying to come off pious by saying, oh, it's for the Lord, it's for the gospel?
I like shoes. I like money. I would love to be in a position someday where I just have FU money.
Anathematize you, descending to Hades just to laugh in your face as we see you burning in cold. Go in peace, you know what to do. Start your own church, going back to the first century with Business Church.
We anathematize you.
Anathema, eh?
Anathema, eh? Yo, what's up, everybody? Good to see you. I feel like I've been on everybody else's channel lately, except mine. So I'm glad to be back here. Good to see everybody. And dude, we have a lot to unpack on the schedule today. But I want to get through all of it, and I think we can. So I kind of want to jump right into it here and just talk about St. John Chrysostom. Recently, I've been reading through The Cult of the Saints, which is just a compilation of homilies, right? He didn't write this. That's just the title of the compilation of the homilies. And here, let's just jump right into it and we'll go right through it because I want to get this information to you guys. New camera angle. No, my wife has me changing some things around in my house. So Adorable Eat asks, new camera angle? I guess kind of, but the whole background has changed. So it's more like new part of the house. Bro, where have you been? Well, I explained it on the members stream. I guess I can tell you guys, just been working a lot on the documentary with Neil lately, and really that's kind of become my top priority. But otherwise, you can find me on Dr. Stephen Boyce's channel. You can find me on Cleve's channel. You can find me tomorrow. I'm going to be on Transfigured Life channel. I've been on like a ton of channels, almost everybody's channel except my own, right? So let's get into this right here so I can get right into the substance. So this is the book, The Cult of the Saints by SVS Press. It's a compilation of homilies by St. John Chrysostom. Here's the table of contents. So you see there's an introduction. You have homilies on the saints and martyrs, St. Meletius, St. Eustathius, St. Lucian, St. Folk. And we're going to go through just like a few of these, and we're going to pull out some of the main points here. For reference, there is the table of contents. And I want to start with, you've heard me reference it before, his homily on St. Meletius. Very important homily. We're going to go through his homily on Saints Bernici, Prosdoke, and Domnina, and his homily on the Holy Martyr Ignatius. They're going to have implications on iconodulia, on the veneration of relics and on holy objects, implications on the papacy, which might be like kind of the sauciest part. But this is very, very important because St. John Chrysostom, this is the guy that a lot of the evangelicals and Protestants claim believed in the concept of sola scriptura. And you know what? I'm of a mind that's maybe like, maybe I'll grant it to them. Fine, let's say for the sake of argument that St. John Chrysostom believed in the concept of sola scriptura. I'm about to show you he also believed in the veneration of relics, not only the bodies of the martyrs, but also the reliquaries and the containers that they were kept in, but also veneration of holy images of the saints. So you have somebody for who you are saying is sola scriptura, who has come to a way different conclusion of what the scriptures say and what the scriptures require you to do, totally different conclusion than you do. How does that get you any further? How does that move the ball down the court for you at all? It doesn't, and it's ridiculous. So let's go through. We'll start with his homily on St. Meletius, then we'll go to Saints Bernici, Prosdoke, and Domnina, and then we'll go to his homily on the Holy Martyr Ignatius. Awkward silence. I wasn't prepared for that. Okay, St. Meletius. Okay, this homily was delivered in Antioch, in 386. Remember that prior to being the Patriarch of Constantinople, St. John Chrysostom was in Antioch, right? He preached in Antioch. And this was on like the holy day where they celebrated St. Meletius, who, again, important for the papacy because St. Meletius presided over the Second Ecumenical Council, and Rome didn't recognize his office as bishop. They did not believe that he was the rightful bishop of Antioch. All the jurisdictions in the East, maybe Alexandria was a little hesitant on it, but you have Constantinople, Jerusalem in the East, Caesarea. They had no problem having Meletius preside over the council. No problem whatsoever, even though Rome didn't recognize his office, right? They recognized Paulinus. So already some implications for our Roman Catholic friends here. I'm just going to skip ahead to the parts that I think are important. So that way here, I did the reading for you guys. I'm going to give you the highlights. In his homily to St. Meletius, listen to how, this is the first building block. Listen to how St. John Chrysostom talks about the name of St. Meletius. Okay, pay attention to this. This is important. I'm just going to read through it. Bear with me. It's important. It'll build up to something. He says, it's for this reason that at present I too am continually weaving his name into my sermon, because he honors his name. He says it's not at random, but intentionally and from respect. He respects the name of Saint Meletius. Indeed, just as someone who weaves a gold wreath and next sets pearls in it renders the diadem more brilliant with the density of the gems, so in fact I too, in today, weaving a crown of praises for his blessed head, densely weave into the sermon the constancy of mentioning his name, like some pearls, hoping by this to render him more desired and brilliant. For this is the custom of lovers, and such is their habit, to embrace even just the names of their loved ones, and to get heated up at their very mention, which is what you too have experienced in the case of this blessed man. For from the beginning, you welcomed him when he arrived in the city, and you each named your own child after him, each thinking that through employing the name, you were introducing the saint into your own house, and bypassing fathers and grandfathers and ancestors. Mothers gave the name of Blessed Meletius to the children they gave birth to. So they're naming their children after Saint Meletius. By doing this, they honor the name of Saint Meletius. They think they're bringing his blessings and protection into their home by bringing in the name of Saint Meletius. St John Chrysostom says that he weaves the name of Saint Meletius into his sermon because he honors that name in the same way that you would weave pearls into a wreath, a crown wreath, right? A wreath crown. For the love of piety overcame nature, and from that time on, the offspring were made more desirable to their parents, not just as a result of natural love, but also from the affection for that name. They thought that the name itself was an adornment to relationship, security for the household, and safety, a safety measure for those so named, and a comfort for love. They're skipping ahead a little bit. He says, when that name burst into the city like a light, each person, as if lighting up a lamp, at the time introduced the name of that blessed man into their own house, as if through assigning the name. They were embracing a warehouse of innumerable blessings. So they honor the name of Saint Meletius. This is sounding a bit repetitive here, but it's building up to something. Give me like 2 seconds here. Let me land it. He goes on. Since they were perpetually compelled to have that name in mind and to have that holy man in their heart, they had the name as a repellent for every irrational feeling and thought. So the name is protection, not only like a safety measure for the person who received the name, but also in their thoughts, right? Not just physical protection, but mental protection. It became so frequent that this name echoed from every direction, everywhere, both in side streets and the marketplace, and in fields and on highways. But you didn't experience so much just at the name, but even at, here we go, the depiction of his body. At least what you did with names, this you practiced too in the case of that man's image. What you did with the names, you did with the image. What kind of image? For truly, many carved that holy image on finger rings and on seals and on cups and on bedroom walls and all over the place, so that one didn't just hear the holy name, so you have holy images and holy names, but also saw the depiction of his body all over the place and had a double consolation for his loss. So you have the people in Antioch honoring Saint Meletius by bringing his name into their home. The name offers protection. They honor Saint Meletius with his name and through his image. What they did with the name, they did to the image. They honor Saint Meletius by honoring his image. People, St. John Chrysostom believed in iconodulia. And we know the importance of the finger rings and the signet rings from Michael Garden, right? Who covered these are inherently venerable objects in that society. You would never put an image on a signet ring that is not important and dear to you. St. John Chrysostom believed in iconodulia, and this is in the 300s. It said 386. I just love that the more we learn, the more the claims of these anti-conists gets like pushed back and back and back. Right? What was a few years ago when Gavin dropped that video? What is his claim that you don't see it prior to the 6th century, like the 500s? You don't see iconodulia. This is 386, dude. This is contemporary. And then people say that they don't believe St. Basil's letter 360. St. Basil was his life overlapped with the life of St. John Chrysostom. Right? You guys know about St. Basil's letter 360? Or people think it's a fraud? I don't see why. Because St. John Chrysostom says like the same thing at roughly the same time period. Here is St. Basil's. St. Basil the Great is letter 360. People say this is a fraud because it's so straightforward. Tell me if it's really that different from what St. John Chrysostom says. This is letter 360 of St. Basil. Of the Holy Trinity, the Incarnation, the invocation of saints and their images, according to the blameless faith of the Christians, which we have obtained from God, I confess and agree that I believe in one God Almighty, the Father Almighty, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost. I adore and worship one God, the three. I confess the economy of the Son in the flesh, and that the Holy Mary, who gave birth to him according to the flesh, was Mother of God. I acknowledge, which is not, okay, you realize Mother of God, Theotokos, Saint Athanasius was using this phrase way before Saint Basil, this term way before Saint Basil used it. And I'm pretty sure there are witnesses earlier to that too. I acknowledge also the holy apostles, prophets, and martyrs. I invoke them to supplication to God that through them, that is through their mediation, the merciful God may be propitious to me, that a ransom may be made and given me for my sins. Wherefore I also honor and kiss the features of their images, inasmuch as they have been handed down from the holy apostles and are not forbidden, but are in all our churches. You see what St. John Chrysostom says? And there's no dispute about his homily on St. Meletius here. This is not disputed. This is not disputed. Now, what you did with the name, you did to his holy image. This isn't a disputed text. You have people from the same time period, bishops from the same time period, whose lives overlapped, saying the same things. And they want to say that Basil's letter 360 is fraudulent. I don't think it is. I don't think they have reason enough to say that it is. And on that point, you have also towards the end, he talks about invoking St. Meletius in prayer, but we see that also in the homily on the next three that we have. Let's move on to Saints Bernicki, Prosdoke, and Domnina. So those are the points from St. John Chrysostom's sermon, his homily on St. Meletius. Okay. Iconodulia and holy names, early 300s. Or at least like the guy that's Sola Scriptura or something. This was also a sermon that John preached when he was in Antioch. This is prior to his time in Constantinople. This again is like somewhere probably 380s. This is a more tragic one. So I don't know if I'd be able to read the description, but this is an important for unaliving, self-unaliving, self-deletion, because we have a case here of three saints who, in order to preserve themselves from being defiled by men, you know what that means, they self-deleted. And I guess there is in some circumstances that the church would recognize where to, I don't know if you would say intentionally self-deleting, but in the circumstances, they saw this as desirable as opposed to leaving or giving up to some other man, to someone else, their purity, their virginity, right? This reminds me of like the Maccabean martyrs, right? That they could eat pork and then just do the ritual cleansing sacrifice or the ritual cleansing afterwards, right? They didn't want to do that. They suffered horribly. But here it was, instead of being defiled by these men, these three women opted for self-deletion, and they are venerated as saints in the church. It shows that like these topics are nuanced and complicated. The important passage from his homily on these three women, he says, perhaps you have developed a great love. And if you want more details, buy the book. St. John Chrysostom, he goes into a lot of detail on the self-deletion, the self-unaliving, and it's very like pastoral and comforting, I think, especially for us who know of people that have been through that. Like, yes, it's a horrible, horrible sin. They're not all the same, though. So here we have in section 24 of his homily on these three women, he says, perhaps you have developed a great love for those holy women. So then, with this ardor, let us throw ourselves on their relics. Let us embrace their chests. For the martyrs' chests, too, can contain much power, just as the martyrs' bones, then, too, hold great strength. I just want to make sure you guys can see it. Indeed, not just on the day of this festival, but on other days too, let us sit beside them. Let us entreat them. JP Uncut, are you listening? Entreat is a supplicatory term. You're asking, you are praying to them, petitioning them for something. So when Saint Hippolytus says to the three youths in the fire, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, I entreat thee. This is important. I entreat thee. Let us entreat them. Let us ask them to be our patrons. For they possess much boldness of speech, not just when they were alive, but also now that they are dead, and far more so now that they are dead. For now they bear the marks of Christ. When they display these marks, they can persuade the king of anything. This line right here is important. Let us embrace through them the loving kindness that comes from God. This is hinting at something that through their prayers and through their relics that you see. I got a new chair and I don't know how to adjust the handle thing. Yeah. So anyway, through their relics and through their prayers, you embrace the loving kindness that comes from God. This is hinting at an energies doctrine. So we have St. John Chrysostom, who the Protestants say supports their concept of sola scriptura. Big problem for them because the conclusions he comes to are way different than theirs. If he was sola scriptura, which he's not. But assuming he was, for the sake of argument, that really undercuts what Protestants say about St. John Chrysostom. He's our saint. He's very thoroughly Orthodox. Look at this. He's venerating relics. He's praying to the saints. No Protestants do that. So, we'll move on to the next one. This is a pretty saucy one, St. Ignatius, because he talks about the chair of Peter in his homily on St. Ignatius. So far, let's do like a brief recap, I guess. St. John Chrysostom, writing during his time in Antioch, like the 380s, in his homily on St. Meletius, he says, we honor the name of St. Meletius. I have included his name in my sermon to honor the name of St. Meletius. You guys named your children after St. Meletius because his name gives you protection, and by honoring his name, you honor him. By invoking his name, you invoke him. What you did with his name, you did with his holy image. which you have on your rings, on your walls, on your cups. Iconodulia in the 380s. Uncontroversial. It kind of takes some heat off of the suspected fraudulent documents, like what Protestants would argue Basil's letter 360, that it's fraudulent. Why? St. John Chrysostom says the same thing. It's not untimely. Excuse me. The homily on the three women that St. John Chrysostom delivers, he honors them, he prays to them, venerates their relics, physical acts of veneration involving his body. No saints or no Protestants do that. Let's go to on the holy martyr Ignatius. That the present homily was delivered by John at Antioch is clear from his comment towards the conclusion of section 2 to the effect that Ignatius governed the church in our community. Comparisons with Rome in this homily, I think, are very, very interesting. Again, just going through the highlights here in section 3, he says, he, Saint Ignatius of Antioch, he was genuinely in the company of the apostles and enjoyed their spiritual streams. What kind of person is he likely to have been then, seeing that he was raised alongside them and was in their company everywhere and shared with them experiences both well known and secret, and in their opinion deserved so great an office? He's talking about how great Antioch is, how big a city it is, and how important it is to have a solid person there. What caught my attention was a few lines down. He says, the apostles' teaching, which he demonstrated in everything, or his disdain for the present life, or the scrupulous virtue with which he administered his role as head of the church. Head of the church, St. Ignatius of Antioch? Oh, well, he was just head of the church in Antioch. You see, not head of the whole church. Is that what Vatican I says? This isn't Vatican I. Even if we take a more conservative understanding, they say that it's just the church in Antioch that St. Ignatius is the head of. That's not what Vatican I says. Whom shall we praise in song first? So this works against Protestants, right? Because now we have evidence that they have akathist hymns that they are singing to the saints. There's earlier evidence of that too, but we have here St. John Chrysostom talking about singing like praise, songs of praise to the saints. Whom shall we praise in song first? The martyr or the bishop or the apostle? So he's singing. Moving on to paragraph 10, and this is very difficult. This is very bad for papists here. This is very bad. Very bad for papists. So here he's talking about how Antioch is such a big city and how it's so important that they have a solid person at the helm of the church in Antioch. Talk about population stretching into the 200,000s. Of how much virtue and wisdom do you imagine that to be proof? For truly, just as in the case of armies, the more experienced generals are entrusted with the praetorian legions with their larger body count, so too in the case of cities, the more capable magistrates are assigned the larger, heavily populated ones. And in any case, this city was of considerable interest to God, talking about Antioch, as he in fact revealed through his actions. At least God ordered, look, some very, very high language of Peter here, very high language of Peter. At least God ordered Peter, the commander-in-chief of the entire world, to whom he entrusted the keys of heaven, to whom he assigned control of everything, to spend a considerable length of time here in Antioch. To him, our city was thus the equivalent of the entire world. When I recalled Peter, I saw a fifth crown being woven from it too. It was he, St. Ignatius, who succeeded to this office after him. St. Ignatius succeeded to Peter's office, the commander-in-chief of the entire world, who has been entrusted the keys of heaven, who has been assigned control of everything, Who takes this office after St. Peter? St. Ignatius of Antioch. St. Ignatius of Antioch, the true successor to Peter. We move on here. For just as if a person removes a large stone from foundations, they for sure hurry to insert in its place a second stone equivalent to it, lest they be a step away from shaking the entire building and making it less sound. So too, when Peter was about to move away from Antioch, the grace of the Spirit inserted in his place a second teacher equivalent to Peter. Equivalent to Peter. St. Ignatius was equivalent to Peter, so that the construction that was already there wouldn't become less sound through the poor quality of his successor. Everybody is trying to claim St. John Chrysostom for themselves all the time. The papists try to claim St. John Chrysostom for themselves. The Protestants try to claim St. John Chrysostom for himself. We see here he is thoroughly Orthodox. He applies, look, this is the Orthodox view too. This is the same thing St. Cyprian does, right? They take the archetype of Peter and they say he is the archetype for every bishop. Every bishop is a Peter. You see, St. John Chrysostom applies St. Peter to St. Ignatius. St. Cyprian of Carthage, he applies St. St. Peter to all the bishops in his letter 33. I think it's a different numbering on New Advent, but if you have the, I think it's the Catholic University in America version and the St. Vladimir Seminary press edition of St. Cyprian's letters, it's letter 33. He applies Matthew 16 to all the bishops. And you see that throughout the writings of the Holy Fathers that St. Peter is a type that applies to each bishop. That's exactly what St. Ignatius of Antioch is doing, or St. John Chrysostom is doing here. Another important part of his homily on St. Ignatius here. I thought this was very important. This is at the very end. He says, my point is that not just the bodies, but the saints' coffins themselves too are full of spiritual grace. For us Orthodox, when we see grace, we think energy, right? Grace is an energy of God. Grace is the energeia of God, the activity of God in the world. So he says that it's not just the bodies of the saints, but their coffins are full of spiritual grace. For if this happened in the case of Elisha, and a corpse that touched his coffin shattered the bonds of death and came back to life, it is even far more possible now, when grace is more generous, when the Spirit's energy is more abundant, for a person who touches a coffin to draw from there a great deal of power. I'm so thankful for the St. Vladimir Seminary translations, because a lot of the English translations we have are Protestants that would have translated this to like the Spirit's working or the Spirit's activity or something. But I think it's very important to translate energeia. Yeah, I think maybe sometimes it's appropriate to use working, but where we can to just say energy, because that is what they're talking about, the activity, right? When the Spirit's energeia is more abundant for a person who touches a coffin to draw from there a great deal of power, right? So very, very important. I love how his quote mine doesn't have Control F enabled. Dude actually read the text. You have to read it in its entirety, because there could be something else in there where you can see where they're like debunks what your understanding is, right? Like, what if this entire homily, the St. John Chrysostom, is like, the bad guys think this, and let me tell you what the bad guys think, right? That's the first line. Then he goes through his whole homily. He talks about what the bad guys think. And then at the very end, he's like, but we do not believe this, right? So yes, you have to read the texts. Yes, you have to get them. You have to read them in their entirety. Because like, as an apologist, I'm asking the question, can I say this? Can I say that St. John Chrysostom believed in the energies doctrine? I have some basis here to say that he did. He's talking about the spiritual grace filling the relics and the coffins that they're held in. Is that something created or uncreated? He's talking about the Spirit's energy. The Sixth Ecumenical Council says that the energies of God are uncreated. The divine energies are uncreated. Some people don't believe that. I, for one, just stick to the councils. Father Deacon Ananias, what's up? Do you think there is a special place in hell for those who quote mine? Probably, and the punishment would have to be everything ever that they quote mined. They have to read that person's work in their entirety, and it's good. That's a good like rehabilitative, remedial kind of punishment for them. It'll bring them back into communion with God. So maybe not Gehenna, but like maybe in Hades, something in there. Yeah. Father Rod also here. Guys, chat is stacked like always. Thank you. I feel like I've been gone for a little, like a week in the streaming world is like an eternity, right? But you guys are still here. I love you guys. Father Ron says, everything St. John Chrysostom says about the oneness and centrality of the church is already in the Acts of the Apostles. I agree. I agree. I think that our doctrine of the church, you can get it from the Bible alone. Absolutely. So guys, that's basically that's what I learned from the Cult of the Saints, from these homilies of St. John Chrysostom on these saints. I think this is worth picking up. Absolutely. There's more material in here. Those are just like some of the highlights that I thought from 3 of the homilies that really stuck out to me. Some very strong evidences that show that St. John Chrysostom was thoroughly Orthodox. He applied the archetype Peter to all of the bishops. He's an example. Every bishop is a Peter. That's why he applies it to Saint Ignatius. He sang songs of praise to the saints the way we do today. Yes, we praise the saints. Yes, they have run the race. They're worthy of praise. Yes, we praise them. Yes, and because we praise Christ working through them. Absolutely. Yes. We see that he venerated what he calls, this is St. John Chrysostom's words, not mine, the holy images of St. Meletius and the holy name of St. Meletius. I'm not saying that. That's St. John Chrysostom says that. Like, this is not stuff that we're making up. We're not making it up. Father John Whiteford. This chat is stacked. We got everybody here today. Father John, good to see you. Bryce, what's up? My chat is way more reputable than I am. Guys, thank you for I appreciate you guys having me. But yeah, this stuff from St. John Chrysostom. This is like everybody's trying to claim him for himself. Look, he venerated icons, he venerated the saints, he venerated their relics, he sang to the saints, he prayed to the saints. It's very evident throughout like these homilies that he did that. He wasn't a papist. He applied the type of St. Peter to all the bishops. This is an Orthodox Christian. Like, hello. This is an Orthodox Christian that we are reading here. So anyway, we got some super chats, and then we'll there's a video I wanted to react to before we get to JimBob's debate, and then I want to react to Ryan Mullaly because I'm just kind of a fanboy. He's a really good debater. He's somebody that debaters can learn from. But $5 from Kevin Roos. The stream shows why I absolutely hate when people say we don't pray to saints. We should never say we don't pray to saints. Prayer doesn't equal worship. And pray is an English word that just means ask, right? I think Perry Robinson has an article where he talks about in Origin, he makes these, not that he's controlling or authoritative on us, but that he uses different words for different kinds of prayers. And I think you see that in the Bible as well. Whereas in English, there's just one word, pray, that covers all of those terms, right? So we still have that today. We don't pray to the saints in the same way that we pray to God, but we ask them for things. We ask God for things. Pray just means ask. So yeah, yes, we pray to saints. Yes, we ask the saints to pray for us. We absolutely pray to saints, not in the same way we pray to God. But we do, yes, we pray to saints. I agree with you. 100%. You're spot on. I got $2 from Philotimba. Saint Ignatius of Antioch, the Pope of Rome. Wait. Father Deacon's prayer streams are the best from Yohanan, $2. Yes, Father Deacon Ananias. If you guys are not subscribed to him, what are you waiting for? Go subscribe. 2, patristic faith. Right? Patristic. I'm always afraid I'm going to say patristic nectar, and I'm going to confuse patristic nectar and patristic faith. Go subscribe to Father Deacon Ananias. Go subscribe to Father Ron, guys. Okay, so that sums it up for what I was going to say about the secret sermons of St. John Chrysostom. They're really not secret. They're just not that popular. They're readily accessible at St. Vladimir Seminary Press. You can go buy them and read them for yourself. They're just not the most popular ones. But okay, moving on. There was a video that I saw. My feed recommended it to me of some. I didn't watch the whole thing, but it caught my attention, and I want to review it with you guys here because we have to know what our opponents are saying about us because we have to stay informed, not because we really care or we have to like mold ourselves to their opinions. But we have to be aware of what's going on around us. I want to make sure this looks decent for you guys. Yeah, there we go. And what our Protestant friends are saying, what their opinions are about us. Again, not because they dictate what we do or how we act or anything, but it informs us on how to approach our apologetics sometimes, right? So I would like to playback speed 1.35. I'd like to react to this, and then if you guys in the chat, if something catches your attention, let me know. Let me know. Whenever I see Protestants talking about Holy Orthodoxy, I get a little bit curious about what are they going to say, what are their opinions. So
one of the critiques that's brought against the Protestant church from the Eastern Orthodox churches is the question of how do we know that our theology is good? How do we know that our doctrine is good? The claim that they're making is that they're the one true church, that their doctrine has remained the same for many generations. And if you find the true church, you can find good doctrine. So we're back again on another podcast here, and we're going to be talking about some really interesting things to do with like drifts that are happening within the church, a couple of trends that we're noticing that are pulling a lot of people in. We've another podcast spoken about Catholicism. Today we're going to be talking about the Eastern Orthodox Church, which you probably would never have heard of until very recently if you are a Protestant. But the reason why it's becoming topical is that they're actually making a big resurgence, and we're actually noticing a trend amongst young people, but not just young people, of people actually being drawn into some of the older churches like
W for resurgence. W resurgence. Yes, there is a resurgence. I can tell he's wrong just from his accent. Why do you think I have the captions on, Father Deacon? I wouldn't be able to understand what he's saying, especially it's not even that fast. It's 1.35 speed. I don't even have it sped up that much. I need the captions. So yeah, probably wrong. But yeah, W resurgence. Yes, he is correct that we are winning.
The Catholics, like the Eastern Orthodox Church. And so we want to dive in this podcast into what are some of the things that is appealing to people, what are some of the arguments being made, what are some of the problems, and then we'll even talk a little bit about what are some of the things we actually agree on in the Orthodox Church. And so here we are, Andrew.
Yeah, Luke, it's good to be here. And who would have thought that we'd be looking at the Orthodox Church? I mean, I think, when did you become a Christian?
2009, I made a big recommitment.
I was 1990.
2003.
2003.
You shouldn't ask me questions about dates.
This is very interesting. When did you become a Christian? And what did he said? How did he word it? He worded it kind of funny, I thought. He said you like made a commitment.
We'd be looking at the Orthodox Church. I mean, I think, when did you become a Christian?
2009, I made a big recommitment.
I was 1990.
2003.
2003.
You shouldn't ask me questions about dates.
I was 1990, and the Orthodox Church was something that you kind of knew
Yeah.
about, but it was
Questions about dates. And I made a big recommitment.
I was 19.
Made a big recommitment. Yeah. So that is not what being a Christian means in the Orthodox view. And actually, I have good resource on this that give me 1 second to go grab it. I'll be right back. You guys have been very, very patient with me, being patience maxing. This boomer stream. There's an essay here that I've recommended before on the channel by Ryan. I've recommended before on the channel by Father Gregory Rogers. He's former Church of Christ, Apostolic Succession. You can find the PDF online. But you know, I'm such a boomer. I need hardcover copies. I can't like learn or read without them, honestly. But he has such a great point in this essay. If I don't find it right away, I'll just summarize it for you. But about like what becoming a Christian is. Yeah, it's in this essay. He talks about how the understanding of the early church of what becoming a Christian was joining a Eucharistic community. It is not making a commitment in your heart. That's part of it, but it's not enough. That's the first thing you do. You don't stop there, right? Becoming a Christian, it means joining a Eucharistic community. So again, this is like St. Paul when he's addressing the question, what do the Gentiles have to do to be in? They have an ecclesia already. In the Greek Old Testament, it refers to Israel, like from Exodus on, as the ecclesia of God, the church of God. There is a church already. It's not the fullness of the church. The church is fulfilled. They filled full at Pentecost. But the question is, so we have this church. What do the Gentiles have to do to be a part of it? Do they have to be circumcised? Do they have to keep these parts of the law? And that's what you have the Acts 15 council. You have the letter to the Galatians, letter to the Romans. He's addressing this question. What do Gentiles have to do to be included? They do not have to be circumcised. He's not saying you don't have to do things, right? So this idea that they have, like, what does it mean to be a Christian? Just making a commitment? That's part of it, but that's not enough. You have to join the people of God. You have to join a Eucharistic community. That's the point that Father Gregory Rogers makes in this book. Yeah, you have to be initiated, basically. The point. Journey of Abundance, $10. Thank you. Prots also believe in the saints. They're just superheroes. They're just superheroes, politicians, and sports ball players. That's a good point. Yeah. Soldiers. They'll venerate the graves of soldiers, right? They'll go to the Football Hall of Fame. They'll have this jersey hung up, and wow, and they're like literally looking up at it because it's above them. Yeah. Portraits of judges and politicians. They honor them. They name buildings after them, even though they're dead. Why are you naming a building after them? They're dead. They can't hear you. They can't see you, right? Use their own logic against them. So yeah. Exactly. That's a good point. Journey of Abundance. Thank you for the donation.
2003. You shouldn't ask me questions about dates.
I was 1990, and you know, the Orthodox Church was something that you kind of knew about, but it was so outside of our world because it was outside of much of the Western world that it was kind of like this thing out there, a bit like some weird cult that, you know, no one really cared about. And it's crazy to see the resurgence of how they're breaking into so much of the United States and different parts.
Yeah, they see it. They can admit it. There's a resurgence. We're breaking into parts of the United States. This is good news. I like it. For this realistic take, I'm going to thumbs up the video. We'll see if they can maintain the thumbs up status throughout this discussion
of the Western world with this move. And so it's going to be an interesting conversation as we dive into this. I'm looking forward to this.
So one of the things that might be worth talking about, one of the critiques that's brought against the Protestant church from the Eastern Orthodox churches is the question of how do we know that our theology is good? How do we know that our doctrine is good? So the claim that they're making is that they're the one true church, that their doctrine has to remain the same for many generations. And if you find the true church, you can find good doctrine. And then the caricature that's made is that, like, for a Protestant, you basically have to have a PhD in theology.
Can I be honest? I think doctrine in certain contexts, like it's not doctrine that saves you. Like it's not that you believe a certain doctrine so you're saved. It is you have to join the community of God's people, the church. You have to submit to the leaders, like it says in Hebrews 13. Obey them because they care for your souls. How does a Protestant follow that verse? I have no idea how a Protestant follows that verse. You join the Eucharistic community. That's you submit to the leaders and you accept the teachings that they give you, right? It's not that like, oh, their theology is wrong, so they're wrong. It's like they're not even in the church. They don't believe the church's teachings, right? So I think it's this is just kind of scratching the surface when they're saying that our argument is against them. How can you know your theology is true? That is a big epistemic issue because you have no mechanism to resolve disputes about scripture and to actually come to a final binding decision. So that is important. But fundamentally, what being a Christian is joining the people of God, being a holy one, right? Inagioi in the Greek is the term that's used. Right? A saint. We all want to become saints. That's the point. So I think he is correct that that's a problem in their view, but we're trying to spread the word about Orthodox Christianity. Hey, you heterodox, come back to the one true church. It's still here, right? So
to be able to find the truth. But so how do we respond to that? I mean, because we obviously prize our freedom to be able to wrestle with truth, to grapple with truth, and to and not be.
Yeah, that's right, Father Ron. The church is prior to these doctrinal issues. That's kind of my take. Is like all of this can be settled by ecclesiology, the filioque, miaphysitism, diophysitism. It's like, do you have authority to make this call? No. Okay. See you later. Like ecclesiology is prior to all of these things. You're not even in the conversation if you're not in a chain of ordinations from the apostles. So yeah, I agree. Ecclesiology is like very, very. It is the factor that had me choosing Holy Orthodoxy. Like, of course, there are many other contributing factors, like the distinctives in theology, but this is just base floor level, like entry level is ecclesiology.
Beholden to the authorities of the church, but at the same time there's this balance, there's this nuance. How do we respond to that?
I mean, it's a huge subject, and I mean, in some ways the line or the claim being made, we're the one church, we've been here for 2,000 years. I think the Catholics claim to go back to Andrew, back to Peter.
That's not you, that's the original apostle.
Not me. Well, the Orthodox Church claims to go back all the way to Andrew as their founding apostle that the church.
No, we go back to Pentecost, and there's a tradition that St. Andrew spread the gospel in the village of Byzantium, or like that region prior to Constantinople, because Constantinople came about by St. Constantine around 330 AD. He went and he moved the capital from Rome to Byzantium, ended up being called Constantinople. But this is, I don't think they know what apostolic succession is. We trace our roots back to all of the apostles, not just one.
Which was built on. And each one claims of those two that they're the OGs, they're the original guys, you know, and they're the ones that are trustworthy because of that. And they claim that as Protestants, we're very divided. And so obviously, you know, they've held it together for 2,000 years, so they must be right. But actually, that's not true. A lot of these claims that are made are not actually being very honest.
Agi, nu agioi, respectfully. Thank you. Sorry. I'm not a Greek scholar, not even close. Never pretended to be one. Just doing my best. But thank you for the correction.
If we go look at the Orthodox Church, it goes back far. But then I would say as a Protestant, I go back equally as far, because I go read the early church fathers and I see my beliefs written in them. And
you know what? There's not a doubt in my mind that he does see his beliefs written in there. He sees it. He sees it there. The crazy part is that it's not. It's not there. Like we just went through this, right, with St. John Chrysostom. There's not a doubt in my mind that he does see his beliefs there, but that's because of the lens that he's bringing to the text, right? It's because he's Protestant, so he sees relics. Oh, I'm gonna, sort that out. I'm gonna put that over here. He sees images, holy images. I'm going to put that over here. Forget about that. The Bible is the inspired word of God. The sacred scriptures are the source of all truths. Now that I can get on board with. Not a doubt in my mind that he sees his views there. But they are not actually there.
I don't see Catholic or Orthodox in many of the things that they're saying. I see Protestant belief, even though Protestantism happened lately, but it was a reformation, a reforming back to the original. But the claim stands because they've got this length. Like most of our groups are quite new. I think 412 is probably only 2011. We're very new. Although we would claim we go back.
I don't know what this organization is, by the way. This just popped up in my feed, and I thought it was interesting. I like to hear what other people have to say. So I don't know what kind of Christian they are. It looks like some kind of evangelical. Just based on the aesthetic here.
From a lineage of, charismatics, Pentecostals, Baptists, etc., 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 etc. But they claim they're the one true church. And again, if you go look at them, it's interesting. I mean, everyone knows about the Great Schism of the 11th century. When I don't think everybody knows. Okay, so in the 11th century, this was the big one, but there's been others, and I'll look at some of those as well. Basically, the church came to a point where, under Constantine, who had become the first Christian emperor, Christianity became legal within the world, and so the Western world largely.
I'll give him credit because most people will say that Constantine made Christianity the religion of the empire. He did not do that. In fact, he just made it legal. It was the Edict of Milan, right? Toleration, right? So, and this gentleman, I don't know what his name is. Apologies, sir. But he says that Constantine made it legal. I'm going to give him credit for that because this is something, a nuance that most evangelicals miss on this. He just made it legal. He didn't mandate it as the imperial religion. He just said it's not illegal to be Christian.
Under the at that point, the Catholic Church was very much seeing itself as one church. There were
That's what Catholic means. Eh? The word Catholic actually means universal. Yeah. And so now we think it refers to a specific brand.
Yes, that's right.
But actually, the Catholic Church doesn't even mean that anymore because it's not universal in one sense because it's split.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And so they kept the name, but they weren't actually universal.
And it became the Roman Catholic because actually the world was divided between the East and the West. Even in those days, the Roman Empire had taken much of the world, and Christianity.
That is correct. There were different periods where you see, yes, it was united under Constantine, but you see that with his the people that came after him, there were various time periods where you see breaks between East and West, and then St. Justinian came and reclaimed the West with General Belisarius, right? So he is correct about that too.
Went past the Roman Empire. And so past the Roman Empire, you had groups that were emerging with their own doctrines that were slightly different from the Western churches in the Roman Empire. So it was firstly, they still sort of saw themselves as one, as the Catholic Church. And there were these various factions of belief, quite different beliefs actually, if you go look at them. Yeah. But the Eastern beliefs developed a certain way, largely because their thinking probably wasn't as Greek as the Western world was. And then at some point,
the East was not as Greek as the Western world was? That doesn't sound right. I feel like prior to the fall of Rome, they're pretty Greek.
Well, there were a few splits. I think the first ones happened as early as the 2nd century, 3rd century.
Like they're all Greek.
4th century splits, but the big one was in the 11th century. I think it was 1054. Basically, there was a massive split, and each side, the Eastern Church and the Western Church, basically claimed, we're putting you out of the church, we're handing you over to Satan because you're a heretic. And so what they did was each one, and there were really two leaders that had emerged, and the Eastern side had a patriarchal father that they believed went back to Andrew and had this apostolic succession, and he carried the authority of the early apostles. Not that he would.
A patriarchal father who had succession back to Andrew and carried the authority of the apostles? A patriarch is a bishop who's the bishop of like very notable region, and he is elected by the bishops in that region to like take care of all the administrative duties to make sure that they meet. That's not what apostolic succession is. The patriarchs were not, they're not little popes.
Would add to scripture, but that he would interpret scripture for the church, and that his teaching in plurality, which is a big difference, was as binding on the church with church tradition as the scripture was.
Yeah, so it seems that he thinks patriarchs are little Vatican I style popes, which is Not correct. There is no one person that speaks for orthodoxy. There is no one patriarch that speaks for orthodoxy. There is no one bishop that speaks for orthodoxy. Orthodoxy speaks through synods. Synods speak for orthodoxy. And even that we have a hierarchy of authorities. This concept is like, it's lost on people. So it's a lot more complicated than it's nuanced. It's a lot more nuanced than he's making it out to be.
While the Catholics had a more of a hierarchical, the Pope had more authority. And so they split over things like how much authority should the leader have.
Yeah.
I'll say I think that's true. I think that in the Roman Patriarchate, you do see that the Bishop of Rome had a slightly more hands-on approach. And that you don't quite see that in the other patriarchates. But still, the church was synodal at that time. It wasn't like you have a bunch of mini popes everywhere. At the synods, the patriarch gets one vote, just like every single other. You can have a guy who's a bishop for a year. He gets one vote. And the patriarch, he also gets one vote.
Yeah.
And the Eastern Church took the first among equals approach, which is something that we would hold to actually today. We would hold that same doctrine as we look at the scriptures.
So first amongst equals means you have what I would call bishops
Yes.
overseeing different
Yeah.
regions.
Yeah.
And then those bishops amongst that sort of team,
Yes.
one of them
Emerge as
is
a
the leader of the
Yeah.
team,
And they
but he's
call them-
not a pope in the sense
No.
of like,
This guy actually kind of got it right. The guy on the right-hand side here. Yes, you have bishops. The bishops have autonomy within their episcopacy. The bishops all come together in a synod, and that's how the bishops are held accountable by the synods. So that this guy on the right was basically correct in that formulation. The patriarch is like one who they chose to take care of all of these administrative things, and because of that, he receives more honor, of course, because he has to do all those extra things that he has those extra responsibilities that your standard bishop doesn't have. But like I said, when it comes to votes, they each have one vote.
autocratic rule
No,
over.
no.
That's what you mean by
Yes,
first
yes.
amongst
And so what that means is, in effect, he can lead and he can make decisions, but he works with the team. And so the
It's more
team,
democratic.
and so it's not full democracy because he is the patriarchal father. There's nuance in this, but we would actually land basically with that.
Yeah, this guy sees them as mini popes, which they are not mini popes. So he is incorrect on that formulation.
Land on that. Although we wouldn't use bishops because we say bishops adds to scripture. We don't see bishops as a separate entity from elders. And so they've effectively, because they tried to break away from
Yeah, that doesn't make sense because the word episkopos is literally in the scriptures.
the authority of the Pope being very apostolic, they kind of use a different terminology, but then Catholics also use the word bishop. So it's
So the word bishop is a biblical word, but it took on a slightly different
Thank
meaning
you.
over
they made a
time.
Bible word for basically a team of leaders within a local church, which the Bible uses the word bishop. It's bishop, pastor, and elder are the three words that we translate into English for what a local leadership team should look like. And they
Yeah, so because Christianity, like, it came about within pre-existing structures, right? I mean, in our view, we'd say Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were Christian, that the whole religion of the Bible is Christianity. It all revolves around Christ. But like, for sake of common parlance here, give me some grace. Like, let's just say that when the fullness was revealed to the apostles, right? There were pre-existing structures already in place. You have synods, right? So like, you have the Sanhedrin in Jerusalem. You also have a synod in Alexandria, like a Jewish. This is before the incarnation, even prior to the incarnation. You already have synods. So when the revelation of Christ is given to the apostles, they're in the beginning still working within those structures. So you have really, when they go around appointing elders in each city, that's better understood as like, they're either, so the apostles are running the church, they're appointing presbyters in each city, right? There's also, you see in St. Paul's letter to Timothy, he says that the presbytery laid hands on you. That's a collective term about the eldership, right? Sounds an awful lot like a synod, if you ask me. The eldership, like, there's a way to talk about the elders, like capital T, H-E, capital E, L-D-E-R-S. The elders and an elder. Right? You can have a synod of bishops, like the elders. And then you have the pool of presbyters that the bishops are pulled from. Right? So you have all of these structures already. It's not far-fetched to believe that, hey, when it says in Acts 20, hey, go get the elders from Ephesus, that St. Paul is talking about the Ephesian synod. And that's why when they arrive there, he said, God has made you overseers of his church. It makes sense, dude. It makes perfect sense. So I think this confusion over the threefold office is just a lack of context maxing. You have to context max, right? Put yourself in these people's shoes. Understand the structures that are there at the time, right? Or like in the letter to the Philippians, right? Where it's to Philippi, to the overseers and deacons, to the bishops and deacons, right? Plural bishops. Oh no, you have multiple bishops in Philippi? Not necessarily. Saint Hippolytus of Rome, for example, he was never the bishop of Rome. You guys know that? Saint Hippolytus of Rome was not the bishop of Rome. He was the bishop of Pontus. Pontus was a suburb of Rome, but he was still referred to as Saint Hippolytus of Rome because it was within the greater metropolitan area of Rome. So Saint Hippolytus would definitely have made up that Roman synod at the time, being one of the bishops in that area, in that jurisdiction. So you can send a letter and say, to the bishops in Rome. Really what they're saying is the greater metropolitan Roman area. Same way, to the bishops in Philippi. To the bishops in that greater metropolitan area. So what you have early on, even in the apostolic age, you have synods. This structure exists already. And the revelation of Christ and the changes it's bringing about in his church and his people happens within that structure. So you have these pre-existing structures of synods, elders, overseers, deacons. This already exists. It's just being filled with the gospel. Amen. So it's unnecessary to try to argue that. This is what I'm going to talk about with Father Jonathan and Justin tomorrow. It's unnecessary to say, oh, they're interchangeable. No, they don't have to be if you understand the context, if you understand the time period. $10 from Leningrad. Okay, Alex, that's nice, but I'm now more interested in that video about God's retorts in Italian. YouTube algorithm. Thanks for the $10. $5 from Journey of Abundance. Protestant church fathers said, Scripture good. They're just like us. Sometimes it is that simple. I like to. I don't want to get overconfident, but it seems that when you boil it down, that is what they're using them for. Thank you for the super chat, Emmanuel. This super chat uses Protestant currency. No need to differentiate Mexican from USD. I can trace back my church all the way back to the Funko Pop Stolic Mini Pope. Those are awesome. Thank you guys for the super chats, and God bless you. Why is this guy doing bird hands? You guys brought that to my attention with who was I talking to that used bird? Oh, the Baptist pastor on icons is using. It doesn't even feel right. Like, just here are my hands. Here's my frustration. Here's one thing. Here's another thing. We have books on this as lawyers, like what to do with your hands. Nobody ever says to use bird hands. Dude, that even feels gross. I can't do it. Yeah. So this thing about, bishop and presbyter are interchangeable. First of all, they're not, because St. Peter also says he's a fellow elder. Does that mean apostle and elder are interchangeable now? No, they're not interchangeable. Bishop is a term that encompasses presbyters. Presbyter does not encompass bishop. So again, your understanding is wrong on this.
It took one of those, even though it always in Acts 15, I think in 2 Peter, it's always elders. They took one of those words out and made a bishop over elders. And then they had priests, and then they had elders. So
he thinks bishops and elders are like in the same class. That is not correct. Every bishop is an elder. Not every elder is a bishop. The bishops are pulled from the pool of elders. Have we gone over JimBob's debate yet? No. I'm just reacting to this real quick, and then we'll get to JimBob's debate, because I thought this was interesting. But he did well in that one. That I wanted to react to that one because that was a perfect example of JimBob did exactly what he was supposed to do, and the bad guy did everything, like literally everything wrong. So he's a good example of what to do incorrectly, of he's a good example of what not to do. And JimBob is an example of what to do. So I just wanted to hear what these guys had to say, and then we'll get to it in a moment here.
They actually messed that up quite badly, actually, if you go look at how their system of leadership works. But in terms of the principles, how that leadership governed, we would actually land quite close to them in the sense of a plurality of leadership with the leader. But they had a patriarchal father who effectively carries apostolic authority,
Can't wait.
which is quite interesting. So they still hold to apostolic authority. They just don't call him an apostle. They call him a patriarchal father. And they hold it.
Okay, so we don't think the patriarchs are like literally an apostle. So here's the difference between the bishops and the apostles. Okay, the apostles received the deposit of faith from God, and they passed it on to their successors. The successors, the bishops, preserve the deposit of faith, right? And then they pass it down. So they are not receiving new revelation. The faith was once for all delivered to the saints. There is no new revelation. The apostles receive the revelation. It is preserved through their successors. In terms of binding and loosing, that is the authority that, yes, the apostles had that power, and the bishops today have that power, but it's not unique to a patriarch.
Their traditions, the traditions of the church are as binding on the church as the scriptures are, which we as Protestants would say, no ways. We hold traditions. We can talk about that later.
Yeah, maybe let's talk about that now.
Right,
So, like, because there's often this caricature between.
Well,
like,
let's quickly land. I want to go.
land.
Let's quickly land. That was one split.
Yeah.
Then there were. I'll give you some of the other splits quickly. Then we jump to that question. You had your Montanists, your Donatists. In 451, the Council of Chalcedon, the church split. The Coptics, the Armenians, Apostolic. Each one of these groups split away, or they said that actually the Orthodox church that we have today split away, and they were the one true church that carried on the traditions.
Yes.
So
Where are they today, dude? That is such a ridiculous. So you're gonna side with all the bad guys in history, right? Like we were just talking about Acts 20, right? Acts 20 is where St. Paul warns the Ephesian elders. He says that even from among you, wolves will come about, and false teachers, right? Even from among you, they'll come about. But we know that based on Daniel 2, based on Daniel 7, based on the prophecies in Isaiah, based on the pattern we see in the Old Testament, based on Christ's words himself, and the doctrine of the church we see in the New Testament, that at the end of Ephesians chapter 1, it says the church is the fullness of Christ. Who was victorious over the Montanists, the Donatists, the Docetists? Who prevailed over them? Those heretics that St. Paul was warning about in Acts 20, who prevailed? Who won? St. Athanasius, St. Alexander of Alexandria, St. Basil the Great, St. Gregory the theologian, St. Gregory of Nyssa. They won. That Christianity, they won. That is Christ's church. Is there a battle sometimes? Is there a fight? Yes. But in the long term, we can have confidence that Christ's church doesn't lose. It wins. That's what the Bible says.
So each of them claims to be that line. The Armenian
Sure. So the point is, if you're going to make this argument or approach with this angle that, well, the Montanists would say that the Orthodox were not the true church. Yeah, where are they? They lost. They don't fit the criteria.
like the Syriac Orthodox, the Eritrean Orthodox, the Arsenid Schism, which happened in the 13th century, the Russian Orthodox, the Old Ritualistic in the 17th century, the True Orthodox in the 20th century, the Ukrainian Orthodox in 1921. All of them claim to be the one true church that goes back to the beginning. And so the Orthodox church that we have today is just one of many schisms, as divided as the Protestant church is. And so,
okay, so dude, I'm switching to thumbs down because I had to hear this fallacy again, that because many people, many groups claim to go back to the apostles, that there's no way for you to tell which group actually goes back to the apostles and has maintained the teaching and has maintained the chain of ordinations, the chain of continuity, without changing the deposit of faith. He's saying that just because there are many claimants, it's impossible for us to determine who the right one is. That's just lazy. I'm so sick and tired of this fallacious objection. It's just lazy. It's so lazy. Just do it's very clear. Like, on what basis can you tell me Chalcedon is not a valid council? On what you think it's wrong? You're not in a position to say that. You don't have the authority to say that you think it's wrong. The whole church agreed it's right, and they properly deposed the bishop in Alexandria. That's what Protestants say, right? For them, division is normal. So when they look at all these groups claiming to go back to the apostles, they're like, oh yeah, everybody goes back to the apostles. I go back to the apostles too. In your church that you started, your collective that you started in 2011. We also go back to the apostles. Really? It doesn't make any sense. It's a horrible argument, and it's literally a formal fallacy.
The claims that they make don't stand up to
So
biblical
to
scrutiny.
summarize what you're saying, to kind of repeat.
Okay, so the claims that we make don't stand up to scrutiny. Well, that's the question. We're saying that they do. Come prove us wrong. We're begging you to. I got into it with so many Calvingelicals on Twitter. Here's rant time. With so many Calvingelicals on Twitter this last week, because they talk so much smack on Twitter. So much. It's unbelievable how much smack they talk. They say orthodoxy is fake and gay, this and that about Orthodox. Calvinism is just the gospel. If you just read the Bible, then you come to the conclusion of Calvinism. I asked them, James White and this other pastor guy who tries to give off this like really macho vibe. It's like his cover thing on his his banner on his Twitter profile was like patriarchy, and he's trying to come off as like so tough. And then I just one question: will you subject your views to scrutiny in a formal debate setting? No, they run, they ghost you, they don't even answer, dude. They run. The cockroaches, like the light in. No, this guy. Look at this. The patriot. Look how tough and macho he is. Look at this. So tough and macho. And then you're going to talk smack about Christ Church. Okay, so Calvinism is the gospel. Great. I said, that can't be right because Holy Orthodoxy is true. What's his response? Eastern Orthodoxy. Notice, I told you guys they're going to do this. They're going to emphasize Eastern. They're going to emphasize Eastern. They're going to try to make it sound like something different, like something like, oh, we don't need that. That's far away. That's not our American. It's un-American. That can't be right because Holy Orthodoxy is true. He says Eastern Orthodoxy is fake and gay. So I just describe what you talk smack on X. We all get it. But your camp is the one that refuses to subject your precious views to scrutiny in a formal debate setting, dude. There are a ton of formal debates online regarding this. You are just going to end up appealing to the Orthodox Church rather than Holy Scripture. Really? Have you watched any of my debates? Really? You will selectively hold to various things some church fathers hold while denying others. Yeah, because there's a hierarchy of authority. It's not it's not arbitrary. There's a rule that dictates the things that you do accept and the things that you don't. That's so dumb. Like, so uninformed. Like, just... You ortho bros are so obnoxious that even most Orthodox people who grew up ortho want nothing to do with you. This is really pathetic and kind of embarrassing for you, Joseph, because like I asked for a formal debate setting. A formal debate setting. So this guy's a pastor, by the way. Pastor of Sovereign King Church. He's going online and calling other views fake and gay. And like, what did I do? I just said I disagree, which you put yourself out there to do that when you advance a claim like this. That's what X is for. Which, by the way, peep that ratio. It's probably why he responded. These are like nasty ratios too. This is really kind of pathetic and embarrassing for you. And like, dude, they run for the hills. They run for the hill. They are terrified because they know that they will lose. They know that they will lose. That's why they won't do it. That's why James White. Oh, let me tell you guys about this. Sorry, this rant is going on a little longer than I planned. Freaking James White. Let me tell you something about James White. He's going to talk smack about me. But here I said, look, talking about Joseph Spurgeon, look, they avoid scrutiny to their precious little tulip, right? Their precious little tulip. Please don't debunk my precious little tulip. Please. I need that. That's the gospel. Tulip is the gospel. He responds, I'm not going to lie, he kind of pwned me on this ratio-wise. That's fine. He has a bigger audience than me. He's been doing this longer. Sigh. Bro really started his thing with Sigh. Alex, to my knowledge, you have never done an actual serious debate. Online food fights, sir, are not debates. I'm a trial lawyer, James. Are you out of your mind, dude? What you do, James, is child's play compared to what we do. Utter child's play. You guys debate like for fun. Sure, yes, say there are people's souls on the lines. Okay, but as a Protestant, you don't actually believe that because you think the elect are elect wherever. You think there can be elect in the Orthodox Church and the Pentecostals and the Baptists and the Presbyterians because you're a ecumenist, James. You're an ecumenist. Saying these online food fights are not debates. I mean, great. So you do the same thing in person? I have spent months in preparation for the Truglia debate. Hundreds of dollars on original sources. Months? Oh, no. He spent months prepping for a debate. You know how long you prep for trials, James? Years. You've spent years prepping for trial, James. And hundreds of dollars. Dude, I spent hundreds of dollars like last week on sources, dude. It's just, this is how low tier. Like, thank you, Lord, for making my opponents easy to overcome. Thank you, Lord. I am reading Dr. DeYoung's doctoral thesis right now for our debate next March. Please try to be serious. This, sir, is not serious. James, you are not serious. I have been going through the Confession of Dositheus on my webcast. Ooh, guys, be careful. James White found out about the Confession of Dositheus. Oh no, run for the hills. I love the Confession of Dositheus, dude. It says what you believe in is a heresy. The Confession of Dositheus is a good confession. I wish they would have used more patristic terminology in it, but I love it. It's a good confession. Do you really think I avoid scrutiny of my precious tulip? I triggered him with that one. Cyril Lucaris would like a word. Oh no, he learned about Cyril Lucaris. It's so stupid. Like, it's so ridiculous. So anyway, so it should be pretty easy for you to beat me then, James. Are you interested, or will you also flee like your colleague here? Like, pretty similar likes. Like, it's not like he ratioed me horribly on this. There is some attention on that. Does he respond? No, he doesn't. They will talk smack until the hens come, whatever, until the hens come home, whatever the saying is. I don't even know what the saying is. They will talk so much smack, dude. But when it comes time to actually be a man and have the cojones to be like, here's my view, I honestly believe this. You might have a devastating retort. That's okay, because I believe this and I'm going to try to defend it the best I can. They are nowhere to be found, despite trying their darndest, trying so hard to put forth this macho persona, dude. This fake macho persona. They are so manly and masculine because they're reformed. They're a joke. They're an utter joke. Till the hens come home to roost. Thank you. They will talk smack till the hens come home to roost. They will never actually put their money where their mouth is unless they months of preparation and hundreds of dollars on original sources. Please, dude. Utter travesty. Anyway, so there you go. You guys had a summation of my little time on Twitter. Let's get back to what the Kiwis, I think, or Afrikaans or whatever, what they have to say about, maybe I can find out. Oh, it doesn't say where they're from. Does it? South Africa, yeah. They're not Kiwis. I was incorrect. They're from South Africa. See what else they have to say here.
Back to you. Like this argument that on the one hand you've got the
till the
Protestants,
cows
you have
come
to have
home,
PhD in
dude.
theology to find the truth.
All right, here. They will talk smack until the cows come home. They will never stand up to scrutiny.
You know, everybody needs to go and study the truth for themselves, and everybody's got different theology. So rather, instead of that, what you need to do is find the one true church, and then you'll find perfect theology. And it sounds like, okay, well, that sounds like a good idea, because that sounds really simple. But then the point you're making is like, okay, but which one is the one true church? Because you basically need a PhD in theology to find the one true church.
Exactly.
So it doesn't really,
Thank you,
it
guys.
sells well in the way they're trying to
Great marketing,
bring
but it's
people
not
into
entirely
the
true.
church.
Yeah.
But in practice, it actually falls apart.
It does. It
And
does.
so you eventually come back to the truth that we need to find. We need to find something.
And that's the point. And that's what I think what the Protestant reformers fought for, because the church of the
Thank
day,
you,
the
guys.
Catholic Church in their world, because the Orthodox Church wasn't part of their world anymore. It had split away already. You're talking
It split away. No, they split away. So weird, dude. Journey of Abundance, $5. Regardless of terminology, a threefold hierarchy is what you see in actual practice. We can grant semantic overlap, and it doesn't change this fact. I agree, but I don't want to grant it because they don't have to. They should earn it. They should fight for it. Romans 10:15, and how shall they preach unless they are sent? Apostolosin. Yes, sent one. Apostle. How shall they preach unless they are sent? Just send yourself, dude. Thank you for the super chats. $5 from David Costa. There's a channel now called Think Debates who makes ton of anti-Orthodox videos. I'd love to see a reaction on Think Debates. I don't. My blood pressure got pretty high just reviewing Twitter. Maybe I'll listen to these guys a little bit. I got to stick to the schedule. ADHD mind taking over. But that's thank you for the suggestion. Think Debates. I'll keep that in mind. $10, JB Pelletier. I'm honestly so indignant on your behalf that we're even expected to defend against accused arbitrariness. Seeing as arbitrariness is the Protestants' pillar and ground. Very, very good point, JB Pelletier. Very good point. On what basis can you start your own church? Well, because I have the Bible. With who said that's the criteria? Well, it's my own reading. Compendium, sovereign citizen pastor named his church sovereign. You guys are funny, dude. Wig attacks. Thank you, Nifs. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for the super chats.
with the 11th century to the 15th century. So 5 centuries later within the Catholic Church, now there's another split. And this is one of the splits that happened within that stream. And again, the Protestants would say we are the true church. The Catholic Church has drifted from the apostolic foundations that were laid by the early apostles. They have become an apostate church that have now drifted from the truth. And we are the true church. It's carried on the lineage. So everyone claims the same thing, actually. The difference being that because the church split away from something, doesn't mean that they didn't hold to the earlier doctrines or the different beliefs. But
Isn't there a scripture as well that says that there are many disagreements amongst you, but that's actually a good thing.
to show you which of God's approval.
So the fact that there are divisions isn't
What?
always a bad thing. Obviously, we don't want to be divisive. But isn't there a scripture as well that says that there are many disagreements amongst you, but that's actually a good thing.
To show you which of God's approval.
So the fact that there are divisions isn't always a bad thing. Obviously, we don't want to be divisive, but essentially we want to be on the side of truth. And if that means we have to break away,
They're trying to say that the Bible says that there will be divisions, that the church will be divided. They're trying to say that the Bible says that the church will be divided? 1 Corinthians, the whole point of that letter is to not have divisions. It's like the first thing he says in chapter 1. Be of one mind and of one judgment. 1 Corinthians chapter 1. I kind of want to look up that verse. What he's 1 Corinthians 11 is what he used. Dude, these people are crazy. The Bible says the church is divided. When I make arguments, or really whenever I say anything, I think, do I have a reasonable basis to say this? Even if I'm wrong, do I have somebody ask me like, Alex, why did you say this? Do I have a reason behind that? Can I present a reason? I don't think everyone thinks that way. Dude. Okay, so this is 1 Corinthians 11. This is the section that he was citing on the Lord's Supper. This is NET. I'll let LSB because it's more literal. This is craziness. But in giving this instruction, I do not praise you because you come together not for the better, but for the worse. For in the first place, when you come together as a church, I hear that divisions exist among you, and in part I believe it. For there must also be factions among you, so that those who are approved may become evident among you. He's saying that you're not all the same. Look, you have factions. You have the factions who are compared with the approved. Therefore, when you meet together in the same place, it is not to eat the Lord's Supper for your eating. In your eating, each one takes his own supper first. One is hungry, the other is drunk. For do you not have houses in which to eat and drink? Do you despise the church of God and shame those who have nothing? What shall I say to you? Shall I praise you? In this I will not praise you. You have these unapproved Lord's Suppers, and then you have the approved. That's what the verse is saying. That's the comparison. The unapproved, the divisions, the factions that do this. Each one takes his own supper first. One is hungry, one is drunk. And then you have the approved. And he's saying that the factions, that's a good thing. He's saying to not do that. This is so crazy. It's like on its face. This refutes him.
Because of essential doctrinal issues,
Yeah.
then so be it.
Yeah.
But let's come back to that question of church tradition, because that's another stereotype that happens. That with the Catholic Church or the Eastern Orthodox Church, they have this handing down of truth from one generation to another, and they're kind of stewarding the truth, they're kind of guarding the truth, and they're holding on to the apostolic truths passed on down the generations, and that's actually what keeps them safe. And then they would contrast that with us as Protestants, which is basically like the case of like we read our Bibles and then we just make up our theology as we go along, Whereas
That is correct. They do that.
caricature isn't actually true, because I say this now as an elder, even within Josh Gen, when we're wrestling through issues of doctrine, we don't just have our Bibles in front of us and the Holy Spirit and then just make stuff up as we go along because it seems right to us. What does that look like in practice for us then when we're wrestling with truth? Because it's a caricature.
Yeah, but who makes the decision about what the scriptures mean at the end of the day? Yeah, you got me. Like at the end of the day, they are the ones making the decision, the final decision on what scripture means and how it's applied. They think they have the power to bind and loose. The authority to interpret and apply scripture, that is within the power to bind and loose. Leningrad, $5. Be of one mind and one judgment, but more disagreement proves the church. Ridiculous. Like Catholics saying more scandals proves they're right. That's a good comparison. Thank you for the $5, Leningrad. Is this dude South African? Yes, that's what I gathered from the description. Okay, law question. Alex, I am a 2L and in a law and theology class taught by a Calvinist. I'm sorry. My condolences. I cannot get him ever to admit anyone understands Calvinism and can't be a Calvinist for him. I cannot get him ever to admit anyone understands Calvinism and can't be okay. I understand what you're saying now. I can't get him to admit that someone who understands Calvinism can't be a Calvinist. For him, they're mutually exclusive ideas. That's pretty crazy. I mean, I think Jay makes this point well, that in Calvin, if you don't have a will of your own, it really makes knowledge impossible to achieve at that point, because none of your thoughts are the product of logical thinking. They are just decreed. So it's not, remember, knowledge is defined as justified true belief, right? Epistemically speaking. And justified includes like logic, reasoning, mathematics, principles of uniformity and regularity, right? That's all packed into that word justification, right? Justified. And if all of your thoughts are just a product of God's decree, then your thoughts are not the product of logic and reasoning and rationality. You're just decreed to have those thoughts. So it really is an undercutter for knowledge altogether, I think. And Calvinism, that was kind of the argument I made in my total depravity video, is that you cannot understand spiritual truths and you cannot know whether or not you're regenerated. That's a complete epistemic destruction. It's an epistemic black hole. You can't escape it. It makes knowledge impossible. It's an untenable worldview at really probably below the ground level, like really deep in there in the DNA. It's not a viable worldview. Interesting point. Determinist fallacy. Yeah,
it is. It's one of the I think the terrible things that's happening on social media today is everyone wants their gotcha aha moment and wants to be the one that looks right. So you create a straw man argument. So you oversimplify the other side's argument and make it look stupid, or if like you got to be an imbecile to believe that, you know. And that's actually what's being done now to Protestants, which is interesting. And I think Protestants at times also equally return the favor and don't always grapple enough with some of these concepts. And so you've got this tradition, which and the difference really comes down to the nuance of how we weigh history and how much we lean into it. So within the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church, tradition has become as binding as the Bible. And so in some ways,
it's an equal authority.
It's an equal authority. And so in some ways,
again, it's a hierarchy of authorities. So the dogmas of the Ecumenical Council, yes, those are just as binding as the Holy Scriptures are, yes. But if you have just one individual saint over here saying something, that's treated more like a guide, not something that you are obligated to follow. The consensus of the saints, of course, you're obligated to follow. But I mean, and in our view, that's right. In the filth, the Bible is a part of the tradition. It's passed down from one generation to the next, preserved from one generation to the next, which is, wait until they find out where they get their Bible from. Yeah. I'm kind of done with this one, guys. But this is more history. So what? They're probably going to bring up the Pharisees and the Korban rule and the hand washing rules and the Sabbath keeping and how Jesus said that the Pharisees are too legalistic about those. I guess somehow because the Pharisees didn't properly use their authority to bind and loose, somehow that relates to apostolic tradition. Nobody has ever shown me how that is the case. That's just like the typical Protestant line of reasoning there, right? Being born again versus baptism. As they're going to talk about baptismal regeneration versus a commitment to Christ, right? And then justification, sanctification. So they're going to talk about sola fide. Yeah, you guys know all these arguments. We've addressed these all already. They're trying to make a case for doctrinal succession, which is not what you see in the Bible. No allowance is given for that anywhere in the Bible. What you see is the apostles govern the church in a synod in Acts 15, and they appoint elders, and the elders report to the apostles. The apostles have authority over them. As the apostles repose, their authority is given to bishops. You see Timothy and Titus, they have authority over elders just like the apostles did. They were overseeing disciplinary hearings, presiding over disciplinary hearings for elders, where St. Paul tells to Timothy to make sure you have at least 2 or 3 witnesses with an accusation is brought against an elder. He has authority over that. This is a class above the elders. You see this right away, right? So, yeah, these are the typical Protestant arguments. Let's get to the JimBob's debate here. I just listened to I listened to the opening statements and maybe like 10 minutes of the dialogue. I didn't get to the end. Yeah, the Korban rule was a problem because the Pharisees were using it to avoid obedience, not because donating your money to the temple was bad. From Ortho Michael. If you guys don't know, the Korban rule was like a loophole that was developed. It's that the Pharisees they would come up with like roughly the equivalent of a will, something like, upon my death, all of my assets go to the temple, right? All their money, all their property, all their stuff dedicated to the temple, right? Upon their death. So if somebody from their family, like their parents, they come asking for help, financial help, or like, hey, hire somebody to help me around the house or something, they would say, because they didn't want to, because they were greedy, they wanted to keep their money for themselves, they use that as a guise to not help their parents. They would say, Mom and Dad, my money and assets, they're dedicated to the temple. I wish I could help you, but I can't. I have to keep all my money for myself. That's what Jesus was rebuking in the Korban rule. So very important distinction there. Video integrity, $5. This review is low tier. I'd appreciate more reviews on good teachings of Orthodoxy that confirm our faith than provide this stupidness. Lord have mercy. I mean, it's important to see what the opposition has to say too, is my opinion. Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of good Orthodox teachings out there, and Father Josiah Trenum's very popular, Father Paul Trubenbach, Father Stephen. We had in the chat Father Deacon Ananias, Father John Whiteford, Father Ron. They all have great channels. This is a debate channel, right? So if you want spiritual stuff, I do not have a blessing to discuss your heart and spiritual matters. I have a blessing to talk about dogmatics. So we have priests for that kind of thing. I don't want to exceed the leeway I've been given. But thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. For giving me an opportunity to explain that. So let's see what JimBob did here. I thought he did a really good job from what I saw. And I think from what you guys were saying, it gets kind of funny because he crashes out a little bit at the end.
Bobby, 5-10 minute opening, however much time you need. You don't got to do the full 10 minutes. And if either of you have the stream up, I have a timer up there so you can see your time. Just keep it muted so it doesn't give me double audio for the chat. And then I feel like there's something I'm forgetting, but I'm sure I'll remember once we start. But I'll start the timer once you start talking.
What was the prompt?
Hey guys, welcome back to Modern Day Debates. I'm your host Mike, subbing in for James this week. Tonight we got Made by JimBob and Axiomatic Reasoning. We are back to discuss the topic of evolution on Modern Day Debates here. Before we start, like the video, please subscribe if you're a new viewer, and get your tickets to DebateCon 9. We got those in the description. It's going to be in Orlando. If you haven't seen the new ads we've been putting out, it is attached to a water park. So if you pay for a hotel through James's link below, you will be able to have a resort fee waived, and you'll be able to go to the water park all day in between debates, or slide right into the debate from the slide. I think we're setting that up. But I
don't know how some of these debates go for hours. Like my 5-hour debate with Sam Farag was like 3 hours of that was answering super chats. The debate was like 15-minute openings, so that's 30 minutes. 7 or 10-minute rebuttals, so there's, let's just say 20 minutes for even numbers, so that's 50 minutes. 15 or 20-minute cross exams. So there's another, let's say 30 minutes. That brings you to an hour and 20 minutes. 5-minute closings, that's an hour and 30 minutes of the actual debate. So the rest of it is usually super chats.
Without further ado, we're going to turn it over to Mr. Axiomatic Reasoning here. Bobby, 5-10 minute opening. however much time you need. You don't got to do the full 10 minutes. And if either of you have the stream up, I have a timer up there, so you can see your time. Just keep it muted so it doesn't give me double audio for the chat. And then I feel like there's something I'm forgetting, but I'm sure I'll remember once we start. But I'll start the timer once you start talking about.
So it looks like the prompt is just evolution on trial, JimBob against evolution, axiomatic reasoning for evolution. So remember, in your opening, you need to say what your position is, like what you believe, what are you arguing for? You have to be very clear about it and the reasons why the audience should believe that, right? So you need, at the bare minimum, what is your position? Why do you believe it? Like, what are your evidences? And you need to produce a minimum amount of evidences to at least believe your view, right? Whether that's reasons, or philosophical evidences, or like documentary evidence, or archaeological evidence. You need to produce something that is at least going to get a minimum threshold that's like, okay, reasonably I could believe this, right? So this is why you have like moderators for this kind of thing. This is why debates are scored, because some of this stuff is squishy, right? It's not so clear. All right, that is your goal in the opening. Like, what is my position? What are the good reasons to believe it? There you go. That's it. Let's see if axiomatic reasoning does that.
Bobby. Oh yeah, it's to tell everybody specifically. Prompt is real general. The specific prompt is general on evolution here. Obviously, made by JimBob's taken the affirmative action against evolution, and Axiomatics going to defend it. So he's got the affirmative. Technically, he's affirming it's a thing, and JimBob's going to go against it. So go ahead and start, Axiom, whenever you're ready.
Sure. Yeah. Hi. Thank you everyone for attending. I'm very happy to be here. I want to, of course, thank Modern Day Debate and JimBob. Thank you for agreeing to chat with me. I think it'll be fun. I'm
okay. The first thing out of his mouth is thanking JimBob, thanking the host, thanking the chat. Fine. You guys know how I like to start my openings. It's basically the same for every single debate so far. Was the point at issue in tonight's debate is whether evolution is true or correct, whether there's a reasonable belief for evolution based on evidence. That the evidence could lead one to reasonably believe evolution is true, right? State the point at issue. I don't care about saying hi to everybody and their aunt and uncle and mother. What's the point at issue? What are you trying to tell us? What do you want us to believe? That should be the first thing out of your mouth.
New to social media, so my name's Bobby. Just started a channel, Axiomatic Reasoning.
Seems cordial, but looks like some rhetoric. Look, people remember the beginning and the end. They don't remember the middle. You have to make sure the first thing out of your mouth it works, and the last thing out of your mouth that works for you. You don't care if people remember, oh, he was very cordial. You want people to remember he won. You want people to remember orthodoxy is true. Right? That's what you want people to remember. Not, oh, he said hi to everybody. But so there, it can be nice to add that sometimes, but like put it somewhere towards the middle beginning or middle end, right? So like the point at issue for tonight's debate is whether evolution is a reasonable worldview to believe in. My name is so-and-so. My name is Alex. I'm going to argue that it's not a reasonable view to believe in. And I'm going to show you 3 reasons why. Thank you, Modern Day Debates, for hosting. Thank you, JimBob, for coming. I appreciate it. Let's get into it. Reason 1, reason 2, reason 3. That's your opening statement. You got to be direct. You have to respect the audience. Like that, people don't want to waste their time. Like, give them the substance. Don't breadcrumb it like Cameron Bertuzzi. Get to the point right at the beat, like right away at the beginning. Respect their time. Don't disrespect your audience by breadcrumbing things. Because the audience knows that. They can tell when you're doing that. Don't do that.
Feel free to come join the Discord. We talk about politics, religion, mathematics, physics, whatever it is that is of interest. I'm a mathematician by trade. So any mathematical questions, I can certainly help and answer. So today's topic is about evolution, or
Okay, now he started. He just started his opening. He wasted all that time was wasted. Now today's topic is. So look, he wasted, it's 9 minutes and 14 seconds. He wasted precious time.
or I guess concerns with evolution or whatnot.
You guys know that I try to squeeze every second that I'm given, right? Every second that I'm given should be moving the ball down the court, making your points in a concise way that respects the audience. He just wasted 50 seconds of our life, whatever. He could have used this to be destroying JimBob, and he didn't. That's bad. Don't do that.
I've done a couple of debates on these already. In general, I guess
Who cares?
The concern with the evolutionary discussion is typically on the sides of having doubts or concerns with like scientific inquiry or scientific method or the things that have been established through.
He should not be talking about doubts. He has to prove to us that evolution is reasonable to believe in. Why is he talking about? Here's how, if you're on his side, here's how you do your opening statement. The point at issue in tonight's debate is whether evolution is a reasonable worldview. By evolution, I mean macroevolution. One species going to another species, Darwinian kind of evolution. Thank you, JimBob. Thank you, Modern Day Debates, for hosting. Let's get to the evidence. Evidence one, the fossil record, whatever. I don't know anything about this topic. I'm just making up evidences. You research it and you find your evidences. But point one, the fossil record shows transition species from one to another. Point two, you can see little changes even within the lifetime of one species that over time as they accumulate would conceivably become a different species. Point three, we've done experiments in the lab, whatever the problem of addressing the problem of abiogenesis, right? You do not talk about in your opening all the doubts about your position. That's JimBob's job. He's doing JimBob's job. He should be doing his job. So this is why I wanted to review this debate, because he's axiomatic reasoning here. No offense, dude. Axiomatic reasoning is the pinnacle, like the archetype of what not to do in a debate. Don't do this. You have to make your points, not JimBob's points. What's up, Warren? We're talking about JimBob's debate. What do you do if you don't have evidence? Slam the table. This is what we say in law, right? If you don't have the facts and you don't have the law, slam the table. How dare you say that? What do you mean? I mean, how dare you say that about my client? Well, why can't I say that? Because how dare you, sir? Which is, by the way, that's what James White does like 90% of the time. Slams the table. But yeah, we're just going over JimBob's debate, Warren. Just talking about good debate tactics, what not to do. So your evidence was literally all Evos have. You did better than Axiom. For not, having this topic up at the forefront of my mind, for not having researched it early. That's what they talk about, right? Well, we have transition. We have some DNA evidence, maybe vestigial structures. Then you talk about your evidences. He's talking about why many people doubt, because they have problems with this. Stop talking about why people doubt. Talk about why people believe in it. That's good advocacy. Yeah, they argue evolution of the gaps.
Various scientific literature. And I guess on the other side would be doubting those things or simply, ignoring those things or whatnot.
Well, this is not the time to be fair and impartial. You're arguing for a position. It's time to fight, right? You believe this is true, right? Axiomatic reasoning. You believe evolution is true. You want people to believe this because it's true. It's the truth. Where is your passion? Where is your feeling? Where's your heart? Like, it just looks like he doesn't believe this. He's coming to this debate and he's like, yes, on one hand, you have this view. On the other hand, shut up with that stuff. Why do you believe this? Why should I believe this? Why? Convince me why I should believe this. When I see bad advocacy, it just drives me nuts. So that's why I'm heated already. But Leningrad, $5. When their best debater is Alex playing devil's advocate, you know evolution proponents are toast. It's a bad worldview. So yeah, thank you for the $5, man. I appreciate that. Oh, whoa. Do some super chats. I'm behind, dude. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, dude, presentation. You'd be shocked at how far presentation and confidence gets you. Like, dude, people catch on to this guy doesn't really believe this stuff. He'd change his mind in a second, right? He doesn't actually deeply believe this. You have to convey that in your communication. If not, you'll be exposed as a phony. Rican Kid, $2. Alex, what's the greatest car of all time? I grew up with a Murcielago poster on my ceiling, so for nostalgia, I'd have to say the Murcielago. Fun question, thank you. Another $5 from Leningrad, thank you, man. Scientists really think being scientists makes them qualified to debate. Very good observation, because they think debate is presenting their thesis. Debate is not presenting your thesis. Debate is demonstrating that your view is correct and explaining why other people should believe it. It's persuasion. Debate is combat and persuasion. And these people don't understand this. Like, that you're not going to be good at debate if you come in and the first thing out of your mouth is all of the things wrong with your view. Why would you say that? It's like, it's so dumb. Like, it doesn't even make sense intuitively. Thank you for the $5. Emmanuel, 50 pesos. Maybe he works at the call center. I understand your concern. That's how he's starting his opening statement. I understand your concerns. They are valid concerns. You know, like, yeah. Okay.
So there's quite a bit of evidence for evolution. I mean, we could talk about it in, a number of capacities. We could talk about the
Why are you talking about how we could talk about it? Talk about it. What is it? Tell me what it is. Like, this is like me and Matt Slick. Like, you say you know what the Bible is, and you have a reason, a basis for knowing what the Bible is. What is it? Tell me what. Well, you have the graphe and the. Shut up, Matt. What is it? Like, I'm getting the same, the same blood pressure increase with this guy. Like, just freaking, these people don't know how to talk, dude. They don't know how to talk. Just keep the video going. We know your stuff. I'm here to rant, dude. Thank you for being indulgent of me. Like, they don't know how to talk. Like
things, or simply, ignoring those things or whatnot. So there's quite a bit of evidence for evolution.
Like,
we could talk about it in, a number of capacities. We can talk about the carbon-14 dating, or we can talk about various other radiometric dating, or we can go over the physics of it. I think in a last debate, I went over the physics with Kent Hovind on C14. And then in the most recent debate with Donnie and Sam, I went over stochastic pathing and, some of the issues that arise from that type of modeling. So I'm free to have the conversation go in whatever direction we like. I guess if we wanted to hone in on a specific thing of interest, I always like to try to think of something new. I do apologize. I'm a little bit under the weather, so maybe not as prepared as I could be. I have taken a lot of drugs, though, to try to mitigate the snotty nose and everything.
Okay, that's very disrespectful, actually, to JimBob, because JimBob showed up prepared for a debate. This guy shows up. He has a trash opening statement. He doesn't make his case. He doesn't even meet his evidentiary burden to continue in the debate. Like, he lost already in his opening because he hasn't established like a bare minimum evidentiary reason. Why should you believe in evolution? I don't know. Is it carbon-14 dating? Is it transition species or transition fossils? Is it vestigial structure? Is it DNA evidence? Like, I don't know. He already lost. Yeah, he didn't meet his burden in his opening. He has to show, at least in law, we call it a prima facie case. Like, on its face, a sound case, a sound presentation for what you believe in. A reasonable basis to believe in this thing. He hasn't presented not even one evidence. Simon, we could talk about dating. We could talk about this or that. Talk about it. Why aren't you talking about it? Do that. 6 months from Anthony Swampman. Thank you. If you want some assistance from someone studied in the field, I gotcha. And I'm just going to go solo tonight because I'm already like pressed. I'm going to go over for sure. I'm going to go to like midnight probably. But thank you for the offer. I appreciate that. Wait until he gets presented with the loss of logic. I didn't make it that far on my listen through. So,
but for a topic of discussion, I thought it might be of interest just to discuss something like limestone. So I was doing a bit of calculations maybe a few weeks ago. I was like trying to look up limestone. How does it work? How it's created? You know, these types of things. What it is we measure in the environment. And so very simple calculations. You look up a couple of numbers. You look up the conversion rate, the chemistry, and whatnot. And approximately the amount of limestone on the planet generated by biological material.
This is so stupid. Never debate like this. This guy, I'm sorry, axiomatic reasoning. I don't know you as a person. You are a very bad debater. This is very, like, are you serious right now? If you calculate the approximate blah, 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 blah. Shut up. What's your point?
The numbers, you look up the conversion rate, the chemistry, and whatnot. And approximately the amount of limestone on the planet,
the amount of limestone on the planet
generated by biological material
to,
an enormous amount of heat, right, that would be generated from it. And so
there's an enormous amount of heat generated by the limestone if you crunch the numbers and look at the chemistry. Like, shut up, dude. I'm sorry, I'm really not trying to be mean. I'm really not trying to be mean. It's just so bad, dude. Hey, AR, I will help you be a better debater. I will give you free lessons. Contact me, please. You will be the I will do it in return for a what's a testimonial. I will do it in return for a testimonial. I will coach you for free on debating, and we will work through it. I will help you because I feel like I'm being too mean. I feel like I have to offer something else. So, like, yeah, his proof of evolution is limestone. That's what I got.
So, we could go through the calculations of it if we wanted to. I have them written down. Maybe JimBob and I will go through that a little bit. But anyway, the point is that the calculations come out fairly astronomical. Like if you tried to squish them into a few thousand years, you get on par of like, millions of degrees on the entire surface of the planet. And as we all know, right, stuff like steel and whatnot vaporizes at, 10,000 or 20,000 degrees or something. And so things.
What does this have to do with evolution? I told you these debates were too low tier to sit through. I mean, I saw this, but I now I'm approaching it with my lawyer mind. Like, I was kind of listening to it in passing as I was doing like my errands for the day. And I was like, and now that I'm like sitting down and like critically analyzing it, I'm realizing how bad this is so bad. Like, please, I will help you, please. He's arguing against young Earth. That's not the prompt. Prompt is about evolution. That's one species turning into another species, mutating into another species. I think you're right, though. I see what you're saying. I think you're right that he's not arguing the prompt. He's not prepared. That's really disrespectful to JimBob, honestly. Look, at least if you're not going to respect the audience to have a succinct, good opening statement that does the work for them and presents your view in the strongest form possible without overstating it. If you're not going to respect the audience to do that, at least respect your opponent to debate the topic.
Things reaching 1 million degrees is obviously way too high, right? But yeah, anyway, I don't have a whole lot more to present per se. I don't have any slides or whatnot, and I'm happy to have a discussion. So
he thinks this is evolution versus young Earth creationism. That is not the prompt. Okay. I'm glad you brought that up. Who brought that up? Angato. I'm glad you brought that up because now I'm realizing this is a problem. Yeah, you see it in 6 minutes. Well, I don't know, dude. I would never in a million years. That's gold. It's $1 billion. That's $1 billion you have right there in those 6 minutes. But every second is precious, and he's just gonna whatever. Anyway, yeah. So identifying the point at issue is a skill that most people today don't have, including Dr. Jordan Cooper. With that little spat that I had with him a while ago, he couldn't properly identify even what it was that the disagreement was about between me and these Roman Catholics, like Ibarra since 33 AD, I think it was. I don't remember. So he doesn't know what the point at issue is. He doesn't even know what they're debating about. The debate is about evolution on trial. First mistake. Second mistake, disrespectful to the audience for having a bad opening. Disrespectful to JimBob for not even having a relevant opening. Also disrespectful to JimBob for not preparing. This does not look good.
I'll turn it over to JimBob.
That's so
I can't hear you, James.
6 minutes.
Mike James.
Not James.
Okay. You guys know, I think maybe rare exceptions you cede time. Like if you can get everything you need in the first minute of a cross exam, it would be really impactful to say, like, if somebody just cedes their position, just like in hindsight, I'm thinking about when Elijah said, you don't see that in the first 1,000 or the second 1,000 years about the Vatican I papacy. I could have said, thank you, I cede my time. And that would have been very impactful, right? Maybe in a situation like that, but even that's risky, right? Because I have more questions. But maybe I could think of a situation like that to cede your time. But every second is a gift. You have to use it. You're not going to get it back.
James.
Not James.
That's what Caleb in the chat calls me. Yeah, I'm resetting the time. I just wanted to unmute so I could let you know. All right, go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, cool. The debate is evolution, about evolution. It's about the defense of evolution. It's about affirming evolution and all of its trinkets. Evolution is the process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to...
Wait, sorry. I was zoned out for a second.
James.
That's what Caleb in the chat calls me. Yeah, I'm resetting the time. I just wanted to unmute.
Defense of evolution. It's about affirming...
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, cool. The debate is evolution, about evolution. It's about the defense of evolution. It's about affirming evolution and all of its...
Okay, the debate is about the defense of evolution. Thank you, JimBob. This is what you do. What's this debate about? Tell the people. They might have seen it, but they might not know. And you know what you have on the title or on the whatever promotional poster, that might not actually be what the real agreed upon point at issue was. That might just be how you're marketing the debate. You have to identify the point at issues. Very like textbook from JimBob.
Trinkets. Evolution is the process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the Earth. Evolution is touted as
defining his terms. Very good.
As the single most well-established scientific theories in human history. You would think that the most well-established scientific theories in human history would at minimum be able to make its way through the scientific method, the basic one that we learned in 7th grade. Well, the reality is, and you've seen this in all of my debates every single time, the fact is evolution does not make its way through the scientific.
He's also prepared. He respected his opponent enough to be prepared. Leningrad, $5. Here's how to debate. Right? No, that's silly. That's just semantics. You're playing word games. That's silly. Literally all the stuff he repeats later. Anybody can be a debater nowadays. There you go. Contemporary Compendium. Thank you for the 10 months. Every second is a gift. You have to use it. Unintentionally meta. Facts. Leningrad, $5. I told you, they think they can just show up and yap because they're science men. Yeah, absolutely. They think that they can just, they're so self-indulgent. Look, nobody's words are that important that people just want to hear you yap. You have to provide value. You have to make your point. You have to get to the point. Nobody cares about well, you know, I think about maybe if you approach it from this angle, shut up. What is your point? Be succinct, get to the point. I struggle with this sometimes too. We're not all perfect. Well, JimBob here, what is the point at issue? Check. Let's define our terms. When we're talking about evolution, what does that mean? We're talking about species to species. Check. What are the problems with that? Trinkets, check.
Method. In fact, it's actually worse. The proponents of evolution who claim it's a scientific theory, most of the time don't even know the scientific method. So at minimum, you'd think, well, that would be necessary. Well, it's not. Apparently, to tout evolution, it's not necessary for it to be a scientific theory or go through the scientific method. Evolution holds 4 key mechanisms through which the process takes place: natural selection, mutation, genetic drift, and gene flow. I'll be focusing on the first 2 because, like the scientific method, the proponent of evolution can't get through the first 2 anyway. Natural selection and random mutation. Random mutation is said to be the source of all genetic variation. Random mutations happen at the population level. The issue is populations themselves are an example of genetic variation, but you need populations to have genetic variation. So how does genetic variation produce populations if you need populations to produce genetic variation? This is a circle, and a circle you'll see all throughout the evolutionary paradigm, which I hold is
Point 1, circular reasoning. Very clear.
Mostly philosophical, and at best,
Point 1, why evolution fails? Because it's circular.
Or I should say at worst, an extrapolation from adaptation. The other issue with mutations is that most mutations are neutral or harmful, but even the ones that are claimed to be beneficial, as non-existent as they are, the opponent must explain how they produce extremely complex systems with dedicated tasks and functions in the body. The evolution proponent just says that happened, and with enough time, it happened. We can't quite understand how it happened, but it definitely happened. My opponent must defend the position that random mutations build specialized features like the vestibular system or the liver or the brain. But not only that, he must defend that random mutation also builds the mereological relations between these features inside the body. He can't do either. All he can say is that it happened and it took a long time. What's worse is that he must hold the position that something as complex and precise as the vestibular system or the brain is purely incidental in its form and its function. In plain English, it accidentally is awesome at what it does. How does this happen? All we really get from the evolution.
This part confuses me a little. Why? He's right. So if you believe in, basically, because they have no logos principle, they have to believe in like some chaos theory. So like everything kind of arrives just by chance. Like it just so happened that the universe has these laws of like physics that bring about evolution, and that's what he would say, right? It's all by chance, right? We would say nope, there's meaning, telos, reasoning to everything, and everything is created with intention, with a purpose. That's not the evolutionist view. So if you have a brain, he says the evolutionist would have to say that brain came about just not by a logos principle, not for a reason. It just kind of came about incidentally, just by some process, right? Yeah, accidentalism par excellence. I mean, about the stuff with populations and variation, I'm not sure what he means. So in order to get a mutation, you need variation like within the genome of a certain population, of a species, right? That's how you get a mutation. But in order to get variation, you need a mutation, is what he said. It's a circle. So one necessitates the other, right? At least to bring about macroevolution, right? Because you can have variations within the species that are not macroevolution. But I think JimBob's point is that you need this like very broad, wide set in order for evolution to be possible at all. And then they kind of depend on each other, right?
Proponent time and time again is that it just does. And keep in mind, while all this accidental precision engineering is occurring accidentally, the environment is acting as a real-time quality control system. They call this natural selection. Natural selection has its own problems as well. The idea that mutation is random but natural selection is not entirely true. Natural selection refers to the external environment selecting for existing traits, but the environment itself is an abstraction that consists.
Yeah, In the Filth is right. You need genes to mutate genes. That's basically what his point is. It's a chicken egg problem. Yeah, look at you guys in the comments helping him out. This is a good point that JimBob is making here as well.
External environment selecting for existing traits, but the environment itself is an abstraction.
So they're saying like you have certain traits that are favored by the environment. And he's very correct in pointing out that this thing, the environment, it's just an abstraction, right? Really what they mean is that there is a principle out there, because the environment doesn't have a will. Like it's not a person, it's not a being, it's not a thing acting with intention upon these other beings that bring about evolution. It's just, again, as JimBob said, incidental.
that consist of a collection, an aggregate of particulars, most of which are themselves biological organisms, also changing constantly. Then the physical conditions of the environment are also in flux. So the question is, well, from this view, how does an ever-changing system of organisms, ecology, and physical conditions allow for...
So this thing, the principle that draws out evolution is not consistent. It's changing and constantly in flux. How do you have any reliability in a structure like your brain? I think that has come about through a random mutation by a mechanism that's always in flux.
For a regular process called evolution. None of it's regular. It's always in flux. Animals need other organisms to survive. Those organisms need to maintain the nature of what they are in order for them to play a necessary important role in other animals' existence and their own existence. But these identities, from their view, they're always changing over time. There's no regularity you can point to as an evolution proponent to claim that this process is even occurring, which brings up perhaps one of the most brutal counters to evolution, the changing of accidental properties that is assumed to cause eventually the change in an essential property of an organism. Now, I'm going to use a summary I heard from Dr. Nathan Jacobs. I recommend you follow him on YouTube to demonstrate the issue of essential properties and accidental properties. Let's take a square. For a square to be a square.
This is a very strong critique by JimBob. So, you guys all have like a basic philosophical understanding because you guys follow Jay, you guys follow me. Like you have essential properties, which are like what makes a thing the thing that it is, and you have accidental properties, right? So like a cat, there are certain essential attributes to being a cat. However, if a cat like loses an ear, right? A cat can have one ear and still be a cat. So that's an accidental property because it doesn't change what that thing is, right? And JimBob is pushing him that's like, hey, yes, all that you can show is changes in accidental properties. Now you have to show me a change in an essential property where one species goes to another species. When will you have Nathan Jacobs on? I don't know when. I don't have a date set yet. I do want to have him on, though. I enjoy, especially him and Dr. Zachary Porgu, how they use plain English, plain language, and they can use jargon if they have to, if they're in a situation where it's necessary, but it's not their go-to, which tells me that they put substance over technicalities and form. And they're not concerned with trying to show people how smart they are. They're just trying to get an idea across as simply as possible, as effectively and efficiently as possible. Leningrad, $5. If evolutionists don't bite the bullet on accidentalism, they have to say all the features and mutations are hardcore predetermined. Great trap by JimBob. Yeah, and then you have epistemic destruction. Yeah. Trying to super chat again from Bruce, $5. Thank you. It went through this time. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Yeah, me too. And it's a shame because I heard I have the book and it's like 200 pages. It's not a long one. But he did say that, what was it? He said that he went out of his way. I heard in an interview with Jonathan Peugeot that he made out of his way to write it at like undergraduate, like no real knowledge of the technical language of philosophy, the reading level. Like that's the reading level it's meant for. Like a smart person who does not have a background in philosophy or knows all these technical terms, like very plain English. So that's like, there is a plain English movement in legal writing. And that's very much like what I was trained in, is the plain English advocacy. So it just drives me nuts when, we watched that video from Judge Irving Younger. He gave that lecture on cross-examination. He said, stop saying he operated the motor vehicle. Just say he drove the car. Right? So, yeah, I'm very much in the plain English camp.
And not some other shape, we must have at least 4 equal sides, right? We want to define a square so that anything not a square cannot be defined as a square. That would be an essential property. Now, there are essential properties of a square. Now, if we paint the square orange or change its angle or position or size, location, it doesn't change the essential property, nor does it change what it actually is. It's a square, no matter how much you change the color and whatnot. It just changes its accidental properties. No amount of accidental changes to the square will change into something that isn't a square, no matter what. If something called an essential property actually changed, it wouldn't definitionally be an essential property. It would now be an accidental property. In order to study the nature of a given animal, now to transpose it over to biology, which this topic is about, there must be at least one essential property that makes an animal what it is. For example, a mammal. One essential property could be mammary glands. Maybe there's a list of others, but maybe they don't all meet all of them, but at least one is met by all of them. Mammary glands. One essential property for...
Yeah, I think this style of presentation from JimBob, this is like where preference kind of takes over. So his opening was like, hey, here's the point at issue. Here's what we mean by evolution. And there are a few arguments, if you guys watch my debates, that's like how he presented it, right? You know the arguments that I make against evolution. There's a circularity in that you need a genetic pool to have genetic mutations, but you need genetic mutations to have a genetic pool, and it's circular. And then he kind of like presented those in a truncated format, and now he's getting to his strongest argument, and he's saying, now, all those things considered, and like, let's put those aside for a second, right? These arguments that I always make. Let's consider this, which is really a system level defeater and what axiomatic reasoning needs to show. Show me an essential property changing to a different essential property. If an essential property changes, he says, then by definition, it would be an accidental property. So like normally, I think leading with your strongest point is the way to go, and then you trail off with the weaker points. JimBob kind of started off with like, yes, there are these arguments, those already defeat evolution, but here's my strongest argument. So this is like a stylistic choice, right? And it just depends on who you are and how you present what your strengths are. I prefer, and I would opt for, here's the point at issue, here are my 3 points. Your first one is your strongest point, and then the second one is like, you kind of trail off from there. So, but still like good, not wrong, just a stylistic choice.
For a mammal is mammary glands. The issue is under evolution, mammary glands must have evolved from an organism or a population that preceded it that didn't actually have mammary glands. That is to say, mammals didn't always exist as mammals. They evolved from something that wasn't a mammal. That is to say, mammals themselves are not themselves an objective category. They are themselves. The category, the non-existent category that you call mammals are in fact an accidental property of nature. That means they're accented. I don't mean accidental like nice. I mean like they are accents, the entire thing. The issue is under the evolutionary view, mammary glands must have evolved, which means they are not essential. They are accidental. The contradiction in evolution is pretty simple. P, essential properties of organisms exist. Not P, essential properties of organisms do not exist. It's a blatant contradiction of P and not P. You will see this issue of P and not P around every turn for the evolution proponent at the category level, whales, mammals, or at the particular function of an organ, a liver, a heart, a brain, these things. Are they universally what they are based on essential properties of what they do? This applies to genomes, the way we study genomes, right? For example, how do you study the nature of a whale if there are no essential properties of a whale? That is to say, what you call a whale is a temporary fixture at a nominal level that's actually in flux and on its way to not being a whale. In fact, it was produced by something that wasn't a whale, definitionally. Papacy. How do you study the genome of a whale if the genome is an accidental property of a particular...
He perceives his strongest argument is that evolution can't get through the scientific method, and he brought that up first. Oh, okay. Maybe that'll be like a little bit more clear in the dialogue part. It just seems like he's spending a lot of time on this one, but maybe it's because it's a newer argument, and maybe it's like for the sake of the audience, right? So like these are all factors that you balance out in your opening. So thank you for pointing that out, though. This is very good from JimBob, by the way. Ideally, you would have just like one very boiled down knockout punch, and that's what your opening is. And you don't need an insurance policy with 0.2 or 0.3. You see how powerful that can be in Andrew's debate with Daniel Hakikachu on whether Christianity or Islam is good for society. Andrew had 1 point. Islam promotes incest, marrying your first cousin. That leads to lower IQs, like objectively, and this compounds generation to generation. It is not good for society because it results in low IQ societies. That's it. He had 1 point. That's it. And that's like that's the ideal situation. Right. I like both. Alex's way makes the evidence look more overwhelming than the smaller points boiled down into one big one at the end. Yeah, so there's a power in presenting a narrative. That's kind of my style, is more to present like a narrative. But even then, it's like many evidences that support 1 point, right? So apostolic succession. I have a lot of evidences that I'm bringing in there. The Mishnah, the Jewish Encyclopedia, Josephus, the Old Testament, the New Testament. A lot of stuff. Let's go. Scholar, Boyarin, Father Stephen, like Doc Branson. A lot of evidence. But what really, I'm just making one point. You cannot start your own church. Right? You cannot start your own church. But yes, the evidence looks overwhelming, and you have to. The thing is, you can bog down a person's mind, and they can't follow if it's not presented in a story format. So you take all the evidences and you present it like in a way that's consumable for the person, because you want to change their mind. You don't want to overwhelm them. You want them to consume all the information. And what's the most efficient way that people consume information? Through storytelling. We've been doing it since we were created. Stories are the way we convey large amounts of information efficiently in a way that people understand. So, yeah, that's a good point. I agree. And we got super chats. $5 from Bruce. Thank you, Bruce. Good to see you. I love how JimBob commits to the looks. Cut off sleeves even in a debate. That's right. That is right. Jacked JimBob. It's pretty trash, $10. Alex, can you please explain how ecumenical councils work, decide doctrine? Like, is it just a majority? No, they're unanimous. Everybody agrees. Nobody disagrees. You know how they solve that? Through block voting. They vote in blocks. Right? So it'll be like the Archbishop of Caesarea. How have your bishops decide? Each bishop casts a vote, right? But they vote in blocks. So it's not just a majority, right? Think about the Supreme Court. So it is a majority that wins, but it's not just a democratic vote. They have weeks and weeks of debate. They hear the arguments. They have the filings. They have the record. They have assistants, legal interns that are summarizing documents for them. They're talking to experts, right? If they're in the evidence, right? They're interacting with these things, right? And they're coming to their own, and then they see each other and they debate in the back, like amongst themselves. Like, how should we rule on this? Right. And then eventually they come to a point where they've exhausted everything. So then, yeah, you might have a 5-4 decision. But it's not just a democratic vote. It's more, it is more like a council. But the ecumenical councils are unanimous. I don't understand why we should follow diaphysitism over miaphysitism, for example, because the bishops have the power to bind and loose. And at the Council of Chalcedon, they said that this is the proper way to talk about the hypostatic union. They said this is the language that is appropriate to use. We are not in a position to reopen that or question. I mean, we can, like, amongst ourselves discuss, like, for fun, like, oh, I mean, you could take this angle, you can make this argument, whatever. But at the end of the day, the law is the law. There's a binding decision. That's the one that you have to follow, right? There's no room for sovereign citizens or civil disobedience within Christ Church. It's not. Now, there are like special people throughout time that, like, for example, you have the Robber Synod of 449. Well, how do we know that's not ecumenical? Like, why did they go back on that one? Well, first of all, they didn't even follow the processes that an ecumenical council should follow, right? You're supposed to give each side the opportunity to be heard, right? You do not see that Pope Leo's tome was read out. The standard procedures were not followed, right? Pope Leo's tome was not read at the 449 council. In fact, you have accounts of intimidation, right? Dioscorus had the military there, showed like they brandished their weapons, and there are reports that the bishops felt intimidated to vote in favor of Dioscorus. Patriarch, I think it was Flavius of Constantinople, was beaten and imprisoned without getting to say his side. He didn't get the opportunity to present a defense. So, and before we even get to the merits of diophysitism or miaphysitism, right, this is prior to the merits or the theology. On what basis can you say Chalcedon is not a binding council? It's a binding decision of the whole church. They agreed to depose Dioscorus. They've done that before. They have deposed patriarchs before. So, yeah, it's not just the majority. It's a reception of the council as well. You see that they validly deposed Dioscorus. They validly installed a new patriarch in Alexandria. They accepted Chalcedon. All 5 patriarchs accepted Chalcedon. Later, you have the common folk went and they unalived the Chalcedonian patriarch of Alexandria. A mob. By a mob. It was a mob killing. And then the non-Chalcedonians replaced him with their non-Chalcedonian bishop. I think Timothy the Cat. So, yeah. You look at the biggest test is how it's received. Secondarily, you can look at the procedures of the council itself, right? Because, I mean, the counter argument would be, oh, well, you know, the Nicaea 2, everybody that showed up there was already an iconodual. It's okay, but how is it received by the church? That's the ultimate test, right? If at the Robber Council, you know, eventually, like, the church came in agreement and like ratified later in an ecumenical council, like, oh yeah, that was correct, but then fine, those processes are overridden. You can override them with a later ratification, but you don't see that. Even if, and I'm not saying the processes were wrong at Nicaea 2, but even if they were, it was ratified later, right? So it's a multitude of factors, but that's a good question. Sorry, I ranted a bit on that. Maybe a bit of a digression. It's something I've been thinking about a lot lately. Bush Concepts, $5. Can't wait to watch this at work tomorrow and keep up the great work. Thank you. Any chance you can do a brief vid on how prots can't hold to 1st and 2nd Corinthians? On what basis? Is it because of unity? I'm on the revised Julian calendar. We already had the Feast of the Dormition. Yeah, Bush Concepts on what topic? Like ecclesiology? How prots can't hold to 1st and 2nd Corinthians. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for it. Thank you for the super chats, guys. How about we'll do a soundboard for you guys? This never gets old, dude.
You say you're a Christian, but you're gay.
Creature. It's not universally an essential property of a whale. You're not even studying the whale as a genome.
Unity, patron saints, ecclesiology, etc. Yeah, there's a lot in there. Baptism for the dead. You're referring to? Yeah, there's a lot in there. There's really no end to the amount of arguments you can use against Protestants. But probably whatever you want to cram in the video, I probably have to finish Tulip, and then I want to do an apostolic succession video. Because it's pretty solid argument. I wanted to wait on doing an apostolic succession video until I could get that chapter from Father Stephen and Doc Branson in their 4 views book, or 5 views. But I mean, it seems that it's been a little bit delayed, so I'll probably just do one, and then if there's meaningful information that I forgot about, then I'll add it in later, I guess.
You're not comparing the whale genome to any other thing. This goes for anatomy as well. Everything about an animal at the particular level, from the evolutionary view, is an accidental property, none of which are essential properties. This is a massive problem. This is an undercutting philosophical defeater to even examining and talking about evolution. Now,
are they? Is nominalism the problem for everything? If you're an atheist, you reject metaphysical categories, so why does nominalism matter to them? Rejecting metaphysical categories is a metaphysical claim. So, there you go. You're going to have to argue for that. Or against it.
Leads me to fossil record. which a lot of these examinations, the fossil record, we dig up a fossil, it looks like something else, the anatomy looks like something else to some degree, and what you say is, well, it looks like that thing, so it's either the ancestor of that thing or has a shared ancestor of that thing. Well, I'm sorry, but for that to even be the case, which they can't demonstrate, you would still need to affirm the thing they deny, essential property of a thing. But those things are in flux. We're in pure nominalism at this point. Evolution, proponents attempt to draw common descent with similarity. Not only does similarity in anatomy not confirm relatedness of common ancestry, but evolution was true. It would need to be the case that entirely dissimilar animals would also be related. So it's not really a key point for an evolution proponent to say, look at the similarity between animals in the more recent timeline. You go, wow, that's amazing. Then you go back further in time, and suddenly the argument is dissimilarity, that dissimilar things are also related. Which is it? You can't use both. One doesn't have any real power or meaning if the other one has the equal power. Dissimilar, similar, who cares? It's all from one thing. Luca, okay, what's that from? Fuca, what's that from? They're just going to keep making up necessary start points. Evolution is essentially a philosophical, religious creation myth, right? It's creation and the basically the manifestation of multiplicity from something.
Yeah, creation by the environment. This abstraction that is acting on things. Very good opening from JimBob. He did literally everything right in this opening. Look at him. Look how good he is on time. And we know what his arguments are. It's not science, according to literally the scientific method. It's circular in terms of what it requires. It's purely nominalist. And when you have that pure kind of nominalism, then you cannot say that a thing is evolving into a different kind of thing. So they don't have essences. They're just a bunch of accidental properties.
Singular. It's actually incoherent in its chronology as well. Not just is it incapable of describing how random mutation builds a heart or builds a brain or builds a spine, along with its function, along with its mereological relations to other functions. It can't explain any of that. It just says it happens. But it actually argues something insane, that from a singular simple organism that is itself part of a population, through random mutation produces massive diversity. Not just diversity in kinds, but diversity internally of what happens inside of those kinds. Not a single demonstration of this. There's no demonstration or reason to believe that something like a Papacy, if you grant it a wolf size. Sorry, what?
Oh, the timer does a.
Oh,
that was the time, but it just did a big gong that I was not expecting.
Oh, I thought you'd give like a minute.
You can, you can finish up here.
You can take all the time you like.
Okay, yeah. No, I'll just go back. I'll just kind of summarize.
Oh, dude, this guy is driving me nuts. Axiomatic reasoning. No, you may not take all the time you like, dude. You're trying to win. You just got stomped in the opening. Like,
the problem with evolution, which I think we should go through, is one, it's touted as a scientific theory, but it doesn't actually go through the scientific method. Scientific theories.
Yes, very good. Okay, conclusion. Reiterating his points, because sometimes people can't keep track of these things. JimBob, like, literally 10 out of 10. Textbook proper opening.
Actually, to be called scientific theories actually require some criterion, or else everything's a scientific theory. Two, the explanation, the actual biological explanation of random mutation, doing the building of vestibular systems, actually constructing things with precise function that does something that's task-oriented. There's no reason to believe random mutation, with everything we understand about mutation, there's no reason to believe random mutation can actually engineer something accidentally. And the last point there is that the philosophical problem of universals or categories, the evolution proponent can't really affirm these things because those things are in flux. So there is no essential property of an animal as a category that you can study it in isolation as if it's its own category compared to another category. There are no categories. Evolution is basically biological monism. And with that, I'd love to get into the exchange.
All right. Dude, literally textbook. I have no critiques for JimBob. He should have kept track of his own time, I guess. He was counting on that 1 minute warning. But I mean, that's like nitpicking, right? Otherwise, he did everything correct. And this is why I thought this was a good one to review, because he did everything right. And axiomatic reasoning did everything you could do wrong. Like, literally everything you can do wrong, he did it. He is an example of what not to do. So let's get to the open discussion here. I know I want to get to Ryan Mullaly's debate too. So let's get to it. Leningrad for the Educational Video Fund. I've been letting you guys down on that. Sorry. But think about it this way. So I have this documentary I'm working on with Neil. I have a lot of reading I have to do, dude. Like, we're going to have, we're planning. I don't know if it's finalized yet, but a certain, here's spoiler alert for you guys. You guys get the inside scoop. 551 that are watching. Father John Strickland wrote this four book series. So I have to read all of this because I'm a lawyer. I have to be informed the conversations that I'm going into. I have to read the guy's books before I have him on, right? So yeah, the educational videos are really important, and I see channels blowing up just from like 10-minute videos that are like not even that informative. They're like Cameron Riker. Roman Catholics believe that the Eucharist is really the body and blood of Christ. Here is what Saint Irenaeus says. Thank you for watching my video. Like, now he's at 100K subs, dude. Like, I don't know what. I'm doing something wrong here, trying to provide high tier content. But thank you, Leningrad, for the $10. Okay, let's get to this.
All right, guys, like the video. If you're just joining us, we're about to get into the hour back and forth, or was it 50 minutes? Let's do 55.
By the way, axiomatic reasoning already lost because he did not show. It says 350. I'm also streaming on Facebook and on X. So thank you, Blake. But so axiomatic reasoning already lost because he didn't even show a prima facie case for his position in his opening. That is the bare minimum. You have to, at the very least, show a prima facie case for your position in the opening. If you can't do that, you lose. JimBob has a lot of reasons. Definitely presented a prima facie case. And he has insurance. He has reasons upon reasons. He has an insurance policy. If one of them doesn't work out, he'll just go to another one. So it's very good. Very good from JimBob. The endless reading is why I didn't want to be a lawyer. You learn how to do it efficiently. The more you do it, the better you get at it. And you learn your own techniques and how you retain information better. So, but as a kid, I was not much of a reader because I was really good at reading, I guess, as a kid. So I was like, whatever. But okay. I didn't really enjoy reading, although I was good at it. But it's a skill that you learn.
And we'll do some 5-minute closings if you guys want to hit the hour.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to start it now, and you guys take it when you want to take it.
Yeah, I want to start with the scientific method because I hold that for something to be a scientific theory, it should be at the tail end of the scientific method. If not, there's really no criteria, and we can call anything a scientific theory. So do you hold that evolution makes its way through the scientific method?
I assume. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by scientific method. Can I ask you a couple
of hypothesis, testing, observation, conclusion. $10 from Bruce. When you get a chance, can you see my reply with you and Dale Partridge on his Reformed Catholic video? He's an ecumenist at best, but likely retorted. Yeah. If it's just a post on X, I'll pull that up real quick. He was like bragging that his term is 500 years old or something. I'm a Reformed Catholic. This term it's an almost 500 year. Here it is. It's an almost 500-year-old category. You're so ignorant. This is an almost 500-year-old category and label. It's used by hundreds. Dude, this is like James White saying months of preparation and hundreds of dollars on primary sources. Like, it's almost 500-year-old category and label used by hundreds of Puritans and Anglicans. We are so entrenched in history. Like, you for real, dog? So I said, Dale Partridge, you bragging that your kind of Christian is 500 years old. Holy Orthodoxy is the religion of the apostles. You say you responded to it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, not even 500. He's wrong, though. Did you, you did like a quote tweet or something? I don't see it. I'm just not seeing one. Did I block you, dog? Why am I not seeing it? Is this a response, or did you do a quote tweet? I'm a neo-Catholic. Why isn't it there? I don't know. Dude, watch, I have you blocked. Hold up. Maybe back when you were Calvinist, you said something I didn't like, and I just... I don't know why I can't see it. Hold on, sorry, bear with me 1 second, chat. Bear with me. Going through my blocked list. It's not very long. I don't see anything that could be you. What's your handle on X? I said shows John Owen, a nonconformist Church of England conformist, in a book published by Ecumenical Crick, redefining Catholic to be universally wherever they agree. Yeah. Can these people kill each other over ecclesiology in those 500 years? Yeah, well, that's why, okay. 5 minutes later, I still don't see it because I double checked because I have problems and I triple check everything. Dude, I can't send an email with, okay, so I'll write out the email and then I'll change it a few times. I have to have 3 read-throughs without a change to send an email. That's how insane I am. This was the missing link in my understanding of Protestantism. Not even for you, Bruce, but I'm just saying, like, for the whole chat in general. This is an essay by Father Peter here. It's very short. I think it's like 40 pages or so, but he touches upon a gap in my knowledge of Protestant history. Like, how do we go from Calvinists and Lutherans condemning each other and these guys like killing each other over ecclesiology to like now suddenly everybody's in? And it's this missionary movement that occurred through the 1800s and the 1900s, where it's like they kind of like they set aside their differences and, you know, agreed on the essential issues, right? Whoop. Now you guys see who's on my blocked list. Not that it's like a secret or anything. Okay. Luther loved Pat. What about Apostle Catherine Crick? Yeah, she's out. Thank you for the super chat, Bruce. Yeah, that is a good point. I've read those guys he referenced, all of them. None of them would ever agree with Partridge, neo-Presbyterian weirdos. Yeah, these people, like, they actually believed that they were the continuation of the Western Church. And you just don't see that in modern Protestantism. They are all utter ecumenist sinners by their standards. That's a good point. Is there a limit on how long an essay is? At what point does it become something else? I don't know, dude. I could be wrong. Maybe it's not technically an essay. I just wanted to convey that it was not long to you guys. Yeah, it's like 37 pages, and a lot of it is footnotes. So, yeah, it's a good essay worth picking up for sure.
Questions, just so I know the baseline of where we're at. Like, are you a flat earther? You're not a flat earther, right?
What? No.
Okay.
What is this?
And do you think the Earth is 6,000 years old, or that it's older?
This is irrelevant to evolution. Why are you cross-examining a topic that has nothing to do with evolution? Look, is evolution a scientific theory or not?
JimBob, I wasn't trying to be mean.
I say very good from JimBob for staying on topic, on the point, that issue. He agreed to evolution on trial. If he wanted to talk about young Earth creationism, he could have made that clear when they negotiated the prompt. Nobody signed him up for this prompt except himself. He signed himself up for this prompt. And if he wanted to talk about young Earth creationism, he should have made sure that it's in the prompt. The debate volume's low. I maxed it out. It won't go any higher. I'll try to talk softer so it's more even.
I was
This
just
is well
trying to figure
poisoning. It
out
has
where we are.
nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the topic evolution.
I don't think it's well poisoning. I think it could be well poisoning if he knows, but I don't think he I just don't think he knows what the point at issue is. So it's not even well poisoning because he just doesn't know.
Say I believe
well
that,
poisoning is when it's like kind of you know what you're doing, right? You're knowingly kind of putting a filter in there to turn people against you emotionally, right? A little emotional jab. But bro, you guys can't do that to me. I take the comments too seriously for that.
The Earth is a soccer ball. No,
I wasn't intending on being mean. I wasn't.
I'm not. I didn't say you're mean. I said it's outside of the bounds of. I'm questioning you.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Okay, it's out of bounds.
Is it okay if we talk to each other like we're humans? Like,
you're a human. Well, no, actually, evolution denies that there's a universal category of humans.
Okay, great. So I'm just trying to talk to like a person.
I say, okay, the ability, sorry, Blake, sorry. The ability to use humor and to make everything work for you, make everything they say a point for you. It's a very powerful skill to have.
All I was asking was, are you someone that believes that the Earth was 6,000 years old, or are you someone that thinks that there's an old?
It's irrelevant.
Do you mind?
The topic is evolution on trial. Is it reasonable to believe evolution? Now, again, like another stylistic choice, like JimBob's arguments are just like why evolution is incoherent. Personally, you don't have to do this. I would say, I would also offer an alternative. My argument would be evolution cannot be true because orthodoxy is true. And it has all these incoherent problems, right? Alex, you're 33. You've reached Unk status, gang. I'm going to be, in 13 days, I'm going to be 34. September 8th is my birthday. Should I do a birthday stream and have Cleve on and we can wear like birthday hats? That'd be fun.
Letting me know so
it's
that
irrelevant.
We're on the same page.
It's irrelevant. We're not on the same page because the topic.
Maybe Bobby asked your follow-up question to that.
This is what is the topic about, Bobby?
So the general concern I have, obviously, is from what I'm considering anti-science, right? And so in general, when there's anti-science or pseudoscience, right?
You don't even know what science is, Bobby.
In general, we talk about things being called science, right? Because they're part of the body of human knowledge and exploration.
Okay, no. Scientific theory, not science generally. Now I ask you a pointed question. You're saying, can we talk like human beings? I ask you a human being to human being question. Bobby, do you believe that evolution is itself a scientific theory? Yes or no?
Yes. People call it a scientific theory.
Great.
Yes.
Do scientific theories need to go through the scientific method?
I suppose. I'm not sure what you mean by scientific method.
What is the scientific method, Bobby?
Well, there's probably what we teach in grade school.
What is
has
that?
Something to do with like hypothesis and testing and whatnot, affirming your conclusion or verifying your conclusion or whatever.
Cool. Yeah. That.
All right, JimBob won. That's so crazy, dude. Big old failure says the reality that you're younger than me. Lord help me, I am beyond cooked, dude. That's not a healthy way to think. I mean, sometimes I talk to these kids that like, dude, I remember talking to these kids that went to St. John University in New York, and they have this like this undergraduate reading list program that is like all primary sources for everything. Those were some smart kids. I don't know if they do it anymore, but like back in the day, those were some smart kids, dude. And I was like, dude, they're so much further than me. And like, everybody has their own thing. And you shouldn't, it's not comparison, right? There are probably a lot of things that I know for a fact. There are a lot of things that I am lacking in greatly. So, and everybody has their own strengths and weaknesses. You should just use it as fuel. It's motivation, right? So I just know because I've been there too. Yeah, stay in my art lane. Everybody has their thing, right?
But in general, right? In actual research, right? We're not worrying about whether or not we're stipulating the specific steps of the scientific method. We're more so concerned in trying to expand human knowledge. So we're going to be exploring data, looking at evidence, hypothesizing about what it might mean, collaborating with other people.
Bobby, do we have knowledge of what causes, I don't know, sicknesses? Let's say scurvy. Do we have knowledge of what causes scurvy?
We have some idea, yeah.
Do we have some idea of what causes scurvy absent taking it through the scientific method with an experiment?
Yeah, somewhat, I guess. I mean, it depends on what you mean by scientific method again. Like,
Well,
for
scientific
example-
method means observation. I observe a phenomenon in nature.
Mhm.
I ask a question. In this case, what causes this
Hypothesized.
phenomenon? Right, the set of symptoms that these humans have. Right. I don't know what scurvy is. I just see a set of symptoms. What's causing this is the beginning of my hypothesis. Let's say I say maybe ingesting this thing or not ingesting this thing causes scurvy. Maybe that's the case. Now, when I come up with a hypothesis, the reason that we call something a scientific theory, Bobby, is because we can formulate a valid, viable hypothesis that we could actually manipulate, produce repetition, and to draw out a summary of a likely cause, but also draw out a summary of a null cause, that maybe the thing we thought was causing it isn't causing. Both are valuable. So I point to scurvy because when we develop scientific theories about phenomenon in the world, in nature, we actually have to be able to be scientists, which means we have to manipulate, introduce the variables, remove the variables, if we're going to come to any conclusion. Further, for any competing hypotheses, right? Competing hypotheses, you need an arbitrator. An experiment inside of natural science is the only arbiter between two competing hypotheses. Now, evolution, I don't even know what observation you'd start with, right? Because the scientific method starts with an observation. What do you have an observation you're going to start with to try to take evolution through a scientific method?
Well, again, the word observation being used there is just a general word that's talking about, the inquiry that people are.
This drives me up a wall when people do this. This makes me nuts. Like this JimBob JimBob asked this man a very specific question, right? Let's relive this moment.
Now, evolution, I don't even know what observation you'd start with, right? Because the scientific method starts with an observation. What do you have an observation you're going to start with to try to take evolution through a scientific method?
Do you have an observation that you would start with to take evolution through the scientific method? This is not a complicated question, dude. This is a very straightforward. This is not a trick question. It's not tricky. Do you have an observation you can take, you can use to take evolution through the scientific method? What is it? Tell me what it is.
Well, again, the word observation being used there is.
And his answer is, let me talk about the nature of observations. I hate that crap, dude. You guys will see in debates when that stuff happens. This is the stuff, again, the Matt Slick moment. It's very simple question. On what basis do you know you have the right Bible? And he's like telling me about how we got the Bible, the Graphe, and this is not a trick question, dude. It's complicated if you don't have an answer. You know what the honorable thing to say is, honestly, there isn't one. There isn't one. It's crazy. You may want to reconsider this debate for your health, Alex. The whole debate is this slop. I think more examples of like what not to do and what to do, right? JimBob, he's pushing till the very end. Efficient use of his opening. He used all of his time. He did not overcomplicate things. He presented them in a way that people can understand, respectful of his audience and his opponent. And you see the exact opposite in what AR is doing.
Is just a general word that's talking about, the inquiry that people are going through. It's not meant to be like literally your eyes are observing something. That's obviously not the point, right? So like, for example, you could be analyzing a bunch of data and doing statistics on it.
How do you analyze something without looking at it?
What do you mean? I'm talking about analyzing
you just said observing doesn't necessarily mean using your eyes. How do you analyze data without using your eyes?
Because you run it through a simulation. You calculate.
Do you have to observe the simulation? Do you have to observe the simulation?
You observe something at some point.
Like, I'm not sure.
Do they still need to observe through their senses what the data is?
So yes, everything we know comes through our sensory.
Oh yeah, remember?
Yes.
Okay, if I was JimBob, I would not even go down like that's his cross exam. He'll do it his way, his style. I would not even go down this line of questioning. Like this is fine, but like his question was, what observation do you use to bring evolution through the scientific method? Now we're discussing the nature of observations. Can a blind person observe something? Yes, of course, a blind person can observe something. Duh. It's quibbling because he's got nothing, dude. He's got just say you have nothing instead of wasting everybody's time like this.
Correct.
Okay. Did that
Right.
statement? Do you know that statement? I mean,
As far as I know, yes. As far as I know, yes.
Peripatetic axiom. I learned that word. So the thing is,
Okay.
what I demonstrate through all my debates about evolution is it's touted as a scientific theory. Let me just ask you a different way.
Did you want me
Is
to
there-
finish my response, or did
Is
you
there
just wanna move
anything?
on?
Is there anything required for something to be considered a scientific theory versus not one?
Well, you asked me a question. I didn't know if you wanted me to, like, do you just not care what I had to say?
Now he wants to go back.
Well, I want it to be pertinent to the topic, which is evolution.
Here's the thing. This is why having cross exams is important, because technically this is an open dialogue. So it's not like now he's going to appeal to the moderator and he's say, moderator, there's a question on the floor. I was never able to answer it. And like, it just gets really lame. Like, it's better in a cross exam to be like, yeah, this is my cross exam. I'm satisfied that you answered the question. He's like, no, I want to answer it. Fine. I retract the question. Forget about it. Strike it from the record. I want you to answer this question. You need to have that in it. Like, these open dialogues, I'm not a fan of them. Not at all.
No, but okay, whatever. It's fine. What's your next question? Go ahead.
My next question is there a set of criterion that must be met for something to be considered a scientific theory versus a not scientific theory?
Yeah, the general criteria is typically it needs to be collaborated by many other people. It needs to go through a peer review process. We're normally expecting things like testable, reproducible, type of stuff. There are certain exceptions to these depending on the particular field and the particular study and whatnot. But in general, the hope is that it tells us something new about the world in which we live, and then we want to document it so future generations and people can make use of that information. Right?
Okay, and let's say two people have all the same data, and they have different models, or from your view, hypotheses of explanation. How do you arbitrate between the two without an experiment?
Well, they both hopefully provide some type of way to test the difference between the two, and typically they publish that, and then people do further experiments to try to figure out which one is more
Okay.
viable
Are you
than the other
saying
one, or which one has more support than another one, right?
Are you saying that an experiment then is necessary for something to be considered a scientific theory?
I guess it depends on what you mean by experiment. Sometimes
He's not a scientist. He's a mathematician, I think he said that in his opening. Yeah, JimBob is crossing in an open discussion. Yes, which I know. If axiomatic reasoning, if AR is letting him do that, why wouldn't you take that, right? Like, that's the thing, is that this is open dialogue. Both of you are allowed to talk, right? So AR, if he's like, he could make that point, say, this is not your cross, JimBob. Like, you put a question out there, I have a right to answer it, and I will, and I'm going to answer it right here. Here's my answer. Right? He could do that, but he's soft, right? This is why debate is combat, right? You can't be weak. You have to assert, you have to be assertive, right? You have to be confident.
experiment is just simply observing older data. Like, for example, in medical research, we're not typically literally causing a particular thing to happen. We're instead observing what it is that is happening, or tabulating the information and then running statistics on it.
Okay,
Sometimes we have phenomenons that are only like one example large, right?
Okay,
And then
let's
those
stop
get
there.
documented. right?
Stop there. If you say what we can do instead of an experiment is look at more data, but the question was, can two people who have the same data, how do they arbitrate between their models or what they're concluding about two sets of the same data, right? They have the same data, right? And you said an experiment, and I said, okay, would you say that it's necessary for an experiment to arbitrate between two models? And you said, no, we go back to more data, right? What's in question, Bobby, is if two people.
Yeah, how'd you get your data in the first place? Where did it? Doesn't it come from an experiment?
People, you and I share the same data, and the only way to arbitrate between, the hypothesis that we both have.
As you get data like from observations, right? But then, it's if you have this, what JimBob is getting at, it's like the explanation behind the data, right? If you're going to arbitrate between two explanations, yeah, I think you need a form of experiment.
Have that are maybe contradictory. The only way to do that is through an experiment. And then when I ask you, okay, finally, is it necessary to run an experiment for something to be considered a scientific theory? You said, no, you just go back to the data. But that's where we started. We started with the data.
I'm a little confused.
I know.
This just seems to be a semantics thing, right?
It's not
I had the same instinct as JimBob there. Yes, you are confused. Yeah. You never want to say something like that in a debate. You say, you are confused. You never say, I am confused. Or you are confused and your question is confused as well. You and your question together, the two of you, are confused. Right?
Semantics thing.
Yes, it is. When we are writing a research paper and we are, for example, summarizing a bunch of tabular information from another research paper, we may not refer to that as doing an experiment.
Stuff
right?
drives
now, you
me
might
up the
say,
wall, dude.
ultimately, I think is what you're.
Why are you talking to me like I'm stupid? Like, what? I'm asking you about experiments and you're telling me about how you put together a research paper.
Wanting to say ultimately all tabular information or recorded information or tested information boils down to some experiment.
Well, anybody can tell that he's filibustering right now because he realizes he's stuck.
in the past. Sure, you could say that if you'd like, right? But the question was whether or not every researcher, when they're trying to make an assessment or understand a thing or calculate out some particular relationship or whatever, that they're doing an actual experiment. They may not actually be doing an experiment. They might be doing, and we are, for example, summarizing a bunch of tabular information from another research paper, we may not refer to that as doing an experiment, right? Now, you might say, ultimately, I think is what you're wanting to say, ultimately, all tabular information or recorded information or tested information boils down to some experiment in the past. Sure, you could say that if you'd like, right? But the question was whether or not every researcher, when they're trying to make an assessment or understand a thing or calculate out some particular relationship or whatever, that they're doing an actual experiment. They may not actually be doing an experiment. They might be doing simply calculations, right?
Okay, but are calculations, is math a replacement for experiment?
It's just a vocabulary thing. We normally wouldn't refer to someone calculating a confidence interval as doing an experiment. I mean, unless they went out and did the survey and looked at the data and did the thing. And
is there a difference
took the
between
stalagmite measurements and whatever, right?
Is there a difference between explanation and description?
Explanation and description?
Yes.
I mean, I can imagine those words being used in different contexts.
Okay, is mathematics descriptive or explanatory?
I don't know. What do you mean by descriptive or explanatory?
So if
explanatory refers to like a purpose for a thing, whereas description is just listing attributes of something. It's not necessarily inclusive of any telos.
If I see if I see an observation in nature and I describe it mathematically, I'm not by describing it mathematically, I'm not actually producing a viable hypothesis of the cause of a phenomenon, right?
Well, you may, right?
How can I look at a phenomenon, put it into math language descriptively, and the use of math alone develops the cause? How do you produce a cause through math?
Well, I don't know why we're calling it a cause, but literally that was done by like Maxwell, for example, right? Maxwell's equations, he developed them because he wanted to understand electricity and magnetism. And then if you take those equations and you multiply.
Yeah, so he's going to lean on his expertise here, isolate the whole audience. Nobody knows what he's talking about. Maxwell's equations. What is he talking about? Like, it's very elitist. How dare he do that? But it isolates the audience. Like, this is not persuasive, right? Maxwell's equations, and what did he say?
He developed them because he wanted to understand electricity and magnetism. And then if you take those equations and you multiply out the coefficients that come together, you get the speed of light, which is why everyone pretty much had already thought and believed and kind of had some confirmation that the speed of light was finite. But
just take his word for it. So we know today those are wrong. So what?
More importantly, that
but what does that have to do with what JimBob was asking?
Right. Well, you may, right?
How can I look at a phenomenon, put it into math language descriptively, and the use of math alone develops the cause? How do you produce a cause through math?
Well, I don't know why we're calling it a cause, but literally that was done by like Maxwell, for example, right? Maxwell's equations, he developed them.
But that's okay. That's a really good point by JimBob. So he's saying a math equation is not an explanation, it's just a description. And he goes on to give an example of how this Maxwell guy putting this data into an equation is not an explanation, because it turns out he wasn't actually right. It's just a description.
Electricity and magnetism. And then if you take those equations and you multiply out the coefficients that come together, you get the speed of light, which is why everyone pretty much had already thought and believed and kind of had some confirmation that the speed of light was finite. But more importantly, that and Maxwell didn't see this, but Einstein did decades later, that the speed of light is the same for all observers, no matter what velocity they're traveling, right? And that is immediate from Maxwell's equations if you assume that there'd be no way for you to tell your velocity if you're just floating in space, right?
Did he test them?
Yes, they were tested later. When you say him, you don't mean literally Einstein. Right?
I understand.
This one was
the thing
like
is,
so
what I'm getting to is you
one-sided,
have to
dude.
make
It's
the leap
insane.
to an action. We call science, the scientific method in action, or a test in action. What I'm saying is I'm making a necessary distinction between mathematics, which is descriptive, and science, which is explanatory. If you don't make the distinction between math being...
He has no idea what JimBob's saying at all. Either that or he's just playing dumb. He literally, like, he cannot think outside of his training, outside of his programming. Like, I was this person raised to question authorities? Like, I get it, nerds. Maxwell's equations are about electromagnetism. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. We're losing debates left and right, dude. We don't even want to debate anymore because we're losing debates so badly, right? So crazy, dude. Ah, man.
Being descriptive and science being explanatory, then you might as well just do math and call it science. You don't have to test anything.
Well,
yeah,
just because there exists instances where something came out of a formula that made us think, hey, maybe that phenomenon exists, like black holes or the speed of light being finite, right?
Well, and then you have to go, and then you go look to see if it's there, though. Like, I don't get where he's like. It's what JimBob is saying is so obvious you can't deny it. Like,
doesn't mean that all things that we could ever want to derive come from pure mathematical formulas, right? We still want to confirm those things, probably doing experiments or whatnot, or looking for observations, right? So like Einstein's equations predict both, and well before we discovered these things, right? Black hole.
Yeah, they're so trained in piecemeal thinking, they can't think about it holistically. The paradigm level thinking is really a game changer for that kind of thing.
Holes and white holes, right? We've never seen any white holes, right? So we don't know if they exist, but we have seen black holes. And so we're aware that
Seen. Remember earlier he was making such a big deal about what do you mean by observe? Can a blind person observe things? Seen. Contradiction factory.
Holes exist, and they're a solution to Einstein's equation of relativity, right?
Okay, so let me just try to conclude here.
Quilter.
Do you, yes or no, do you believe we can call evolution a scientific theory if it doesn't go through the scientific method?
I suppose not. I mean, scientific method's very broad, but sure.
So wait, you would call it a scientific theory if it doesn't go through the scientific method?
I'm sorry, I said that backwards. So in general, the phrase scientific method is a very broad statement about just trying to capture the research that researchers do, right? And the evolution is a theory that has been evolution is a theory that has been through quite a bit of scrutiny and development. It's got, millions of research papers to its name.
The scientific method is not broad. That's what makes it so valuable. It's actually pretty constrained.
I just gave you examples of how we figured out the speed of light without.
That's not the scientific method.
But it's most would consider that part of science. They consider it
no.
physics.
We're not talking about colloquial, the body of knowledge you call science. We're talking about natural science, which needs to be experimented.
Okay, if you're going to use different vocabulary, I don't know. Like
I've been using scientific theory this whole time. I've been using this. I'm making the distinction between
science. Which is understood as just meaning things we get from science topics, right?
No,
theories from science topics.
No, theories aren't from topics. Theories are from experiments. Give me a theory that
aren't from topics.
No, you don't get the theory from just talking about stuff. You get a theory from actually going through the scientific method, man.
I already granted you that if you want to say that every single thing we know fundamentally came from an experiment at some point in the past, that's fine.
I don't say that. We have philosophical knowledge that doesn't require an experiment. We have trial and error that isn't actually the same as an experiment.
Was the publication and quote unquote discovery of black holes through looking at Einstein's equations, was that considered science?
No, that's not science.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's like theoretical. That's like theoretical physics.
Okay, I mean, most would consider that part of science. So
no, if you say, I already granted you, if you say science broadly is just a collection of things we think we know, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the scientific theory that has to be bound to something strict called the scientific method. I'm simply asking you, Bobby. I'm simply asking you a question.
Yeah.
Do you think we can call something a scientific theory if it doesn't go through the scientific method?
Yeah. So experimentation, of course, is like the keystone of the scientific method. And I think you guys are getting at like the big problems. Yeah, I love that JimBob isn't granting him everything. Yeah, exactly. What do I have? Two books that I think cover this very well. You guys are talking about where was the yeah, this is what happens when you go all science and no philosophy. You need to understand some philosophy. I feel like you're right. This is a huge shortcoming for a lot of science programs these days. So it's a book by Del Ratch, Science and Its Limits. Somebody was saying earlier that I don't hold it up long enough. Science and Its Limits. The Natural Sciences in Christian Perspective. This is a philosophy series, Christian philosophy series. Talks about a lot of the assumptions that go into science. Like there are assumptions built into science, right? And then, of course, Father Seraphim Rose's essay on nihilism, he discusses a lot of these assumptions that are built into that worldview as well. Like JimBob is just a masterclass on how to dismantle them here. He's doing everything right.
Well, I was giving an example where I thought that would be considered the case according to the way that you were talking about the scientific method, right? Like the discovery of black holes through Einstein's equations. Most would consider that
an observation,
science, right?
No, that's just an observation.
Okay,
yeah,
I mean, listen, right. I'm fine to switch whatever definitions you want. It's just I'm just noting, right, that you're not considering finding.
If I observe any, no,
science, right?
No, I'm saying I already categorized that properly as theoretical physics.
Great, that's fantastic. We can use
theoretical physics. I'm just saying theoretical physics. The action of theoretical physics is not identical to the scientific method. Do you agree?
Sure, I guess.
Okay,
if that's the way you would like it. So
cool. Is evolution theoretical? Is that evolution theoretical, or is it actually go through the scientific method then?
Hang on, I want to make sure I understand. So do you categorize all of theoretical physics as not scientific?
No, it's not scientific. It's theoretical.
Okay, gotcha. I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's just theoretical. It's like even some of the leading physicists like Michio Kaku knows this, and he's actually honest about it. He says, oh, look, it's a lot of guesswork. It's really fun to do math and sort of like extrapolate out what we think might happen in this case or what's happening out there. And maybe the math actually meets up with our observations. Okay, that's cool. I think that's cool, actually. I'm not dismissing it as not cool.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it's not strict science.
Computers, right?
Well, no, building is engineering. That's actually experiment.
Okay. I mean, who do you think they're hiring to build a quantum computer?
People who do experiments and who can build that stuff.
Theoretical physicists.
Yeah.
Yes,
And does
correct.
does theoretical physics have any real meaning unless you can apply it in applied science?
Yeah.
Does it matter?
I mean,
does it really matter unless you can actually
it
actualize
depends
it?
on what it depends on what you mean by that. It has real meaning in that, in general, trying to solve and resolve the equations that we have to model or understand the universe.
Applied
is
science,
very
right?
important,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah, no,
There
this is
you
applied
go.
science.
This is why people like
That's his
not
point.
know either, right? Her
Now,
theorems of
JimBob,
chemistry
bring it back to
considered
evolution.
non-fundamental in our understanding of how physics works.
Okay.
But she didn't do any
Okay,
experiments at all,
that's
right?
fine. Let's move on to the actual mechanisms of evolution because that's what's
Yeah,
really in. I think
thank
I
you.
established this pretty early for a reason that
Mind
when you
meld.
tout something as a scientific method or theory, if scientific theory is very elusive and floaty and it's flexible, then it really loses its rigidity, which is my point. Now, some people actually just agree with me and they go, you know what? You're right. Scientific theory needs to be bound by some strict criterion or else we call everything a scientific theory and then we get into pseudoscience. Now, let's move on to the mechanisms of evolution, right? Do you, to hold an evolutionary view, you would actually hold that random mutation would be basically the source mechanism for building highly precise task-oriented systems, right? Inside the body?
Sure. There's a little bit of stuff that's not quite, I don't think, being represented quite correctly. Sure, we observe random mutations occurring, so we're aware of this particular phenomenon, right? We're also aware of particular functionality, new functionality arising due to random mutations. We've
Functionality. JimBob's looking at the camera. Functionality. Interesting choice of words there. $5 from T. Jackson. Thank you. We confirmed the speed of light in California, Canada, California. By measuring the time it took to travel between two mountains, science has to be experimental. I agree. And JimBob agrees too. Thank you for the $5. $2 from Old Fox. This is so entertaining to me. LOL. Good. You know, we try to do like an edutainment, like try to have fun while we do it. Right. And learn something about debate, learn something about atheism and evolution here. How really the evolution paradigm, it's built on assumptions itself, although they try to portray themselves as these like, we are impartial and we just depend on the evidences. We just look and observe. It's like JimBob does a great job here of untangling the whole thing, saying, look, where are your experiments? You don't actually have any, do you? What are your observations? He never answered that question. Like, yeah, edutainment. Thank you for the $2.
seen that happen in a couple of different places, right? There doesn't appear to be any particular meaning or specificity to the particular, information that we have. In some sense, it feels, like it was developed from some type of random stochastic, pathing into the past, right?
Let's start there. Let's stop there. That's a lot. Let's just start with what you said there.
Sure.
How do you determine the thing you're observing is random?
How do you determine? Well, we can cause it to happen, and we know the mechanisms by which it happens.
That's the opposite of that. That's not random if it has mechanisms. That's like the opposite.
That wouldn't be random then if you could actually replicate.
Thank you, Lord, for making our opponents unintelligent.
It, then you know the cause, you know the sequence of dominoes falling. It wouldn't be random anymore.
Well, when we say replicate, we mean we could replicate the fact that bits are flipping in the DNA at random.
How do you know it's random? You're just asserting it's random. I asked you for a methodology.
How do you know it's random?
The word random is used in science to typically refer to basically our knowledge and how we would model or categorize the information that we're witnessing, right? So if the only way to categorize it is through the use of a probability density function, we call that random. Now, you could say philosophically maybe nothing's random, but that would be irrelevant to whether or not we would call it random.
That's fine. That's fine. If you just want to use the term random to use the term random to mean that you don't fully understand its.
Yeah. So then it's not random. You're saying it is, but that's not actually what it is, right? JimBob controlled the entire debate. Absolute dominance. Axio cooking himself, maybe. Good to see you, Val.
Full cause with all the variables. That's fine.
Well, some of these things are proven out. Some of these things are proven out. Like, so for example, there are many phenomena that we witness in which we can demonstrate that there is no bias being exhibited, meaning that the particular phenomenon is literally doing a pure stochastic process, right?
Okay, that's fine. If I just grant you that random just means that you don't have all the variables, you don't know, you're just to your observation.
It's more than that. There are some phenomenon where the knowledge of the variables is insufficient, right?
Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah,
let
we
me
don't
say it
know.
this way.
That's what I literally said. That you don't have.
He's a mathematician. He should know he literally can't replicate randomness. Well, this might sound a little old manish of me, but universities these days are not teaching people to think for themselves. They're teaching them to consume and just reproduce information by rote, generally, right? I'm not trying to discount the quality or the importance of a good education, but it's rare, right? Like, I'm just thinking back to my undergraduate program. Like, there's probably one or two professors that stuck out to me as actually over the course of 4 years actually fostered true critical thinking in their students, question everything. Most of the time it's just accept this postmodern view, right? And they just shove it down your throats. And it's probably what they taught them in woke math school. I don't know.
Access to all the variables, right?
I didn't say it correctly. There's some phenomenon where the variables you would want to measure, you would hypothesize they have a measurement, I just haven't witnessed it yet, right? But in reality, they don't actually have a solution. There is no measurement, right? And so there is some phenomenon that doesn't fit in what you're saying. We don't have answers, right?
Okay, that's fine. Forget about how we categorize it. The mechanism, the instance of a random mutation producing, because for the most part, random mutations are they're neutral or they're harmful. In the smaller amount that you're appealing to for the grand mass narrative of evolution are the ones that produce something beneficial. Can you explain to me from the evolutionary view how random mutation, and add in any other mechanism you want, how random mutation produces something as complex as the vestibular system?
I mean, over an incredibly long time, right? I mean, it didn't happen immediately.
So it just happened? That's your
just throw time at it. That's it. This is the factor you are missing, JimBob, is that randomness over a long period of time produces functional complexity. Does not make sense.
That's your explanation of how it happened, is that it happened?
We can witness, right, taxonomical smearing throughout the entire animal kingdom at present, meaning that any particular system of interest, like, for example, the eye or the nervous system or whatever it is you want to take a look at, it doesn't really matter. We literally witness every possible variant, size.
We literally witness, we observe.
Usage, different
accidental properties,
ways in which it connects to the brain, right?
No, Robbie, sorry to interrupt, but what's in question is how random mutation connects things to the brain so that they're hyper functional and specialized. What's in question is how does random mutation inside of a population manufacture and engineer highly specific task-oriented systems? You said it just happens. We can see the smearing of populations in this taxonomy. No, to get taxonomy among populations need to already have all of.
You got to call out unresponsive answers, because it demonstrates to the audience too that this guy's lost. He can't even answer. These are not even complicated questions. These are the most basic fundamental questions that JimBob is asking. Look how quickly these guys crumble. It's really incredible.
Of their body parts, right, that are proper to their form, right? That's why you can actually put something in a category, even temporarily and arbitrarily, like a mammal. You have to hold that a mammal, under the evolutionary view, actually comes from a non-mammal. Eventually, way back when. And so what I'm asking is not just a question of the particular, how does random mutation produce highly specialized task-oriented system like the vestibular system? How does it do it mechanically? I'm also asking, how does the collection, the aggregate of all accidental mutations and properties changing in a population actually change the essential nature, the essential properties of what something is? Those two questions, all I get from the Evo proponent is, well, there's a lot of time and it just happens. We don't quite understand it, but random mutation really does produce a really high complex vestibular system on both sides of the ears.
People who don't know how to debate should stop agreeing to debates. I have proposed, and I got a lot of support actually on Twitter, to put together a document that is the basics of a debate. What are you required to do in an opening statement? What are you required to do in a rebuttal? Bare minimum. What are you required to do in a cross exam? What are the rules? What are your obligations? What are the expectations of you during those portions of a debate? What does this phase mean? And I got a lot of support for that. And I talked to James from MDD, and he's open to me writing a document like that. Maybe it would be adopted as some suggestions or guidelines for MDD, and hopefully other debate platforms follow as well, because I haven't seen any guidelines for any of these guys, and it's not good. So there's that.
that's capable of transmitting really complex signals through electrochemical solutions that are incidental.
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 So in general, right, creatures are made up of a variety of different parts, some of which are, remnants of past forms or whatever, right? Some of which are useful, some of which are not useful or whatnot. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking for, because you're asking about random mutations and
how does the
selection.
Dude,
and
I mean, why are you acting like you don't understand the question? How does random mutation, the action of random mutation inside the body, produce over time highly specialized, task-oriented systems?
It does so through the
How? Here it comes. Get ready, guys. Here's his answer.
Our understanding of how the evolutionary process works. There are.
Did you guys catch that? I'll play it again for you guys.
Dude, I mean, why are you acting like you don't understand the question? How does random mutation, the action of random mutation inside the body, produce over time highly specialized, task-oriented systems?
It does so through the our understanding of how the evolutionary process works. There are.
It does so. How does this work? It does so through how evolution works. Who are these people? Like, yeah, I know that too, right? Through our understanding. I'm like speechless, dude. T. Jackson, $5. Randomness is the act. Probabilistic, stochastic process is the analytical process. This is my area as a research engineer. Not the same. We have experts in my chat. You're not going to pull one over on me. No one's pulling the fleece over Alex Soren's eyes. Thank you, T. Jackson. Appreciate that. Important distinction here. Just shows that these people, they don't really know what they're talking about, right? Sounds like Alex is going to write the new edition of Elements of Argumentation for internet debate formats. Yes. Short, 3 to 5 pages, plain English. Anybody could understand. Like, think grade 9, 10 reading level. With examples. Yeah. I can't, like, this passes. Like, is this guy, are you not embarrassed? Did you guys see that Sebastian Maniscalco shtick? He's like, aren't you embarrassed? I gotta pull it up. I should probably get like a sound.
Environmental pressures, right? And those pressures, right, exhibit particular random phenomenon as being useful or, helping for the thing to pass on its gene, and hence it does so, right?
It does.
The things that die off, they don't get to pass on their gene, right? That's the way the evolution works, right?
No, I'm sorry, Bobby. Sorry, Bobby. No, please. Just stop. Stop. No, that was an answer. Hold on.
I let you go for a while, man.
Let's give him
half a second.
Let's give him a solid 20 seconds.
I don't know why you're being so aggressive. I'm not trying to.
Because I think evolution is a massive lie, and you can't defend it, and it's offensive that people believe
I also think that.
You need passion, people. Why are you being so aggressive? Because your idea is destructive and people are made in the image of God. And instead they're thinking they're just a bunch of animals. They're just sacks of meat that are replaceable and not important. They are. That they're just unloved masses of atoms. It's not true. It's a very destructive lie. JimBob is correct. Bruce Wilkie, $10. This AR guy might consider himself above the whatever podcast, Bimbo's arguments, but he's no better. It works that way because we understand how it works. Literally, like the lowest tier argumentation, like I agree with you, Bruce. It is literally whatever podcast Bimbo tier argumentation. It's pretty shocking. Hey, this is that Sebastian Maniscalco bit. I think it's pretty instructive on this point here.
Love Chipotle. They make a really nice burrito over there. It's so terrific that the employees can't stop eating it. The employees are never working. They're always in the dining room eating.
Also saying Chipotle wrong, but
the only guy behind there is the guy cutting chicken, just looking at you. Right? He's not trained on burrito building. And I'm watching the people order. I mean, there's a sneeze glass there, right? But people always hook the arm over the glass. I'll have corn. I'll have more corn. Just say corn. It's not soundproof. It goes right over the glass. Get your claw out of the salsa.
Aren't you embarrassed to
And
act
nobody
that
talks
way
to
in
Chipotle
public?
people. There's no conversation that happens. They listen to the same shit 8 hours a day, right? Steak, beans, cheese, pork. I've never seen anything like this. It's like you're not even, it's like a robot. Chicken, peppers, lettuce. And the employee, oh,
Hey man, a job's a job.
And God forbid if you ask for guacamole. Oh my God. You're like, put some guac on it? Most stressful job at Chipotle has to be wrapping these damn things, right? By the time the rapper gets it, right? It's a workout. He's got to get down, got to pull. I felt at the end of this, Chipotle owed me something. So I asked for water. I filled it up with Coca-Cola.
I can't lie. The
Please,
Chipotle kind of
23
bugs me.
minutes in line. I go to the
Chipotle.
Coca-Cola machine and I see through glass. What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it?
Hey, he didn't even get to the punchline. I thought that would be a clip where he gets to the punch. The idea is like, aren't you embarrassed to act this way in public? Like, I don't.
Your pseudoscience.
Aren't you embarrassed to? Aren't you embarrassed to show up to a debate and like not actually have thought through your worldview, at least to this point?
This is a massive lie.
You don't even know what science is.
All right,
You don't
guys,
even know what science is.
Let's get back on track
a
here.
very clear
Bobby,
understanding
Bobby,
of what science
you're
was.
eating into the time that we
Evolution
can get
is
you right
pseudoscience.
Okay.
All right, take 20 seconds
so
here. Get it up.
All I wanted to point out was you're asking for particular mechanisms as though there's a particular, creature or thing in the cell that somehow is doing evolutionary directed bias stuff or whatever. And this is simply not the case, right? Evolution is going to work with random mutations and species, right? It goes through the entire species, and things that are, that don't do anything, they propagate through the species. Things that are bad, they have a tendency to die off. Things that are really useful get picked up by the species and
I
propagated
understand,
really
dude.
easily,
I
right?
understand.
And
That's
the
not,
point
this
is,
is all
That was
the
30
point, the
seconds,
point
Bobby.
is, the point is that not only do we witness these things happening today, because we can actually see this happening, or cause them in the laboratory. For example, we bombard bacteria with radiation, and we literally cause random mutations to come up with, different particular phenomenon or particular,
damage.
All right,
useful
do
features.
we want
or
to go to
whatever,
timed
right?
responses
No.
here?
I just wanted to say one more
Please.
thing, which is we also do this in computers, right? We literally generate models using random, right? We start out random matrices, we generate neural networks.
That's not random, dude.
It is random.
It's a person doing it. It's literally a person doing it. It's not random.
How's
There's
that
intentionality, bro.
That just simply means that the environment is set up to exhibit these particular pressures.
Set up.
Yeah, this is like at this point in a debate, you have two options, right? Do you either sit there and you laugh at how utterly ridiculous this is, right? That this literally a mathematician doesn't understand what random means, or you get upset because it's kind of disrespectful that you're sitting here with a mathematician. He's staring you at in the face, and it's very obvious he does not know what random means. So I don't blame JimBob for getting a little heated here.
Randomly or not?
Yes. So Earth has particular pressures, right?
How do you set up something randomly?
Does Earth exhibit all possible like states of entropy? No, right? It literally has specific environmental.
Cool. I'm gonna ask the same question, bro.
Just like what we do in neural networks.
That's
right?
great. That's actually the opposite of random. Human beings with intentionality.
I just love he's announcing it. Now I will ask you the same question. Dude, JimBob is great. He's so freaking funny, dude.
Right, let me talk. Stop. Human beings with intentionality, setting up things, setting up models is the opposite of random, first of all.
Who announces what their next question is going to be? It's like, now I will ask you.
Second of all, I want to point out that you're totally avoiding the question. How does random mutation produce the thing that natural selection is going to be selecting for? Let's make it more simple. There's a factory. Things are made in a factory. Isn't it true that something has to be made in the factory before it goes to quality control? Yes or no?
You asked me a previous question before that question.
Isn't it true that random mutation, right, that produces something that happens in the factory? Isn't it true that that has to be produced before random natural selection could make a mindless decision on whether or not it's advantageous or not? It has to exist first. So
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble following what you're asking.
Let's
Can you make it more clear?
Yeah, I'll make it clear. Random mutation through whatever device produces a trait. Only after it produces a trait does natural selection determine whether it's advantageous or not.
true. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not getting to natural selection yet. I'm asking you in the factory,
dude,
not in the quality
blunders.
control. I'm asking you in the factory part of this. How does random mutation produce something like a vestibular system? How does it produce something like complex mixture of proteins with syringes that come out of rattlesnakes' mouths? You have to hold that random mutation, this event, a collection of these events, actually engineer highly specialized things like fangs, right? You have to hold that. So I'm asking you simply, how does that happen?
Well, by random mutations, right? But not all at once. Do you think that like a single mutation was like poof,
JimBob's
massive
gonna
fangs
lose it,
and,
dude.
No.
Caused blood? Of course
No.
not, right? But you're
I don't think
aware that. Yeah, neither does
Cool.
evolution.
Tell me what you think then.
Oh, okay, excellent. So
we are what 38 minutes into the open dialogue. Was it 50 or 60 minutes? JimBob is still trying to find out what this guy's position is, which is what he should have done in the opening. We still don't know what is. How does it happen? How? Like literally how?
So
how does random mutation, an aggregate accumulation, right?
Yes.
How does an accumulation of random mutation build a fang, build a vestibular system? Tell me.
Again, through morphologic time, right? We have small mutations.
Time doesn't explain that.
Mutations that accumulate until they become larger.
It's just by he's saying how. He just keeps on repeating this like a mantra over and over again. It's like he's brainwashed, like he's hypnotized. Like he can't say anything else other. He can't think one level deeper. How does this occur? He's stuck. His brain is stuck. He has a traffic jam in the neurons in his brain. He can't get past this point.
Right? Like
okay. Oh my gosh. How does the accumulation of random mutations produce highly specialized things like fangs? You just restate that it does.
This is so ridiculous because it's like, here's my position, JimBob. Given a certain amount of time with random mutations, you can get something like a fang. Oh, really? How? Says JimBob. Well, here, JimBob, you see, over large amounts of time, given random mutations, you can produce something like a fang. Like, wouldn't you lose your mind to? Wouldn't you lose your mind to?
Accumulation of random mutation actually builds it. Yeah, how? How does it do it?
It wasn't directed. And in fact, it didn't just build fangs, it built all kinds of other random
How?
stuff.
How?
Because there was random mutations that exhibited new features.
That's the assertion, bro. That's the assertion. Do you know the difference
No,
between
it
assertion and
That's
explanation?
not the assertion.
Okay,
That's incorrect.
okay, Bobby,
just
is this an
repeating his
assertion?
position.
Random mutation produced highly specialized features like vestibular systems. Is that an assertion?
I suppose it's literally an assertion.
Great. Now, can you tell me?
He got him to admit that it's an assertion. He got him to admit, not only did he demonstrate to everybody that's like obvious that it's an assertion, he got him to admit that it's an assertion. JimBob, well done, sir. I tip my hat to you, sir. Well done.
Another form of a sentence that's not identical to that assertion that explains how that happens mechanically, please.
Yeah, we went over the statements that are used in the definition of evolution, right? There are
Yes.
pressures, there's environment.
You got it, Jacob. Here's my position. How does that work? Here's my position. Oh my goodness. Dude. Oh my goodness.
Pressures. If a random mutation is bad, it typically kills off that particular creature. They do not propagate their gene through the species. If things are good or neutral, they don't do it.
Oh, good point, Bruce. $5. The plain reading of scripture, says the Protestant, just like this guy. It's just the plain reading of the signs, JimBob. How do you not know this? Just many years, random mutations. Duh. How? JimBob, by many years and random mutations. Then they talk to us like we're stupid or something. Like, you realize there's a huge gap there. A bunch of steps are missing. That doesn't explain anything. Good point. Good point, Bruce.
Anything, they sit there within the species. If random mutations show up in accumulation, right, that were benign, but then provided some particular very useful feature, that propagates through the species because it's very useful to the environment.
Look, how does the beginning of...
That's a good way of putting it. We've reached the end of his worldview. He's maxed out. We have maxed out his worldview. It cannot take any more stress testing. This is where it falls apart. It's an utter masterclass by JimBob on this one. Complete masterclass. And it's good. He kept pushing, which is good. This is an example. Like, everybody has their own style, right? This is a great example of how like aggression can work to make your points, right?
Random mutation that's happening in the organism or at the population level produce mechanically the feature. If I ask you how's a car made,
It doesn't.
It doesn't
Yeah,
build.
he's
So random
bottomed
mutation
out.
doesn't build highly specific specialized features.
Many random mutations don't do anything.
Great.
It
So
isn't
I would legit be losing my mind right now. How do you get this system? Through many years and random mutations. And now he's saying random mutations don't do anything. Then how do you get the system, dude? Like, now we haven't made any progress on JimBob's question. Zero progress was made here. And it's like, JimBob would probably like to know. I would like to know. It's a disservice to us too when they present a bad defense of their view. Or he could just say, we don't know, and it doesn't matter because XYZ. Or we don't know, and here's why it actually, like, whatever. You know, there are many options you can take.
what
they're
builds
accumulated.
So what builds a vestibular system?
Random mutations.
That's it.
I called it. I called mind meld here, dude.
That's a contradiction.
No,
He literally said the opposite. He literally just said random mutations don't get you anything. Man, why, dude?
isn't.
Random
We do it
mutations
in
don't
the
build
computer.
things.
We
They do it in a
literally
computer? You do it in a computer.
Yes, we like I just pointed out, we create a neural
Minecraft.
network.
Minecraft.
We literally
Yeah,
randomize,
you're right.
randomize, right?
They don't
matrices,
have a true
random.
defense
And
in
if
the
you
first
want,
place.
we could literally randomize the matrices using the environment.
That's why he's floundering the whole time. He has no substance to it. He has no substance. I think you're talking to me.
So we could like hook up a chip and literally use quantum mechanics to randomize the matrices to make them truly random, right?
So
and
your
then we
answer
can
is-
train on that. And the environment, we're basically killing off branches.
The worst part is that you have a mathematician who doesn't know what truly random means.
We're not
Okay.
allowing these particular paths to be taken, right?
Okay.
There's even generative model where we literally cut out sections
model.
of it, right?
Okay.
We cut out
So-
sections of it.
Okay.
The fact that it's called
Did he just say I'm out?
we're basically killing off branches. We're not
Okay.
allowing these particular paths to be taken, right?
Okay.
There's even generative model where we literally cut out sections
model.
of it, right?
Okay.
We cut
A
out
model,
sections
okay.
of it.
Okay.
The fact that
model.
it's called a model doesn't in any way
Model.
detract from what I'm saying.
Amazing.
right?
Okay. No, it does because it's literally outside. You're getting into
Why?
engineering. So let me
Wait,
actually make the
hold
distinction for
on.
you.
What
When
would
you
it
observe,
matter?
I'll tell you what it matters because models
Zero
are not,
substance,
not actual to biology.
minimal
Models are not
rhetoric.
biology, dude.
Says anyone
It's
that
nothing.
has
Is
you
a
know,
computer
mechanical
biology?
arm,
Yeah, a mechanical arm is not a biological one. That's why we call it a mechanical arm.
but it's their arm and it is for biology.
Dude,
We
is
even
there a
do-
distinction between a mechanical arm and a biological one?
I'm
Is there a difference? Stop
dying,
it, stop it.
dude.
Is there a difference between a mechanical arm and a biological one?
It depends on what you mean by difference.
Is there a
right?
difference
What
between
a
computer and
slaughter,
a tree?
dude.
Sure, there's differences.
Are computers
yes.
found in nature naturally?
Yes.
Computers are found in nature naturally.
Are all of the elements of a computer part
I didn't
of
ask you if
nature?
the elements. Don't stop. I didn't
It
ask you the
sounded
elements.
like you were asking if everything ultimately is found in nature. And the
No,
answer
I
to
didn't
that
ask
is
that. No,
yes.
I
Oh,
literally
okay.
didn't ask that
Well,
question.
What a
Earlier, I
slaughter.
had asked you about the scientific method stuff that we were going through, and you said, oh, okay, we'll use the definition that you wanted to use. I was like, okay, fine. And then you changed in the middle of it and want to talk about, what was it, ultimate experiments? Everything ultimately comes from an experiment, right? And so then, like, here, the exact same thing. And I'm like, okay, well, so we build computers, humans, right? We
That's
don't
right.
find those in the jungle.
That's right.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you for the distinction. So when I asked you, how does random mutation produce highly specialized things like a brain, like a liver, like all of the rest of the organisms in the body that are specifically tasked in the body, and they have mereological relations to other organs in the body, right? It's a big system that all works together. Evolution holds that random mutation, among other mechanisms, engineers essentially, highly complex task-oriented systems that do things precisely in the body, that
Yes.
do something, right?
Yes. Yes.
I simply asked, how does that happen? And all I heard
Yes.
was that it happened.
Well, one, we witness it happening, like I'd already pointed
You
out. but
guys are
two,
hilarious.
I pointed out that we could simulate this happening.
Simulation
we've
isn't
done
an
in
observation,
computers.
man.
Absolute and complete total destruction. Just there is nothing left of this man after JimBob was done with him, dude. Oh my goodness. It's like rare to see such a total destruction. This Yeah. When you bring your opponent to the point of absurdity, and instead of just admitting that they made a mistake somewhere earlier on, they're just going to bite the bullet and just on the absurdity point, that's like, okay, that might be it. Like, you might have won. Or I mean, that is the win, basically, right? Like when you get, what is it? Matt Slick say you don't need to know where the Bible is and what the Bible is in order to use it. Just bring them to the point of absurdity and make them swallow that pill. His worldview is now a wasteland. Yeah, it could not withstand the stress test. This is why debates are important. This is why public formal debates are important, because you can see whether these views can withstand scrutiny. And if they can't, you see they crumble in real time before your very eyes. You watch it and it's beautiful. Because, you know, the alternative, holy orthodoxy. What are you doing over there in atheist evolutionist land? Why are you not a Christian? Utter insanity. Ortho Michael, $5. Exit toll. Great couple of streams today, Alex. I'll watch the Ryan Mullaly segment tomorrow. Excited about what's coming up. Thank you. Me too. Clash's Pride. Watching this on my phone, that came from nature. Indeed, yes. And I am providing commentary through my computer that came through nature. I'm hearing the video through these IEMs that came from nature. Point. $10 from It's Pretty Trash. Thank you for the answer, but I'm still confused on the why. Like, why is the one true church the one that holds to these councils? Because of how the binding and loosing power works. Okay, so there's a whole doctrine of the church in the Bible. You can see that the church starts off in the Old Testament with Israel. It starts off with the covenant between Moses and the 12 tribes and God in the book of Exodus. That's when you see it starts being referred to as the ecclesia in the Greek Old Testament, the people of God. You see in Deuteronomy 17 that when people disagree about how the law of God is supposed to be applied, they go to a judge or a priest, and they're the ones who decide how the law is applied. This is how God's people worked in the Old Testament. It was not that every single person gets to decide for themselves what it is. When somebody, like namely Korah, said, I too am a child of God and I'm a member of the ecclesia, I can decide for myself what the Bible says, what the law means, and how it applies to people. God had the earth open and swallow him up, and he went straight to Hades. You're not allowed to do that. So there are judicial structures and authorities that are put in place within God's people that you have to listen to. If you do not obey them, you are out. It's that simple, right? In Israel, if you did not obey the authorities, like the priests, the judges, you're out. You have to listen to how they apply the law. Even the bad authorities, like the Pharisees, Jesus said, obey the Pharisees because they sit in the seat of Moses. Do what they say, don't do what they do, because they're hypocrites. So you have to obey this doesn't change. The prophecies about the church in Isaiah 126 that talk about a restoration of the judicial officers in God's people. In Daniel chapter 2, it talks about the kingdom, right? A kingdom is something that is dynastic, right? It's passed on from generation to generation. That there will be a kingdom established in the time of the Roman Empire. It will last forever. It will never fall away. It will not be left to another people, right? If at some point in the 700s, the church fell away, it was left for another people until the Reformation, then it can't be the church because it doesn't meet the criteria that you see in Daniel. There's one church as a continuous chain of succession through a chain of ordinations. Not only that, that's like the bare minimum to even be considered, and a continuity of doctrine, right? It's the ones that hold to these councils, to these judicial decisions, right? Imagine if when Roe v. Wade became a thing, some portion of the country broke off and they started their own country and we're the true country. It's like, no, you're a new country. You broke off of this one. The old country failed, right? It failed. God's church, Christ's church, doesn't fail. Doesn't fit. You're not going to have that situation, right? So you have that continuity. It's there. You just have to read the Bible, and you see it. It's there. So I don't want to get too off topic, but you did send $10, so I hope that synopsis helps. think maybe we can do an episode on that, maybe. So thank you for the $10. T Jackson, $5. Big lesson from seminary. Things are inspired because they are received. It is not a property of the thing itself. Thank you, T Jackson, for the $5. Okay.
What are you suggesting?
If I simulated God's creation, does that mean God's creation happened?
What? No.
If I could simulate God creating a world, does that mean, look, listen, focus. If I can simulate a unicorn jumping over a cliff and diving into a pool for a unicorn baptism party, does it mean that that happened?
What?
So it's gonna make this dude.
Thank you.
If you are doing, if we have particular models, right, and you are doing a simulation,
Sounds close to
those
it.
particular models, they may tell us something about how the real world works. For
Or not.
example, they have done simulations of different types of, like, rockets, right? And in general, that directs the research of how we're going to construct the rockets. How are we going to put the mechanisms in place? How is the plasma?
Yes,
going
thank
to work
you,
with stuff,
thank you.
right?
That's a great distinction, Bobby. Thank you for
So the
bringing that
point
up. Why?
is,
No,
right?
let's one thing at a time. I'm so glad you brought up rockets, which is engineering. You simulated a rocket to further investigate what might happen based on your existing knowledge of a rocket, which is based in experiment.
Dude, everything that AR says just makes it worse for him. He hasn't said anything that makes it better for him. Everything he said has just dug him deeper into this horrible, horrible hole.
There are things that we simulate that we haven't invented yet.
That doesn't make them real.
No, but that is part of the scientific inquiry. And so for you to dismiss things like a
No,
simulation,
that's engineering.
No, you're basically saying that if I simulate something in a computer and the objective is to try to learn about how some particular mechanism works, that's somehow inappropriate or something.
No,
JimBob, just accept my vague abstractions. Please, JimBob, just accept my vague assertions. Please, JimBob, accept my axioms. Please.
That has been part of the scientific process
I'm saying that
forever.
I'm
right?
saying that if you can simulate something, it doesn't follow that the thing you're simulating actually happened. It's not a controversial position.
No one is saying it actually
You literally
happened,
said it.
No one is saying it actually happened.
You
Like,
literally said it.
Well, then I take back whatever it is
Thank
I think
you.
I said. So no one is saying that the experiment you're doing is literally happening. The experiment may be providing insight about what does happen. Right.
So how do you determine that random mutation built a vestibular system? How do you determine that happened?
Like I've said,
How long has he been asking the
that
same
random
question? He asked this question. Well, this is the fourth or fifth time now he's asking this question. He's been asking this question for 10 minutes and he still doesn't have an answer.
Right, can lead to functionality. So
That's
like,
not random.
You know what? The strategy might be just keep asking this question and demonstrating. Like the point would be to demonstrate how dumb and circular this answer is. Keep asking it. Like JimBob said. Okay, now I'm going to ask you the same question. Keep asking it.
Why are you saying it's not random? when
Because
the
you just
instructions
said
are random.
When you say you simulate something, does that require intent and knowledge?
What? No.
When you
have no
simulate
idea what the
something,
values are going to be.
wait,
None.
axiomatic.
Simulated
When you simulate something,
randomness?
Is that a mind with intention doing something?
Again, we already agreed to the word random being the word that talks about what our
It's a good trait to have. He's not going to get an answer to this one because this guy doesn't know, but he's not willing to say that.
understanding of the information is.
How does the computer know what random means if it's not coded?
We can't. If I take
Dude, this is like he literally said, then I'll take back everything I said. That's a good point, Octavian. That's like in chess when you're like playing with a kid and the kid realizes like 3 moves or 4 moves later that he made a big mistake and he's like, oh, I got to go back. Can I go back, please? JimBob just let this guy go back like 8 chess moves, even though he already lost. He lost his king and he's just like still toying with him.
a collection of data measured from some natural phenomenon outside. No, why are you not letting me?
Because you're not answering my question. When someone simulates something, aren't they coding what they determine colloquially they're saying is random?
No, they're not.
They're not?
No.
Okay, okay.
Not when it's a random matrix. So
How do you know it's a random matrix if it's built by a human?
I'm trying to tell you. So
what
if
is
you go
it?
outside
Say it.
and you take some data from some phenomenon, like for example, the wind moving around or the tree leaves growing,
Oh my
or
God.
whatever it is that you want to take a look at, right? And you
So you're
calculate that
presupposing
information,
that's
and you
random.
normalize it and you put some bounds on it.
You mean the
right?
laws of physics?
Yeah, you can generate data, and
You mean from the
theory-
laws of physics?
In theory, right, that data would look random, right? You
Not
could
just
have it-
random.
Bobby,
how does he
you have
not
to make it look
see the
random.
problem?
Not to
Then it
look
looks
random. We're not talking about looking random. Okay, a lot of things look random, right?
There's
We're not
no
talking about that.
difference.
Yes, there
There's
is
no
a difference.
No, there
does
isn't.
it?
That's what I'm telling you.
I'm sorry. Does it? When you roll on a like a board, you know, like the when you go to Vegas, or
This
something,
is
right? And you go to
horrible.
the roulette table. Doesn't it look ostensibly random when the ball lands on a number?
Why do we care about a single instance of a distribution?
I'm giving an example of why a constrained system
No,
that's built by
this is completely
Stop it.
irrelevant.
Bobby. When you simulate
He doesn't
randomness, it's not true randomness.
He doesn't even know what JimBob is going to say, and he's already saying it's not relevant. That's so crazy.
This is not controversial.
You granted that.
So
I
what you mean by
said-
random is not random, right?
I said the word random in general refers to the fact that the best understanding we have of a phenomenon is that it fits a particular PDF. You said, oh, let's call that the colloquial definition, right? And I said, and then you said that that's fine. We can use that definition. I said to you already earlier that if you want to take the philosophical position that there is no such thing as random, sure. But when it comes to scientific inquiry, the very simple statement of this is random is simply a discussion about the distribution that set of data fits. And so I'm pointing out the stuff outside and the stuff that I simulate in a computer are both random. They both fit the same PDF. They both fit the same phenomenon. I can't distinguish between the two. If I were to cover up the tops and then hand them to a colleague, they wouldn't be able to tell which one is which. That is what we call random simulation, right?
Okay, great. So you simulated randomly random mutation building vestibular system.
Not that, but we can simulate lots of things.
Okay, so you're not going to actually tell me how random mutation produces a vestibular system.
I'm sure we could do it on like a larger level if you wanted. But in general, we're going to study things on the individual parts that we're capable of doing in like a computer or a simulation.
Okay, let's move to another topic of evolution.
Well, I want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Disappointed,
here. You agree, right? That we can start out programs in a random state. And through environmental pressures alone, converge them into a useful function. Right? Meaning that we didn't do anything to them.
No,
I don't know why you say we don't agree when we literally you're holding a computer that
because a computer executes commands, Bobby.
Yes.
We got 10 minutes left.
Does a computer not ever is there such a thing as a computer that definitionally analytically
random
is
girl
to a
in
machine
a
that executes
feminist
commands?
world?
It depends on what you mean by that. I mean, technically, a quantum computer is a little trickier.
Does someone make a quantum computer to execute commands?
You run quantum programs on quantum computers.
That's even worse and more funny. Where in these last 10 minutes?
Okay, so if you're going to use the simulation as a reflection of nature, are you saying that you need someone to simulate nature to direct the execution of commands?
If you're very much concerned about the random state of a program, you can buy chips that literally.
You didn't even hear my question, man. If you're listen to my question. If you're using simulation, which is guided and directed by executed commands given by a mind, are you saying that if that's an accurate reflection of nature, are you saying that nature requires some?
Dude, people don't listen. You're in a debate. Why are you not, dude? Here's the best answer to give in a debate. Yes, no. Yes, and here's why that's bad for you. No, actually, that works against you. That's what your answers should be. I already know all my answers to any cross exam I ever receive ever in my life. It's either yes, in fact, that refutes you, or no, in fact, that refutes you, or the third option, I don't know. Those are your answers. But this is just so cringe, dog.
Sort of programmer?
I am not understanding what you're saying. We don't.
Okay, let's move on then. If you don't understand it.
Okay,
no,
so I'd like to understand what you're saying.
I'm saying that you're using simulation as something that's indiscernible in data from nature, but simulation is constructed by man, and you're saying man could execute commands inside of a computer to produce or reproduce what ostensibly looks like randomness in nature, but a mind is doing that.
Sure, you could say a mind, but I didn't say all. I don't know why you keep elevating everything from all when there exists an example.
I'm just saying computing requires a mind.
No one looks at Minecraft and goes, there's an example of us learning something about physics, right?
Not, I don't know, and that refutes it. Maybe conceivably, I don't know, and that refutes you. The thing is, you can't just say that, right? You have to actually have a reason for why that refutes them. So you can't use that for every answer. But ideally, that would be the most powerful. That's the ideal that we're striving for, right? That would be the most powerful, staunch position to argue from. You just have to have the facts and the bona fides to back it up.
But when someone sees a very robust, very large simulation of how a burn rate works for some particular jet engine, right? Then they take that data and they're like, that seems to be the correct way for us to do this. Let's actually go try to build the thing this way. Right?
Okay, cool. Do you believe that the Papacy had accumulated a bunch of accidental property changes through random mutation?
Guys, I'm going to be a good YouTuber for a moment here. Dustin said that YouTube didn't even give him a notification. I think if you guys want to find out when the next stream is, to either heckle me or maybe learn something, or if you hate me and you want to heckle me in the comments or in the chat and find out how wrong and bad I am, hit the notification bell. Subscribe to the channel. turn on notifications, like the video, support the channel if you like what we're doing here. Breaking down debates, talking about orthodoxy, Orthodox apologetics. It's what we do. I do the reading so that you don't have to. I synthesize it down. I break it down. What are the main points? What do you have to take away from this compilation of St. John Chrysostom's? Wait, where did I put it now? Homilies. What do I have to take away from this? Don't worry about it. Alex told you the salient points. Alex told you. There you go. And as Elias says, make sure your YouTube app notifications are on in your phone system setting. Like, share, subscribe. Thank you, guys. YouTube might as well send notifications in the mail.
And in 53 million years, produce the whale as we know it today?
Yes, all of the data that we have lines up with that exact
Just a yes
model.
Okay, this is
right?
data
We
needs
have
to be
the
interpreted, by the way.
we have
I didn't
the
ask for a story about, hey,
taxonomical
stop
data,
wasting time.
right?
I didn't ask for your justification for it. I just asked you if you believe that.
No, just at the beginning of the stream, I did a breakdown of so that book is just a compilation of homilies. I did a breakdown of like what I thought were probably the three most salient ones for our purposes, and then the important points from those. So.
Well, this is supposed to be a conversation, JimBob. I'm
Well, hold on.
again,
No,
I'm
you're
not
just
trying to
stalling.
be mean to you, man.
I didn't ask. I
it
didn't
is
say
a
you're
debate,
mean.
gentlemen.
Okay, I'm asking you: is there something essentially different about a whale than Papacytus?
I mean, they're different, right? I don't know
that's a
when
yes.
the time frame was that Papacytus lived. You'd have to tell me the
I
years.
understand. Well, no, they say 53 million years ago. So if
Okay,
there's something
so then
essential,
they would clearly not be modern whales, right?
is there something that's an essential property that makes a whale and not a Papacytus?
Did whales come from a Papacytus?
That's your model. Papacytus evolved, dipped its toe in the dipped its toe in the ocean, learned how to eat a crab, and suddenly found its way further and further to the ocean. And random mutation actually happened, and they reorganized their body plan to add fat and temperature control and mating capabilities and defense models and all these things, right? And
So
became a
how
whale
does
today.
this occur? Yes.
Well, the thing is, what I'm asking is there anything essential that makes a whale versus not whale? Is there anything essential about that makes a whale a whale? That makes other things.
There's a list. I'm sure there's a list of taxonomical features that distinguish whales.
That's fine.
Whales.
Let's take one. That's a mammal.
Okay, great.
Is there an
that's
essential?
example.
Great. In biology, through the evolutionary view, is it true that there's one essential property that makes a mammal a mammal?
One? No, I think
At least.
a bunch, right?
No, at least one.
Is a bunch?
Okay,
right?
cool.
That's worse
Isn't it
for
true
him
that
if
through the
there's a
evolutionary
bunch.
view that mammals had to be the product of something that wasn't a mammal if you go back far enough?
Sure. Yeah.
So then how could you say there's an essential property to a mammal if the essential property is actually an act?
Oh, give me a timestamp. I'll jump to it. Give me a timestamp. For the debate portion, this is a very obvious 100-0 JimBob victory, unquestionably, by a long shot. But JimBob eviscerated this guy. There's nothing left of him, dude. He destroyed him. And it's not like okay, on one hand, the guy destroyed himself because he didn't even present any evidence in his opening statement or establish like a baseline case. So he lost already from the get-go. But on top of that, JimBob kept up the offense and demonstrated that this guy can't answer basic questions. But how does evolution work? Like, literally, what is happening? Like, how does it work? It's pretty crazy. Yes, I saw that. Okay, Elias, $2, 151 is the best JimBob reaction of the debate. By the way, all right, I will skip to that, and that way we can get to Ryan Mullaly's debate. I am pretty convinced of the extremely thorough victory of our friend of the channel, JimBob. Just total scorched earth victory. Moses, hey Alex, are you going to? I saw this question. He said, "Hey Alex, are you going to attempt to debate David Wood after Dyer double taps him?" There is some talk between James from MDD and myself to perhaps, maybe, at debate content have a debate between myself and David Wood, maybe, perhaps, possibly. We will see. Good question. All right, let's see this reaction from JimBob here.
Literally can demonstrate
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that, Bobby.
Where is the breakdown in your position?
I'll tell you,
Where is it
Bobby.
that
I'll tell
these
you right
features
now.
are no longer able to
I
be
told you.
accessed?
I literally told you. I didn't say it's not possible. I said it's your position that you have to explain how random mutation builds a functioning brain that can reason. You know your example? Bacteria is capable of reacting to some type of stimuli so it can digest it. Therefore, a brain can be built.
All right. Okay. We're moving on here. Leningrad sends 10. He says, Axio, you literally went from saying random mutation produces features to saying random mutations don't do anything.
Oh, Mike. All right, let's move on here.
You know your example? Bacteria is capable of reacting to some type of stimuli so it can digest it. Therefore, a brain can be built.
All right. Okay. We're moving on here. Leningrad sends 10. He says, Axio, you literally went from saying random mutation produces features
is there
to
more?
saying random mutations don't do anything. And that something else makes the features. So
some.
JimBob, you
Not
can
all.
unmute at around a minute. Go ahead, Bobby.
Sorry, some, not all. Some. I don't know why there's this constant conflating of like something could happen or sometimes this thing or we
Yeah,
have
that was
examples
it.
of a thing,
That
right?
dude. So there is inherently in debate some theater. You have to demonstrate to the audience how you ought to feel when somebody blunders, right? Like you can demonstrate that it is a blunder. Now, some people like they are only this. You know, my friend, I love him. He's a really nice guy, family man, metaphysics Mike. This is kind of his specialty. It's like he has these catchphrases like take it to the bank. It's like you didn't make a point, but why are you using a tagline? Like, that doesn't make sense. So yeah, you have to use your body as a persuasive tool and your facial expressions, your reactions. But if you have just that and no substance, that works against you, right? So $5 from Miss Lancature. If you concede Chrysostom was proto sola scriptura, that's just for the sake of argument. I don't actually believe that he was. How do you reconcile his quote about daring to seize the scripture outside the church? Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's just a hypothetical scenario I was running through. Like if the Protestant argues that, I mean, that's a good quote too. But if a Protestant argues that St. John Chrysostom was some proto solo scriptura Bible alone guy who believed in the concept, although he didn't use the terms, like, okay, let's assume for a moment that's true. His understanding of the Bible brought him to this understanding of relics, invoking the saints in prayer, venerating the holy images of the saints, which are all things that they don't believe. So it just goes to show again that every text is theory laden and needs to be seen through a certain lens, right? But yeah, you could also take a more direct approach and just say, no, he's not. He says, how dare you seize the scripture outside the church? So it depends on the person you're talking to, right? That would probably decide the angle that I go for in this. If it's like a dialogue where I'm really trying to persuade the person, I'd probably go for that angle. I'd be like, okay, let's explore your proposed idea for a moment here. Let's say he is sola scriptura, hypothetically. If it's in a debate, then I think your direct approach is probably better because it just makes the point faster and you move on to the next one. So good point. Good question. Yeah. Morse code debates. Oh, dude, did you hear my gets funnier? Should I give me timestamp? Okay, 3:30:49. I'm not about to listen to, I love JimBob. I'm not about to listen to the whole thing. I want to get to Ryan Mullaly. 3:30:49.
Octavian 33 doesn't want us to go to bed. He says, if any claim you make can be wrong the next day, as you stated, then science, as you describe it, doesn't exist because it always changes.
So what I was trying to
Thank
say
you, Octavian.
before, but JimBob didn't give a fuck about, right, was that the word true is, when used in science, is to talk about, in some sense, a probabilistic understanding of a particular statement. Like, you believe the Earth goes around the sun, and here's all the evidence associated to that particular position, right? And we present that information to people, right? We present colleagues and such, right? So can you stop? Like,
no, you're the one doing it.
You're being a fucking bitch, dude. What the hell, man? Like, you can calm down.
Right.
Like,
You know, that's you know that's a manipulative tactic to say right over and over again.
It can. There are words people use.
Sometimes it's insecurity where they're searching for approval, right? But I think JimBob is just annoyed, so he's finding something to pick on him for.
When they string sentences together, right? So this is something.
No,
I
how about
naturally
it's not
do.
right? How about maybe it's not right what you're saying?
It's wrong.
It's kind of like you screaming, right? Right? Yeah. See, there's
Right?
no reason to talk to people like this, right? Oh my God.
Right? Am I right? You
So,
guys right?
is this your objective? Is just to make fun of the other person?
Yes.
Like that's your
Mean
entire
Bob.
objective?
Yes.
JimBob.
Like this is so silly. Like
Is your objective just to make fun of the other person? Yes. Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna keep saying it's in my head now. Like I can't. I'm stuck. I'm in the mental loop, dude. Stuck.
my God,
Right?
dumbass online knows literally zero science. Just
Right?
goes does debate.
Dude, the funny thing is, pardon my French, the guy that you're saying is a dumbass online who doesn't know any science just exposed that you don't know jack all, dude. And you're a horrendous debater. Never do this again. You are so bad at debating, AR. Like, I don't know, dude. Who are these people? Aren't you embarrassed? Aren't you embarrassed?
It's to make fun of other people.
Right?
It is so interesting that you have like literally no concern about knowing what is true.
Blah
right?
blah
Like,
blah blah
you
blah.
just-
That's all I heard this whole night.
Uh,
Yap yap yappa yappa
It's
yappa.
true.
the first
It's
anything
true.
above $2,
Oh
I'll
my
ask.
God.
I'm gonna end it at 11:35, and I'm gonna have them shout out their channels. So if you send one in the next 2 minutes, I'll read it.
It's so funny, dude.
That's the right fallacy, is what I'm above 5 says.
Right?
He didn't want me to talk. That's what it
Like,
was.
feeling
So, like, I was telling him what truth was and how
What's
the-
truth?
Dude, all he did was talk. Okay, but he's in no position to tell JimBob what truth is, right? Truth is the logos. It's God. God is truth. But this is so
truth
funny,
works
dude.
and what we use
How does
it
truth
for
work?
and
How does
what
truth
the
work?
word mean, right?
Uh-huh.
Truth in science is used to talk about the
Yeah,
shit,
you
I was
got
just
it.
doing it, man.
You got it. You got it.
October
Yeah, I know,
33
I know.
says for
You
2,
can
how do you
fuck off,
quantify
dude.
we
You go fuck
believe in
yourself.
You
Dude,
got it. You
I'm
can do
dead,
it.
dude.
So the word
Truth in
truth,
science
the word
is
truth,
refers.
the word truth is used to talk about
This is like expert rage baiting here.
their confidence in particular statements. Like the
I'm
earth
dead,
goes around the sun
dude.
is called true because it has a lot of evidence to justify that particular position. That's how we use the word true when we're talking about scientific statements or scientific papers or whatever the case may be. If you want to go into abstract modeling, the word true there could literally be called an absolute truth, right?
Right.
Because like in propositional logic, we have statements and we call those true. We define them
Right.
to be true.
Hit it.
JimBob, I know you can grow up, man. I know
Hit it.
you can behave like an adult. I know you can. I have faith in you.
And-
Please, for fuck's sake, behave like an adult, man. Just
Lord.
try
Why-
it. Just
Our
try
Lord
it.
just sent
You know what?
60
Your
shekels.
relationships will improve substantially when you actually.
What?
All right, he just
My
said 60
relationships? Are you a life coach?
I just got
I have great relationship with JimBob. I don't know what he's talking about. I like JimBob. He's my friend. Dude, I'm so dead. That's so funny. We gotta. He keeps.
60. I
Please
don't know
tell
what
me
that
he keeps
translates to. Someone
going.
tell me what 60 shekels is in USD. But he said, "Yo, Mike, if you think it's funny, just laugh. Don't hide behind the shirt." I'm not like hiding behind his shirt. I'm just trying not to interrupt because it is funny. And then Octavian said, "How do you quantify we believe in science?" I think that was his question, but I might have missed. How do you quantify we believe in science was his question, and these were the last two that came in before 11:35. No more super chats, guys. I'm gonna end it after these are answered. Okay, you guys.
Great.
Answer that quantify we believe in science part.
Quantify we believe in science.
Like, how do we
Does that mean-
quantify we believe in science? It's $20, Arborg. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, quantify is typically referring to numerical calculations. I guess you could do a survey. You want to do a survey of how many people say we believe in science? I'm not sure.
So I think you answered the question.
Let me ask you a different way. Do you think that science is the best way to truth?
Science is, as far as we know, yeah.
Okay, so the statement "science is the best way to truth" does that utilize
know that's
science itself,
true?
or is that a philosophical claim?
It appears to utilize
Yeah.
science. Yeah.
How do you
How?
take science is the best way to truth through
How?
science?
Again, when you're using the word science, which is referring to a broad category of a lot of different fields and a lot of different methodologies, right? And so if you're
Right.
just saying
Bro,
that
I
is just one
can't.
particular thing,
I
that doesn't make any sense.
can't.
So again, you didn't answer the question. When someone says,
Yes, I did. You're lying. I did answer the question.
No, you didn't.
I
So-
answered
so-
it correctly.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I did.
are
You
you
lied.
talking?
There's
So-
one last
so-
question.
when-
after
So
you
when
say this,
when
JimBob.
someone says science is the best way to truth, if that's a truth statement, that statement would need to be produced by the
False.
science that you're referring to.
No, I distinguish between those two usages of the
False.
word true. One is the word true as used to talk about our confidence in a statement. The other one is a word true as used in an abstract model. You could say in an abstract model, things are absolutely true because you make up all the definitions up there. You could literally make up the axioms. You can make up the theorems. You can make up
make up axioms.
Yes, we make them up. Yes.
Did we make up the laws of logic?
Yes, we pick those. Yes, we say we declare these to be true.
No.
Can you declare?
I have a logic book right here, dude. You want to pull it out?
Can you declare the laws of logic
You've
without
never read
first?
a logic book, have you?
Dude, can you declare the laws of logic without
Tell
first?
me the latest logic book you've read.
Dude, can you declare the laws of logic without assuming first the laws of logic?
You declare the statements in the language to be true.
Oh, he just opened himself up.
No, dude, you don't listen to a damn thing, dude. How did anyone parent you? Honestly, how did you?
That's my question, dude. JimBob and I are on the mind melt, dude. How did an adult let this person out into society to behave this way in public? I don't know. Dude. I can't believe how dude, JimBob. I don't know. We were separated at birth or something. Are you a Romanian orphan, dude? It's like it's crazy how our brain goes to like the exact same place.
How did anyone parent you? You scream at everyone.
Very last super chat here. Christopher Scott for 5. He says, seems like bad faith to come to a debate while sick and be an incoherent sophist, right?
My bad. I should have canceled. You're right. That would have been so much kinder on modern day debate. No, of course I'm going to get my ass over to here. I appreciate
we appreciate that.
He did a crap job. And honestly, you should have pushed it back a week or two and just be prepared. Literally, who fathered you? Stone, you're spot on. Who fathered this man? From whom did he come forth? Erica trafficked him. I don't know.
Can we pick new laws of logic?
Trooper.
What?
Can we pick new classical laws of logic?
Yes, we have quantum logic.
Oh my god.
Yes,
dude.
we have first order logic. We have zeroth order logic.
Are those distinct from classical?
Well, typically classical would be considered zeroth order logic. Yeah.
The question was, can we pick new laws of logic, classically speaking?
We can reject those laws and create a new logic that doesn't contain the same tautologies, or it doesn't contain all of the
rejecting a law of logic would assume one of the three, right?
Rejecting the law of logic would be assuming one of the three.
To reject one of the three laws of classical logic would be to assume at least one of them.
We make up the laws of logic. We
did?
made them up.
So they're not absolute and universal?
Oh my goodness.
No, they're not absolute and universal.
Cool. Can you
Why? How are they okay with that?
Yes, you could change it.
How?
Because you could just declare that statement is not true.
Dude, these are crazy people.
That's affirming the law of identity.
Or you could take a different.
These are crazy people. This is a crazy person to say that. No, we made the laws of identity. This is a crazy person. This is somebody who. This is not a logical, reasonable person. This is not somebody who should be engaging in logical back and forths in debate. You have no business being here. Yes, utterly crazy. Sophistry and nominalism. It's nothing. They have nothing. You bottom out their worldview, and then they have nothing, and they go crazy. Yes, you got it, Silver Ogre. He just made all knowledge impossible. Yes. He bottomed out. Is a planet not a planet if no one is there to declare it? I guess so. Yeah. I would literally leave the call if I messed up this bad, says Ebo. Yeah. How can you not change your view? Like, it was clearly demonstrated to him by JimBob in this debate that his view is bad. It's bad. It sucks. It doesn't explain anything. It's relativistic. It's subjective. This is when he should change his mind. AR, holding out hope for you, buddy, that you change your mind. Change your position. This is like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone more refuted than this.
Different axiom that doesn't comport with that particular statement.
And by you mean an identity, right?
Again, propositional logic defines a language of symbols, and
Okay.
the axioms in that language, those are propositions. And when
Okay.
you talk about the classical laws of logic, those are propositions within zeroth order logic. This
Oh,
isn't hard to understand.
are propositions-
They're
are-
literally Googleable statements.
Okay.
Those could be rejected.
Googleable
Take different
sta-
axioms
they're
that don't
literally
conform with those.
Googleable
Are
statements.
propositions a unique identity?
A unique identity? What the
Yeah,
fuck
like-
does that mean?
Like, is a tree a proposition?
A tree? No.
Okay.
Propositions are statements that are evaluated as either true or false in a logic system.
Cool. Does that affirm the classical laws of
okay,
identity?
I shouldn't say evaluated true or false.
Does
In
that-
zero
does
order
that-
logic,
does that
first order
affirm the-
logic gets more complicated?
Dude, you don't listen to a damn word anybody says.
He
Yeah,
literally
but you don't
doesn't.
even know any
He's
of this.
incapable
You
of
literally
doing
didn't
it.
even know that the classical laws of logic are propositions in zeroth order logic. You didn't
You
even
can't
know zeroth order logic is
Dude,
called
you
propositional
can't
logic.
you can't make a proposition unless the laws of logic are already in effect, dude.
All right, I said I wasn't going to read any more
You
super
mean
chats, Bobby.
that we
Bobby,
just
Bobby.
Sorry.
I said I wasn't going to read any more, but Octavian, he's good at this. He sent $50 and he said,
Octavian,
"Bro said, we believe.
the
How do you
man.
quantify? We believe. Even when you survey people, how do you quantify their belief? Even when you know all there is to know about the religion and upbringing, how do you
Spot on.
quantify belief using the
By the way,
scientific method?"
Octavian.
Again, quantify means that
You
you're
can't.
going to do some type of calculations with respect to whatever the thing it is that you're talking about. So if you are surveying people and counting up the number of people that say a thing or don't say a thing, or counting up the number of usages of the particular word, or counting the phonetics, or going over the waveform of the particular speech, I don't fucking know, man. There's all kinds of different ways in which it could be analyzed, and we could analyze those in a bunch of different ways, right? Like I'm not sure what you're trying to get at. Although I do appreciate you
Octavian
giving,
is a good
Modern
man.
Day Debate $50. I think that's very helpful to the
Big
platform.
W for Octavian in the chats, guys.
Dude, JimBob the whole way through destroyed this guy. Elias says 154. All right, we'll do 154, and then I'm gonna go analyze Ryan his debate tonight on the Tyler Robinson thing, because dude, that guy is a masterclass in like the mechanics of like literally the technical skill of advocacy. He is just a tank. He's unstoppable.
Single cow.
That's
is
a
not
species.
A whole species.
What's a cow? What's a cow?
What do you mean? It's got 4 legs.
Bovine.
it
Does
can
any
move.
when
You
you
don't know
put a
what
cow,
is?
when you put a
Bovine.
cow, any
You know
cow,
what a cow is?
when you put any cow in a freezer, will it likely produce thicker hair in response
Is
to
that what
the-
evolution says happens? Is that
That's what you're
single-
saying?
Single. No, I'm not.
Is a
How do you know
bacteria
that?
is one bacteria the species of bacteria? Nice work, dude.
All right, we got another $10 here
No,
from
you are stating that if you
know
are
what epigenetics
taking
is?
a particular member of a species and you're putting it in a refrigerator and you're pretending that it will develop new features. That isn't what happens. You take a whole species.
How do you take the
right?
whole species
And
of
there are-
something?
like bacteria.
How do you take
or-
the whole species of bacteria, dude?
What do you mean?
How do you capture the
all
whole?
right, guys, we got to move
No,
on.
no,
This
hold
is-
on, hold on.
It's gonna
How
come
do you?
back.
No,
All right,
no,
so
wait,
let's do
wait.
this.
How do you capture
Oh
the
my
entire
God,
species of
dude.
bacteria? in a lab?
Literally, how do you do that?
What do you mean?
All right,
We
dude,
You
literally
just
find
said you
bacteria.
capture bacteria of these
30 more
species
seconds on this
in
one.
a lab.
Yes, they did that. They had
All
petri dishes
bacteria?
of bacteria. The
All
bacteria
bacteria was in the lab.
mutated.
Unbelievable.
Yes, bacteria.
All
mutated.
bacteria.
No one said all. Why do
You
you
just
keep
said the
doing that?
species.
He-
That's
he
all.
said the species.
Is this your entire shtick? Is you just pretend that people go between there exists and all 20?
They're his own words,
When you
dude.
say the entire species,
Yeah, these people get mad when JimBob and I point out their own words, dude. W. Elias. Yeah. Dude, that's funny.
was
No, no,
in the lab.
All right.
I would
I got
actually-
sorry, guys.
I
I
would
got to move on.
actually
Sorry, Bobby, I muted you. PS2 Chirper, what's up, man? Thank you for being in the chat, dropping some membership. hopefully.
Best move that Mike has
Okay,
made
we got
so
next
far.
one up here. We got a question from Arborg for 30 shekels. We got for Axiomatic. Can you give me an argument?
Yeah, dude, that's that utter destruction. That's crazy, dude. I didn't realize he would win so soundly, like the whole way through. He just didn't let off the gas, JimBob. It bugged him enough. Like he wasn't just happy with like the win at one point. It's like, nope, I'm gonna keep pushing the whole way through. W JimBob. I probably like in the Q&A, I probably would have been a lot nicer to him. That maybe I should reconsider that. That's hilarious, dude. Awesome from JimBob. He's the man. Elite Baby $5 says William Albrecht is live. Go look. He has 4 viewers. Go debate. I'm kind of having a chill stream right now. I'm not in the mood to debate Leather Daddy Albrecht on papacy. Hey, what you talk about the 8th Ecumenical Council. It's pretty trash. $5. Catching up. Appreciate you humoring me, Alex. Again, I'm convinced of EO. Just want to understand more about it. Hope you do a video on that topic. God bless you. Oh, you're the second person who mentioned that today, so I appreciate that. I will take that. Yeah, I'll probably do more of that, or go back to doing that soon. So, yeah, let's move on to Ryan, and then we'll finish up the stream here. Okay. Who gave the best argument for evolution in debates? $2 from David Kippen. I don't know. Chat, what do you think? Who gave the best argument for evolution in debates? I honestly, I can't think of one. This guy, I guess. Norman Orthodox, could you do a video examining the claims of Fatima from a lawyer perspective? You want me to debunk Fatima as revenge against Cameron Bertuzzi for his horrendous double standards holy fire video? Like, advocate against it? Say critically. I can do that. That'd be a funny way to stir the pot. Brett Weinstein. Some suggestions. Bill Nye the Science Guy like 14 years ago. JimBob. Yeah, honestly, I can't think of one, dude. There's some big problems with the view, and they have to do with the assumptions in science, right? So even if you present it in the strongest way possible, I mean, let's take those points that I made, right? Fossil record, vestigial structures, DNA evidence, carbon dating, whatever. Alex at the beginning of the stream when I was playing devil's advocate. Like, let's just let's take those things. All of those evidences have assumptions baked into them. That JimBob's argument is like tailor-made to preempt. No matter what evidence you provide, they kind of fall flat because the way JimBob argues that he diffuses them ahead of time. I think against JimBob, I don't think there really are any knockdown arguments, especially when there's no obligation on JimBob to prove his view. He's just interested in debunking evolutionism. Evolution. The theory of evolution. So, got to give some credit. It's not an easy subject to defend. Science isn't a yes and no. It's more or less likely. He still did a bad job. Still did a bad job. I'm not going to give him credit because he didn't even have an opening. Here's the thing. Your opening should be perfect. If somebody hears just your opening, it's the first part of the debate. If somebody hears just your opening, they should be able to understand and empathize with your point of view. And he didn't even do that. Like the opening should be easy. It should be a given. You're going to get your points in the opening. He didn't. He talked about doubting evolution in his opening. So I can't. He did everything wrong. I'm trying to look for something to give him credit for. It's not there. I wish I could, man. I wish I could, but I can't. And keep my honesty, my integrity intact at the same time. But all right, let's hear heavyweight litigator Ryan Mullaly. In this one, is there overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson unalived Charlie Kirk? Mullaly versus whoever this guy is. Apparently, he's a big deal. I don't know about him. Talks about stuff I'm probably not so interested in.
My name's Mike. I'm your host. Happy to be here. We got Ryan Mullaly, and we got, wait, why does that say Adam Kahn? I'll switch that here in a second. That's tomorrow, guys. That's tomorrow.
LOL.
Adam. But yeah, we're going to be debating tonight. I think same thing as tomorrow, right, Ryan?
No, tomorrow's a totally different debate and a totally different topic.
Excellent. Okay, then you guys are gonna get a little bit of everything. So tonight's gonna be
You're a
is there
comedy.
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. We got Ryan on the affirmative that he did. I know it says no right there. That will change. And then
Please.
yeah, we got Dee over here. He's gonna be arguing that there is not. And then we will do a 5-10 minute opening. I'm gonna start the timer here. That'll be on the screen once I switch the background there. And then you guys will have up to 10 minutes. You don't have to take the full 10 minutes. So if you're ready to just get into the open dialogue after the second opening, we can do that. Then it'll be a 55 to 60 minute open dialogue. Then we'll do the audience Q&A. So once we get into the Q&A, you guys...
Dude, when I think of people that want to debate like Jay or Ryan Mullaly, like, do you guys just like losing? Is that what this is? You guys just, you're gluttons for punishment? Like, don't you research the people that you're debating before you debate them? I don't know.
Dee, your first time on the channel, right? Yeah, so you guys will be asked questions by the audience, and you know it's usually let's try to do quick responses, or as James would.
Don't give a $50 answer to a $2 super chat.
Yeah,
I do have a question.
Yeah.
So my audience
He's
is saying
such
they
a
can't hear it on their end. Ryan, can your audience hear yours?
lawyer.
Yeah, they can. Are you doing it on StreamYard?
I'm doing it on StreamYard.
You shared the screen?
Correct.
You have to click
Normally
the
when I do that,
audio.
it's just as simple
thing.
as I didn't click the share audio button.
Yeah.
For audio.
Yeah, if you guys have the time and you want to.
What does it mean?
Technical difficulties with
Well, that's what I
share
did
audio
first
down.
time. Apparently, and I'm afraid here. Let me see if I can.
Oh, no cap stream.
Up, which I have it up.
That's whether Trump
Oh my
is
God,
a
dude.
unique.
Sorry, chat. We'll get started in just a minute.
Well, look, tech issues get the best of all of us. Yeah, so tomorrow, totally different debate. Tomorrow, me and Adam Kahn are debating at 9 o'clock Eastern time, so a little later in the evening for you debate fans, whether Trump is a uniquely existential threat to America.
I might
And
watch
think
that
that's gonna be a
too.
really interesting debate because I don't know, I've never debated Adam before, but I've seen him debate other people like Rob Knorr, Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, Ryan is just, he's something special. I'm telling you, watch that guy. He is going to ascend very quickly.
The man to myth.
I think about it sometimes. I'm like, man, when these heavyweight litigators realize that there are debates to be made on the internet, it's, I don't know, man. Like there are some heavyweight litigators out there that would probably stop practicing law and give up the enormous paycheck just to come on here and like smash people because that's all they want to do. They just want to win debates. They don't even care about the money that is associated with winning trials and like getting big settlements. They don't care. They just want to win. And that's it. And I think about it sometimes. I'm like, if these, it would be crazy, dude. Yeah, because they are good. Yes, they are good.
I don't know what's going on. I just had to end my live stream. It's not working. So.
Are you serious? That sucks.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm so sorry to hear that. Dee, I think Mike would say the same.
I love how how nice he's. I wonder if there's going to be like a change in disposition when they start the the actual debate. They can do both and have money too. Ideally, yeah. If you do it properly, it's the thing. You have to be winsome too, because if people don't like you, then they're not going to want to support you, right? What's Ryan's religious background? I don't think he's Orthodox, but I don't know. He has some streams on his channel about that. I think he is like a theist. He's not an atheist. He believes in theism. I think he seems like partial to. So David says he's a deist. There you go.
But if you want to grab the video from my channel, and I don't have yours up.
Perfect. All right. Whenever you're
Hey,
ready.
debate fans. Welcome. My name's Ryan Mullaly. I'm an attorney. I've litigated at every level of the U.S. legal system, up to and including the U.S. Supreme
Okay, when you have credentials like Ryan, you can probably just lead with that.
Court. And I've been covering the Charlie Kirk issue, the preliminary hearing into whether Tyler Robinson can be bound over for trial. I was a fact checker at the Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens debate, and I'm here.
Okay, so very smart from Ryan, because this immediately, these are distinctives from his opponent, and he's establishing his bona fides, right? You know, I talked about openings are these like not the way that I would do it. This is an exception because Ryan is not a normal person. He is a litigator who has practiced at every level, including the Supreme Court. So yes, he can lead with that.
Here tonight to argue that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And there is. Now, let's be clear. There still needs to be a trial. No one here thinks that Tyler Robinson has already been convicted or that his right to a trial should in any way be infringed. No one's making that claim. What we're here to talk about is the evidence.
Okay, I'm going to try to preempt. I haven't watched this yet because this was live while I was streaming. It was occurring. I'm going to try to preempt what he's going to do. He's going to state facts very confidently. There was surveillance footage of Tyler Robinson at a campus that he never attended. He stated very confidently, right? This is why was he there? We don't know, right? Tyler Robinson, and he admitted that the surveillance footage is of him. He had text messages to his furry trans lover, whatever, that were verified. What's his name again? You guys chat, help me. What was his name? Lance Twiggs? Wasn't that his name? Lance Twiggs? It's just my pulling from the filing cabinet in my brain. That kind of bulldozer approach is kind of hard to come back with. A twig branch? Yeah. He ID'd him, right? So he's identified through security cameras and corroborated by his own boyfriend.
Evidence presented so
it's going to be hard. I don't think I don't know DD got a podcast. I don't know him, but this is going to be so hard for him to dispute.
far, which is overwhelming. Now, overwhelming is a subjective term. What overwhelms me might not overwhelm DD and might overwhelm you. That's fine. We don't need to get hung up on the definition. Just listen to the evidence, judge for yourself, and I think you'll have reached the same conclusion that I do, that it's overwhelming. And the reason I find it overwhelming is that it's not just one thing. The evidence against Tyler Robinson is a collection in which each piece corroborates the other pieces, making the whole stronger than any individual part. So what do I mean by that? I mean that the case against Tyler Robinson...
Okay, so when somebody earlier commented on my approach in my opening statements that it makes it seem like the evidence is just like overwhelming for our position. This is how we're trained, guys. I don't make this up. Like, this is how we're trained. He's demonstrating legitimate authority within a specific context, thus diffusing any charge of appeal to authority fallacy. He's, yes, exactly.
Isn't one that's just built on one eyewitness, or built on one piece of DNA, or one piece of video, or one alleged confession. This is a case where surveillance, physical evidence, forensic evidence, digital evidence, and Tyler Robinson's own confessions, along with other...
So the summation of the evidence. This is like, look how nicely and smoothly he built this ramp,
making the whole stronger than any individual part. So what do I mean by that? I mean that the case against Tyler Robinson isn't one that's just built on one eyewitness, or built on one piece of DNA, or one piece of video, or one alleged confession. This is a case where surveillance, physical evidence, forensic evidence, digital evidence, and Tyler Robinson's own confessions, along with other evidence, all converge on the same conclusion, that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Now let me walk you through that convergence. So,
excellent setup. Like flawless ramp. Is utterly perfect. Yeah. I can't believe lawyers who debate for a living are good at debating. The thing is that even like at the highest levels, right? It's seeing that gap. Like I'm a fanboy of Ryan Mullaly forever. Like walk him through, make it. I know he is. He's very. This is like every single trial advocacy seminar and book on like trial advocacy that I've read. That is Ryan Mullaly persona. He is a lawyer to his core. He is like a litigator in his genes, dude. You cannot beat someone like that. At that level, it's just like, again, unstoppable force meets immovable object, and then you have the Supreme Court that has to decide, right? Like you get to a point where you're so good, it's like magic powers. I remember when this first dawned on me, like the two guys that taught me litigation, I think I said this story before, 77-year-old Jewish guy, 72-year-old Italian guy. They've been litigating for 50 freaking years in federal court, going up to the Court of Appeals. They appealed to the Supreme Court, it didn't get accepted. But like I worked on those cases with them, and like I'm telling you, they're on another level. Like it's magic powers at that point. I would debate him though. Alex, you don't have to be so humble. I think you're just as good, if not better. Zero bias at all, by the way. Well, thank you. I'm not afraid of Ryan Mullaly. If I would debate him. It's nice to see someone who understands debate the same way that I do. That's why I am so excited to see him, because I look at him and I see the way he debates, and I can see that we are approaching it in an identical way. And it's just like, really only another lawyer can understand that. So if I can share that with you guys and like give you guys an inside look about like what's going on in my head or in Ryan's head, then I think you can enjoy debate a little more, right? Challenge him to a fight instead. YouTube boxing?
So let's start with the surveillance video. We begin on the campus of Utah Valley University. Tyler is there, even though he doesn't attend this university, and it's an over 3-hour drive from his home.
I told you, didn't I tell you?
The surveillance footage. His car is on the footage. The investigators testified that they identified his car. They ran a plate that places his car on the campus. Then they identified Tyler himself on campus. This is the morning of the day that Charlie Kirk was shot. He's on campus wearing a red shirt and shorts. He's ID'd from the footage by multiple witnesses and his own statements. Next, Tyler.
Okay, notice, hold on. This is important. Notice this is something that lawyers are very conscious of, is making things concrete. We're not making generalizations. We're not making abstractions, right? We're talking about he was on campus. Eyewitnesses identified his car. It's corroborated by surveillance video footage, right? These are not generalizations. These are specific things that he can cite to in the record, right? So this is why when you see, when I am making opening statements and I go to concrete things. How do we know that binding and loosing is referred to judicial authority? Because when you go to Josephus, he talks about the power to bind and loose and how that is referring to the Pharisees, their ability to make decisions on how the law is applied related to the tradition inherited from their fathers, right? The tradition of the elders, right? So concrete, not abstract. This is why I hate abstractions when people use them, because they're not helpful.
Tyler goes to the TP.
Ryan understands that.
His car on the campus. Then they identified Tyler himself on campus. This is the morning of the day that Charlie Kirk was shot. He's on campus wearing a red shirt and shorts. He's ID'd from the footage by multiple witnesses and his own statements. Next, Tyler goes to the TPUSA area and speaks to the TPUSA representative while they're setting up Charlie's tent. Then he leaves. Now he comes back to campus. He's wearing a blue backpack. He walks around more.
You're great, Alex, and Mullaly is great, but I work with attorneys every day. Some of the dumbest people, not going to lie, paralegals are even worse. Some of them are. I'm not saying all of them are, but good litigators, right? Good litigators are hard to find, right? Like actual litigators who have it like wired into their DNA, who are like made by God for this specific purpose, is to like debate and to be an advocate. Like, Ryan gets it. He's one of those. I like to think I'm one of those people too, but I don't like to say that about myself. I let other people say that about me. So the thing is that, like, in the same way, I think that you can watch me and learn a thing or two about debate from me. I can watch Ryan. You can watch Ryan. Ryan can watch me. We can learn from each other. Yeah, Ryan is a very heavyweight, very good litigator.
Or he leaves. He goes to a wooded area. Now, this wooded area, FYI, is where the rifle.
That doesn't mean all litigators are good. That's like there's a skill gap between them, right? That's why like we get so irritated at bad arguments and bad litigators. But when two good litigators see each other, they know what's going on. They recognize it.
Was eventually found. He comes back, no backpack, but he's changed his clothes. He's wearing a black hoodie and jeans. Now on the surveillance footage, he's walking with a stiff right leg, and it seemes like he has some kind of large object jammed down the pants legs. Surveillance footage follows this black hoodied individual with a stiff right leg across campus. This person goes up the stairs of the Losi Center, which is the place where the shot that killed Charlie Kirk was fired. Surveillance footage shows this person goes up with an external staircase. They cross the rooftop.
Alex is allergic to bad arguments. Dude, that's a great way to... I feel it literally in my nerves. Like, I can't stand it. I have a physical reaction to it. That's a great way to put it. Alex is allergic to bad arguments. Notice what Ryan is doing here, though. He's using the evidence and he's building a narrative with the evidence, right? So it's like, this is what happened. This is the story.
Get to the southwest corner and wait. He crouches. After waiting, he crawls with some long object in his hand. He gets into a prone position, a position with a direct line of sight toward where Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. He remains there for 40 seconds or so. And then at approximately 12:23, the shot occurs. Immediately afterwards, the same person gets up, goes to the northeast corner, does a controlled 12-foot fall off of the roof, lands, runs to the wooded area where the rifle was eventually found. This is not just a person who happened to be on campus. This is direct evidence tracing Tyler Robinson's movements across campus to the place where it is believed that the shot was fired. And officers testified that there was a rifle shot coming from this area.
So notice he's not just asserting things. He's saying officers said surveillance camera captured. Lance Twiggs or whatever Twiggs guy corroborated that. Tyler Robinson admitted that. But these are not assertions. He's getting these things from places, right? He's using evidence. Can't wait for Jay to wipe the floor with DW. He will destroy him. Like, not even close. I want to see Ryan Mullaly versus Tim Gordon, litigator versus litigator. Ryan would win. Not a knock on Tim. I think he won that debate against Rob because Rob is not a lawyer. That's why I think Tim was very careful with burdens of proof in that debate. Tim won that debate, I think, pretty handedly. But he was very careful with burdens of proof and standards of proof in that. That would not work against Ryan Mullaly because he knows what he's doing. They get each other. So it's not going to work in that situation. And we got $5 from Sincere Hypocrite. Thank you, man. It's like most people come into a debate thinking it's a place to learn, like a lecture. It's true. The audience learns, not the debaters. Instead of an exam when you should already be prepared. Yes, exactly. It's a test. Hey, imagine showing up to an MMA match. Then you're, hey, so you're going to teach, I'm going to learn about your style of MMA. I'm going to learn your style of fighting during the match. You should have done that beforehand. You should be watching tape. You should be watching his fights beforehand, right? You don't show up to an MMA match and then there learn what the other side has to say. You should know that already. So yeah, it's a very good point. It's not a place to learn and lecture. I have my mind made up already. The bad guy has his mind made up already. That's which one is going to withstand scrutiny, right?
This all happened at the preliminary hearing. So he runs to the woods. This is where the rifle's found. What did the officers find in that woods? Well, they found a Mauser 98 rebarreled. It's a 30-06 rifle wrapped in a towel. It's not miles away. It's in the same wooded area that we saw Tyler Robinson scope out twice. Inside that rifle is a 30-06 cartridge case that had been fired. A 30-06 is a 30 caliber bullet. The medical examiner the medical examiner's report indicated that that is the same type of bullet, 30 caliber, that killed Charlie Kirk. Now, on the cartridge was carved "Notices bulge ooh woo." This is important because earlier.
Can we just talk about how seriously he just said those things? Like,
on the cartridge was carved "Notices bulge ooh woo." This is important because earlier Tyler Robinson had borrowed from his lover/roommate Lance Twiggs a Dremel to carve bullets. And in his text messages in which he confessed to Lance Twiggs, he referenced this exact phrase that he had carved onto this rifle, that cartridge. And there were other cartridges as well. But there's more. The towel that the rifle was covered in has Tyler Robinson's DNA on it. The rifle that was found has Tyler Robinson's DNA on it. The screwdriver that was found up by the sniper perch has Tyler Robinson's DNA on it. So we have corroboration from the video. We have corroboration from witness testimony. We have corroboration from the weapon, which is Tyler Robinson's granddaddy's rifle found in the woods with his DNA on it, with carvings that he made.
Wait, there's
when they
more.
raided his house, they found a test carving with the word test carved with the exact same.
This summation is. We are on such a mind meld.
Corroboration from the weapon, which is Tyler Robinson's granddaddy's rifle found in the woods with his DNA on it, with carvings that he made. When they raided his house, they found a test carving with the word test carved with the exact same Dremel in his house, completely consistent with the 30-06 that were carved in the woods. Now, the 30-06 was a soft point. The 30-06 soft point is completely consistent with the medical examiner's finding that the bullet fragmented.
So he's preempting, he's working into his positive narrative, establishing his prima facie case in this debate to meet his burden of proof in his opening. While he's doing that, he's preempting this objection that there's no way he was shot with this kind of bullet, right? So he's saying that, look, we found this bullet. It was a soft tip bullet. The kind of damage you see from this is exactly what you would expect to see in the medical examiner's report. Right? And it doesn't come off as defensive because he's incorporating it into his positive case.
The 30-06 soft.
The worst thing in an opening is to come off as defensive. That's weak. nobody's persuaded by defensiveness. You have to be assertive and confident.
Carved in the woods. Now, the 30-06 was a soft point. The
Yes.
30-06 soft point is completely consistent.
Hold on real quick. Nathaniel saying he's almost taking down every alternative theory he's heard. Yes, but the important thing is how he's doing it. It's not defensive. Like, he's not leading in and saying and he's saying, like, now some may say that this is inconsistent with the medical examiner's report. No, he's not saying that. He's saying, look, Tyler Robinson, we have the security footage. We saw this corroborating eyewitness testimony. We have the corroborating testimony from his boyfriend. And we have the bullet, which is a soft tip bullet, which is consistent with the damage that you would expect to see. Right? It's not defensive. That's the key here. That's like the difference between the amateurs and the pros. So he's presenting it in a positive, confident way, right? Because people can perceive defensiveness immediately, and it discredits them in your mind like immediately. He's very good at this. This is just trial advocacy 101.
30-06 was a soft point. The 30-06 soft point is completely consistent with the medical examiner's finding that the bullet fragmented inside of Charlie Kirk's body. But there's more. We're still not done. Some of the most powerful evidence.
He literally said, but there's more. You guys called it. Come on now, y'all are making me love lawyers. Litigation it's a science and an art. I am in love with it. I couldn't do anything else, man. I literally couldn't do anything else. This is that's why I picked to do this job. I couldn't do anything else. So that's when I see like another artist excelling in this art form, I'd love to see it, right?
Evidence is Tyler Robinson's own words. He texted his lover, Lance Twiggs. And at one
His own
point, Twiggs
words.
asked him, you weren't the one who did it, right? And the response from Robinson, I am. I'm sorry. Not only that, he said why he did it. Of Charlie Kirk, he said, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. He discusses the rifle that he left in the wood. He discusses the carving on the bullet that he put. He discusses his attempt to go back to campus to retrieve the rifle. Well, guess what? In the morning of September 11th, the day after the shooting, there's video surveillance of his car returning, just as described in the text message, to campus to retrieve the rifle per his own text message. The confessions not only are confessions, they corroborate the physical evidence.
Do you still lawyer as full-time job now, or is this your full-time job? I am part-time lawyering, full-time YouTubing, but the full-time YouTubing is spread apart with the documentary and like some other real-world things just involved in the church as well. So I think the dream was, it wasn't even the dream when I started this channel, honestly. The dream was I'm sick and tired of people sending me Gavin Ortland videos. So I just kind of want to explain my reasoning for people to understand why I converted to Orthodoxy, why I think debates are important. And that video is more like a test just to see, like, to get lighting right and to see like what I could do, just like practice. And then it was like, well, Sola Scriptura, I released that video, which was like, that's why I can't be Protestant. It doesn't make any sense. And then was just responding to the typical objections you see from Gavin Ortland videos and Sam Farag videos and just responding to those. So sick and tired of explaining to people over and over again my reasons for converting. So yeah, I still take cases. I still do litigation work.
And then he left a goodbye note. He left a goodbye note for his lover. And what did he say in the goodbye note that Lance Twiggs found under his
That goodbye note is so damning, by the way.
Quote, I'm likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I had...
Because that, first of all, it's authenticated by his boyfriend that it's his. It's authenticated by the text messages that it's his. And that's like, it's pretty overwhelming evidence.
Had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I took it. Well, what could he have meant by that? It's a mystery. What could he have possibly meant by the phrase, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I took it? But there's still more. The next day, he went and he spoke to Lance Twiggs, and he confessed in person to Lance Twiggs. Lance Twiggs testified to this during the preliminary hearing. And according to Lance Twiggs' recorded statement, Tyler Robinson expressed regret. He was sorry about what he had done. He was broken up. This, of course, is completely...
This is a very good observation, Nathaniel. Ryan forces his opponent by default to have a better account of all the facts in order to take any that's sus seriously, because this is what I tell you: mastery of the facts, mastery of the law. Right? This is what we do. Right? Just what happened? How do we make sense of it? Right? So even in this was my approach to orthodoxy. Right? Like I say it all the time, and when I talk to Cleve about it, or Cassian about it, or Ash about it, it's like I looked at the Bible and I just asked, what happened? What are the facts? What happened? Right? So establish what the facts are, and then you have to find a way to make sense of all of them. Only orthodoxy is the lens that makes sense of all of them. So it's the same thing in law here, right? It's that same principle. So he's just laying out these facts. What do we know? We know that the officers say they saw this. We know that the surveillance footage caught this. We have other eyewitnesses that corroborate this. We have the testimony of his boyfriend that corroborates this. That's pretty hard to overcome when you have such a mastery of the facts. Unless his opponent also has more mastery of the facts, there's no way he's going to be able to put up a fight against Ryan.
Consistent with the way that the police in the information and charging documents indicated that Tyler Robinson had confessed or implied that he had done the killing when speaking to his parents, and then mentioned that he might end his own life because of the sense of guilt. But this is still not all. In his Discord messages.
Oh boy, I was willing to give you a second chance after unsubbing, but as soon as I start watching, we have to listen to this Andrew Wilson glazing BS and start at the beginning. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I have been critical of Andrew Wilson when I thought he did poorly, and I've been supportive of him when I thought he did well. I am not here to take sides. I analyze debates. Ryan Mullaly is an excellent debater. Literally, objectively, he's a good debater. He has debated in the highest court of this country, of the United States of America. I think that gives him some bona fides, dude. Like, this is just learning about debates. What do you want me to do?
His friends were kind of ragging on him. They're like, hey, man, we saw the security footage. That kind of looks like Tyler. Ha, ha, ha. Like they're joking. And what did Tyler Robinson respond on Discord? Hey, guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. And it was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. I'm serious. And then not only that, he did surrender with a sheriff friend of the family and turn himself in for this crime. So let's look back at this chain. We have surveillance footage. We have multiple witnesses IDing him on the surveillance footage. We have the surveillance footage puts him at the place where the shot was fired. We have a weapon. It's his weapon. It's his family weapon. His DNA is on it. It's carved with special bullets that he prepared. We know this because one was found.
Dude, the summations are so good, man. Yeah, so like he walks you through the narrative, right? And you'll see me, I do this too, right? This is how we approach it. We walk through, we talk about the evidence. Here's the evidence. The surveillance footage says this. The eyewitnesses say this. The Discord messages say this. The boyfriend says this. What can we deduce from that? Here's what we can deduce. He went over there. He was at the campus he had no business being at. He took the shot. He bragged about it to his friends. The Discord messages corroborate it. His boyfriend corroborates it. The suicide note corroborates it. What are you going to say to that? It looks sus. The wording looks sus.
In his house, and because he admitted to it, he confessed in text message, in goodbye note, over Discord. There is multiple layers of overwhelming evidence pointing out that Tyler Robinson did this crime. And it's not just that any one of these points to it. They all point to it and they corroborate each other. And if that's not overwhelming, I'm not sure what is.
All right. Literally flawless opening, perfect use of time, no notes.
You in right there? Reset the time. I'm unmuted. All right. Okay, Didi, we're going to turn it over to you. 5-10 minutes on an opening here, then we'll get into the open dialogue. Guys, like the video. If you're just joining us, let's get this out into the algorithm and let a lot of eyes hit it. Let's go. Whenever you're ready, Didi, I'll hit the timer.
Absolutely.
I wish we would have started with this guy, though, because now it's gonna be like we have a perfect 10 out of 10 opening from Ryan. Flawless. 0 notes. I don't know. Not enough evidence to be. I don't know. Yeah, I wish we would have started with the DD guy, because now it's like, yeah, I have to yawn through this.
Well, I want to say thank you, Ryan, for agreeing to have this conversation with me. I know you're super eager to do it. Jesus Christ is Lord. I want to start off with that today. I believe today's discussion, much like Ryan has stated, this discussion will ultimately come down to a difference in evidentiary standards, or perhaps more accurately, a difference in how we assess the evidence. In other words, I believe, much like Ryan stated,
Yeah,
we're probably going
duh.
to have a fundamental disagreement over what the word overwhelming actually.
Every agreement or every disagreement on this kind of thing is about how to interpret the evidence. That's the defense and the state disagree on how to interpret the evidence. Or maybe in this case, they don't even do that, because I think like Tyler Robinson's lawyers are at the point where they're just like trying to delay and like argue down charges, not say that he didn't do them.
Really means to us personally. I don't know what happened to Charlie Kirk. As someone who is genuinely approaching this conversation in good faith, I truly would like to know what happened.
I don't know why Wilson didn't bring all of this in his debate, but I suspect it's because Candace censored him. Yeah. Ryan in one of his streams alluded to that. He said we were concerned that if we came out swinging, that Candace would just shut it down. And I also got that feeling watching it. And I think Andrew also said that on stream, that they were concerned Candace would just shut the whole thing down if he came at her too aggressively. So he just wanted to like quietly make his points and then walk away, which he did. If it was Ryan Mullaly in that room, Candace would have walked out after that opening, I think, because those are the things you can say. Been asking for evidence of icon veneration early on. The temple itself is an icon. Christian quotes, and they bowed to the temple.
To Charlie, I'm sure you and I will both concede to many points during today's discussion, and I don't think there will be much disagreement that there are several pieces of quote-unquote evidence that could point to Tyler Robinson being involved in what happened to Charlie Kirk. But being involved does not necessarily mean that he was the person who actually took Charlie Kirk's life, let alone the person who was on the rooftop of the Losey Center. And I think you and I can both agree that Tyler Robinson, according to his own supposed boyfriend, Lance Twiggs, was someone who apparently never talked, according to Lance Twiggs, Tyler Robinson was someone that never talked about politics or the LGBTQ issues in relation to Charlie Kirk.
So what? He's not on trial for his whole life. Character evidence wouldn't be admissible because his character isn't in question. The point at issue, yeah, this is like, we're not on the mind meld. Like, I am on the mind meld with Ryan. Like, this guy is trying to talk about Tyler Robinson's character. His character is not at issue. His character is not at issue, man. Has nothing to do whether it's what is at issue is at this one specific moment in time. Did he do it? That's it. That's all we're talking about. Has nothing to do with his character or his interests in politics otherwise.
My position today is not that I have overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy, although I do believe there's good reason to believe that may be the case by default. My position today is that there is overwhelming evidence that some sort of or some kind of cover-up is taking place. And one of the many reasons that I and many others struggle to believe that Tyler Robinson took out Charlie Kirk all by himself from the rooftop of the Losey Center, outside of simply not trusting the government and recognizing that the government has lied to us many times before, is that many of the most important, and one could argue most damning pieces of evidence that would absolutely incriminate Tyler Robinson are, as of today, some of the most questionable and disputed pieces of evidence we have available, whether that is the video footage, the images, or lack thereof of Tyler Robinson in the parking garage on campus, or the lack of clear footage showing him on the roof. We're told this person is Tyler Robinson, but where's the rifle? Right? We're told that we're supposed to see a rifle in his pants. Instead, many of us
he admitted to it.
See what appears to be a bulge where his cell phone would be, as I'm sure we'll discuss later. We also see him bending both legs on camera, or changing the legs that he bends.
You got it, Elias.
Before we get into it, that this may be that is possible to bend your legs with a rifle in it, but based on the footage we have seen, it certainly makes this explanation less obvious. Tyler was supposedly on the rooftop for 32 minutes, the one rooftop that local, state, and UVU police apparently seemed to miss. And then there's the question of Charlie's extensive, very expensive security detail. Civilians apparently saw the person on the roof well in advance, and there's video evidence of this, yet nothing was done in time, at least according to what we currently know. And to our knowledge, the person who filmed that individual has never been even contacted by law enforcement. That sounds eeringly similar to some of the questions surrounding the Butler narrative. The point is that we notice patterns. We're told that we're supposed to see a bulge, as I stated before. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. Again, I understand that it may be possible that while, okay, I double typed there.
I mean, I'm glad he has a prepared statement. Sometimes you're going to make mistakes like that.
Here we are. Today, you will not see a single piece of evidence.
I would not hold that against him.
Presented that demonstrates in an irrefutable way that Tyler Robinson is the person shown in every image or video being attributed to him. Not only.
Okay, so this is his claim. You will not see evidence that demonstrates in an irrefutable way that Tyler Robinson is the one who took the shot, right? So then what is he setting up? That's bad because he just set up a high standard for himself. What does he have to do? He has to provide a refutation. You want to set up low standards for yourself, not high standards. So this is a noob mistake because he set up a high standard for himself.
Only anywhere on campus, but even at the police station. That includes his car that Ryan has already
I don't think people realize. You realize a refutation is a complete, like you ought to not believe that. Like if Ryan can say, well, yeah, sure, that's a possibility, but it's reasonable to believe this evidence, that's not a refutation. Like he just set up a really high burden for himself. Yeah, he doesn't know. That's the thing. Like he's outclassed. Like, I'm sorry. He doesn't know.
That includes his license plate. That includes the footage currently available or supposedly available from the Losey Center rooftop, which, by the way, doesn't show him actually taking the shot. All right. Apparently, according to an official statement during the preliminary hearing, such footage does not even exist. That is absolutely mind-blowing, given that flop cameras are all over Utah, not to mention the incredible number of cameras throughout the entire campus. We shouldn't have to wait until the trial to at least see one clear image of Tyler Robinson on their campus.
Alex, you should set a high standard because he was good at debating. I should like get a hand, like in golf, a handicap. I brought popcorn for this one, guys. Set higher standards for myself to make it easier for the other guys. That way it's more fair. It's funny.
If such evidence exists. And that is the distinction I want to make very clear today. This discussion is not simply about whether Tyler Robinson was involved or not. It is about whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson actually shot Charlie Kirk. There are several discrepancies that will be discussed today as well. When you consider the fact that several professionals, including Green Berets, former military personnel, law enforcement officers, and former SEAL Team 6 member Rob O'Neill have argued that what happened on video makes little sense when compared with the 30-6 narrative. Those concerns need and deserve to be addressed. When you consider the fact that the crime scene was paved over only days later and that a separate crew was reportedly used to excavate the earth underneath where Charlie was sitting.
So what, dude? So you have some experts. By the way, people who use guns are not ballistics experts. Ballistics experts are like engineers. They're nerds. They have PhDs. You can be a soldier. That doesn't make you an expert in ballistics. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't show him taking the shot from tactical. Dude, this is why people shouldn't watch too much Law and Order. You're telling me. I couldn't agree more with you, man. Thank you for the $10 for supporting the stream so that we can do this, so people can get their fix and high tier litigation level debate analysis. Thank you.
That raises questions. I understand that in itself isn't necessarily suspicious, but we'll get into that in the dialogue in the back and forth.
Yeah, that's a good point. By these people's standards, you're an expert on ballistics. All right. Like ballistics experts are like double, triple PhD engineer nerds. The soldiers know how to use guns. They know how to use them well. I love soldiers. I would not want to do their job. That's a tough job. I greatly respect and admire what they do. Doesn't make them qualified to talk about bullet trajectories and like how bullets shatter. Like this is a different question. Yeah, literal nerds. Literal, you're right. Yes.
When you consider the fact that, from our understanding, the microphone Charlie was wearing has never been in police custody, that raises another question because that microphone could potentially help us understand whether something else happened by way of the audio. When you consider that pieces of evidence, including Charlie Kirk's clothing, necklace, cell phone, and the microphone that I just mentioned, were reportedly turned over to TPUSA and Erica Kirk, that raises serious questions about evidence preservation and chain of custody. When you consider that the SUV was reportedly scrubbed, sold, and sent away to auction, that raises another question. When you consider that Terrell Farnsworth was allegedly allowed to, well, not even allegedly, on film, contaminate the crime scene, took the SD card, stood on top of.
Yeah, Ryan is not even concerned. He's looking up other filings right now. I can see he changed his computer screen.
Charlie's chair, or the chair that Charlie was sitting in, that probably had blood splatter. Some could argue that probably had blood splatter on it, and immediately began going through the contents of the SD card just moments after Charlie was allegedly hit. That raises another concern. To our knowledge, he was never charged with anything related to that conduct. And to my understanding, that's a felony charge, right? These things are extremely suspicious, and at minimum deserves to be investigated. Why was he doing this, right? And the explanations that have been given are not satisfactory at all. Instead, from from the opposing side.
These people just say things, right? So like Ryan is over here like, here's what we know. We have surveillance footage. Is that a slam dunk? No, but it's corroborated by somebody, and it's corroborated by eyewitnesses, and it's corroborated by the Discord chats, and by his text messages, and by his self-deletion note. Like, and then he synthesizes it after. So these are the things that we have. Here's what we know from them, right? That's how you deliver an opening statement, not this happened and this is suspicious. Why? It begs the question, like, what is suspicious? Why is it suspicious? But what alarm bells should be going off, right? When you present in the way that a litigator does, in the way that Ryan does, it doesn't like raise any of these red flags because we're just talking about like, what do we have to work with? It's an imperfect system, and we recognize that. That's why we just say what we have. We're not overstating it in the way that DD seems to be here. Like, he's setting up promises that he can't deliver.
Not necessarily from Ryan specifically. He comes off like a nice guy. But generally from people who take his position, is that something along the lines of, okay, fine. There were many weird behaviors that day, inconsistencies, irregularities, unanswered questions, and reasons to believe that something else could potentially be going on in addition to the Tyler Robinson piece. But unfortunately, that doesn't exactly equal, quote unquote, interlocking evidence that someone other than Tyler killed Charlie. So let's just go with what the federal government has given us or what the state has given us and stop being low IQ conspiracy theorists. Many people want you to believe that the irregularities we are witnessing are simply the result of incompetence, as if
I'm a former Army airborne scout. Bullet trajectory and ballistics is well known by snipers. I will concede they have more knowledge than the average person because they have to account for like wind and stuff like that over long distances and the drop of the bullet. And I wouldn't say expert per se, but as close as you can get without having a science degree. Yeah, a sniper would have more knowledge than the normal person. But I mean, Martin Luther King Jr. was shot by a 30-06 bullet with a soft tip, and that bullet shattered. We have examples of this before in the past, right? So, I mean, they have their experts. There are other experts that'll say the exact opposite thing, right? So you have to scrutinize them. The evidence, or like asserting evidence, is not enough. Right? You have to scrutinize it and see if it can withstand stress testing. That's why we examine witnesses in direct and cross-examination to see if they can withstand stress testing.
Everyone involved were completely inexperienced because apparently all these things can be explained away as incompetence while simultaneously accepting that all of the evidence clearly points to Tyler Robinson actually shooting Charlie with no help from anybody else. That is the state's case. And I agree with one part of that argument. Finding something weird, strange, or unusual is not necessarily enough for a court of law. I get that it's not about vibes and feels. It's about what you can prove. I agree with that. But it is very important to recognize that the majority of people following this case are not attorneys, right? Most have never studied law, nor do most of us claim to be legal experts, and we don't care to. What we care about is trustworthy evidence that makes sense. What we care about are answers to.
How can you talk about that? You're not familiar with the rules of evidence or how they work. I can see that he's earnest and that he's worked. I can tell that he's worked on this. I can tell that he's worked hard. And I appreciate that. That's good. But there is a skill gap here that he's not going to be able to cross, right? Alex is mean, though. Yeah. $5 from Radiation. Thank you for supporting the channel. Online Orthodox figures can often come across as cagey and pessimistic. You're a humble, bright light in the sphere that is so needed. Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Try to keep a good attitude around here and try to stick to the facts. So it's easy to get emotional in these things sometimes, but got to keep a cool head and just like go back to like, what do we know? What can we know? Right? I'm not trying to ruin anyone. I just want everybody to become Orthodox. And I enjoy debating and stress testing ideas. That's if I can share that with you guys and you guys can, see, like, enjoy something out of that too, then that's great. I can provide something of value to other people. So thank you for the support, Radiation. You are the man.
Other important questions, including the highly unusual behavior of people close to Charlie that day. What we care about are the unusual changes TPUSA made that day. In our view, we have still not been given, it has still had not been adequately explained. We care about the apparent complete 180-degree change in its organization since September the 10th. We care about the alleged complaints and grievances Charlie was facing in his personal life, according to the people who knew him. We care about the Iran war, which Charlie reportedly opposed and strongly advised President Trump not to participate in, a war that ultimately took place after September the 10th. We care about Joe Kent's announcement that he had potential leads of foreign ties involvement, but Cass Patel himself allegedly shut down.
I'm Meerkat 8511. Thank you.
How do I monetize these people? You know what I mean? How do I monetize these people?
What is my bank account going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years? I need 7 figures. I need 7 figures.
Thank you very much for the $50 super chat. It's always good to stress test your ideas. Yeah, and usually it's best if it's done by somebody else, right? If you can do it to yourself, that's good. But if somebody else can stress test your ideas, that's ideal. That's why before I go into debates, I talk to other people. Like, hey, here's my opening statement. Am I missing something here? Is there something blatantly obvious that I'm missing? Right? Because I'm not the smartest person in the world. I've been told many times. I understand. I can miss things. So it's always a collaborative effort, right? And that's why even here the debaters can grow, because especially that JimBob debate, holy cow, that was horrible for that evolutionist guy. He needs to go back to the drawing board and like reevaluate, start from scratch, his whole worldview, his entire worldview. It wasn't even a lot of scrutiny that JimBob, that guy, he couldn't get past the first question, right? So that is good for him to go through that experience, because he can see, dude, I thought my ideas were very like soundly based in evidence and science, but they crumbled at the tiniest bit of philosophical scrutiny. I should investigate that. That's what his reaction should be. That's a good point. Thank you very much for the very generous super chat. God bless you.
Shut them down from investigating those potential foreign ties. We care about law enforcement struggling to find the weapon despite having bomb detection K9s present, only for it to be found later by what appears to be more FBI present and not as many dogs. We care about the countless allegations of lies and strange behavior surrounding Charlie's wife over the past 10 months. We care about TPUSA's unwillingness, in our view, to see.
What does that have to do with whether Tyler took the shot? See, like, he has pieces, but they're not connected, right? Like, sure, Erica Kirk, let's concede for the sake of argument that let's explore that idea, right? Let's say she's being weird. Her husband also was just assassinated in front of the world. You think that had something to do with her being weird? I don't know.
Simply have an open dialogue with the public about many of these questions. We care about the lack of good faith actors willing to acknowledge that alternative theories are at least plausible, including the drone theory presented by We're Not Going to Mars,
30 seconds.
Chris Martin, and others, which I would argue is far more plausible than the Tyler Robinson theory. We care about discrepancies in timelines and discrepancies between different accounts. We care about what we can actually see on camera very clearly, such as the allegation that Charlie's team denied medical assistance, placed him into an SUV, and did not allow a single EMT to ride with him on the way to the hospital. Why would they do that? We care about George Zinn immediately taking credit and creating a diversion. People say, oh, he's just crazy. He's a crazy old man who's known for doing this, but that does not explain how it appeared that he had prior knowledge of what would eventually take place. We're not buying the explanation simply given to us.
All right, that's your time. Want to finish your sentence?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. All right, guys, thank you for the openings. I am fading away into the sunlight, as you can tell. Looks like the sun's setting right on my camera. And
all right, that's hilarious. But yeah, openings. A lot of begging the question from DD. A lot of missing puzzle pieces with no like connective tissue at all. I am at a loss at what his narrative is, right? Remember, Ryan told us what happened. He presented us with a narrative based on the accounts that we have from that day. DD didn't tell us what happened. All he said was, I wish some things were investigated more. This is why even when you're in the negative, I say even in JimBob's debate, I mean, it's like a stylistic choice. Maybe he didn't want to take on a burden that he didn't have to defend. I think you still have to present a positive case, even though you don't have a duty to. I think it's just better to persuasively, right? If from a persuasive angle, it is better to present a positive case. So I think what DD or Candace or these skeptics about this thing, the people that are asking questions, dude, tell us what happened. What do you think happened? Then Ryan told us what he thinks happened. He was very clear. And he has evidence along the whole way to corroborate what he thinks happened. DD did not tell us what he thinks happened. Right? I don't know what his position is. This is what skill difference, man. It's frustrating.
It's a good look, Mike.
I normally have that. A little lower. We do debates usually about an hour or two after this time, so bear with me. It'll go away. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm going to reset the time for 60 minutes, and then when we get to about 50 to 55, I'll ask you guys if you want to do a quick little individual closing each for 2 to 5 minutes, just to summarize what you think's going on. Yes, I'm ghosting. Here we go. You guys can ask each other questions. Just try to let each other finish whatever they're saying before you ask your next one. And if you're asked a question, let's try to answer the question before you ask a follow-up.
Yeah, and by the way, I think a lot of this is probably going to be, Dee Dee, you asking questions about various pieces of evidence that I presented because I have the affirmative. So I laid out the evidence I found overwhelming. I suspect you're going to want to ask me some questions about it. But before we do that, the question I had for you was, because I am an attorney, I think I look at this with a bit of a different perspective. And to me, if I put myself in the shoes of the defense team, right, their client is in jail, and he's
this is a really good
another year. He's already been in.
Really good angle from Ryan here. He's going to talk about their tactics. They're not denying things. They're delaying things. They're arguing technicalities. They're not saying that they're wrong. It's a very strong point from Ryan that he is about to make.
In jail. If they had evidence that, like, the surveillance footage was faked or the text messages were faked, if they had evidence like that, they could have blown up the preliminary hearing. They could have gotten their guy to walk free. He wouldn't be in jail for another year. No.
This is just knowledge gap, dude. Like, what did we expect?
Defense lawyers going to let their client sit in jail for a year for no reason, right? So I guess the question I have whenever people talk about what all kind of different theories, like maybe the video's faked, maybe the text messages are
Defense
fake,
team's
maybe
in
this
on
is fake,
it.
that is fake, that sort of thing, is why do you think the defense team didn't bring this stuff up? If they could prove it was fake, their client would be free.
That's
an
incredible
mental
question. Thank you for the
solidarity.
question, Ryan. My first response would be,
I know where he's going. I know where he's coming from, dude. We have gone through the same hazing process to be, in my case, I'd like to say a half decent litigator. For him, one of the highest tier litigators. You know, I've worked on stuff in the Federal Court of Appeals. I've never worked on Supreme Court stuff. So he has that on me. So yeah, he is the in the highest rung of litigators. He's up there. So yeah, I get him. I understand him. I know where he's coming from. Andre, bro, haven't seen you in a minute. Have you seen this Ryan Mullaly guy? Brothers by trauma, like literally. And Andre knows about that too. This Ryan Mullaly guy, this guy is a nasty debater, dude. He's a litigator. He's argued in the U.S. Supreme Court, mostly practicing in federal court. Absolute killer, working on Andrew Wilson's team. He's excellent. You would love him.
in all transparency,
Andre is also a litigator. He's a Romanian Orthodox lawyer litigator, just like me.
I don't know. I think the reason why, and I didn't get to a lot of the things, and I knew my opening statement was probably going to run to 12, 13 minutes, but I still tried to sneak it in to see if y'all were going to let me. But one of the things I did not get to talk about was the fact that majority of the people that followed, if we only cared about the outcome of this trial, like if that's all we cared about, then you and I wouldn't be here today. I think we also care about this thing called the court of public opinion. You and I are not here discussing because
I think Ryan is trying. He's struggling to see how this is responsive to his question. His facial expressions. I have never felt more solidarity with a man than in these moments, dude.
Was the fact that
what was his question? Here.
Thank you for the question, Ryan.
The question I have whenever people talk about
here we go.
What all kind of different theories, like maybe the video's faked, maybe the text messages are faked, maybe this is fake, that is fake, that sort of thing, is why do you think the defense team didn't bring this stuff up? If they could prove it was fake, the client would be free.
That's an incredible question. Thank you for the question, Ryan. My first response would be,
technicalities.
In all transparency, I don't know.
Instead of
I think the reason why, and I didn't get to a lot of the things,
saying they're wrong.
Opening statement was probably going to run to 12 or 13 minutes, but I still tried to sneak it in to see if y'all were going to let me. But one of the things I did not get to talk about was the fact that majority of the people that followed, if we only cared about the outcome of this trial, like if that's all we cared about, then you and I wouldn't be here today.
This has nothing to do with the position that the defense is taking, like what arguments they're making. They're making a lot of concessions. Everybody knows Rakita Law is the best lawyer around. His analysis on this is good. He knew some stuff about the DNA testing that I didn't know. I learned about that stuff because I didn't. My work didn't really have that much DNA testing. I did a lot of the work that Andre did, suing insurance companies, and I worked for a year for some like silk stalking law firm that defended insurance companies. So I know both sides of that. But yeah, Rakita Laws, he's a good analysis on this. He's great. He knows what he's talking about.
I think we also care about this thing called the court of public opinion. You and I are not here discussing because of the trial itself. Who cares what Didi thinks? Who cares what Ryan thinks? You're not on the case. We care about what majority of the people that are following this case in the public care. Are you confused about that?
Yeah. Well, I guess, do you think he's going to get convicted?
Well, I don't know.
This has nothing to do with Ryan's original question, but he's more interested because he sees he has good field. You guys ever watch that anime Blue Lock? He has the vision of the field, right? He knows, he can see the future. He knows where these paths are going to go. This is a sense that litigators develop. And Andre Kira will also tell you that when you're in a deposition, every now and then you get a sense, you get a feeling. You sense something in what the other person says, and you see a path in your mind to what you suspect is a gold mine, like some treasure at the end of the rainbow. And that's the look that Ryan has on his face right now. Do you think he's going to be convicted? Let's take the conversation in this direction. Rakita might have good coverage, but he is not a very good person. He has some convictions. Doesn't he have some convictions of his own? I don't know if he has convictions. Doesn't he have convictions of his own? I have seen some of that. Yeah.
The point that I'm making here is you and I are here discussing this because clearly in the court of public opinion, there's not this sort of majority that feel one way or the other. There's a lot of conflicting beliefs. There's a lot of people that don't believe the given narrative. Would you agree with that? The reason why, the reason why I'm pointing that out is to say majority of us are not attorneys. Majority of us don't know how these things typically work in court, and because of that, I'm.
Why are you confessing
of the average?
Why are you saying you don't know what's happening in court? It's a debate. This is not a friendly dialogue, people.
Civilian. I want to preface what I'm about to say next with that, because a lot of times we don't understand like the purpose of a preliminary hearing, right? As opposed to actual trial. So all we see is what's presented in the preliminary hearing and what the defense is not allowed to do. All right. So we're learning as we go. And if something has not been presented as of yet,
oh my goodness,
our perspective is like my current belief system is that they're not allowed to. The defense was not allowed to share certain things during the preliminary hearing.
I can help with that. They are allowed to. Now, in the interest.
That's what Cleve was saying the other day, that this is the new meta. Is just concede everything. Like lose the war so you can try to attempt to win one minor battle. It's so crazy, dude. He's not confessing, he's bragging. He might be. Yeah, I'm a normal person. I don't know anything about this. Why are you saying that in a debate? You're destroying. How ironic is it that Ryan opens up explaining to the audience his bona fides, right? His background, why he is in particular in a good position to be commenting on these things, right? And Didi says the exact opposite. I do not know what's going on. I'm in a bad position to be commenting on these things. Am I not allowed to think? Good point.
Just having a good faith conversation, being as fair as possible. At a preliminary hearing, they might choose not to. And let me tell you the difference between the two things. At a preliminary hearing, the standard of proof for the prosecution is very favorable. So there's certain types of evidence that the defense might not put forward because they don't think it's going to be enough. It's not going to be enough, right? Like, for example, like if they thought they had something that was like a little detail that was wrong, that's not going to move the needle. It's not going to be enough. They might save that for trial. So they're not always incentivized to put everything forward. But if they could blow up the whole case, if they could prove the government was just lying, those are fake photos. Those are fake text messages. They would do that at the preliminary hearing, and they are allowed to call witnesses. They did call witnesses during the preliminary hearing. The government didn't want to call the DNA experts, and then the defense called
I think Ryan is right that like by now you would know what their arguments are in the litigation process. There are like numerous filings, and each time you submit a filing to the court, you have to be very careful in the way you word things. And you have to be very careful to deny certain allegations that the other side makes, because if you don't deny things, that's a weapon they can use, right? So they say, Your Honor, the defense admits XYZ, right? We never admitted that. What are you talking about? Well, now you're going to say you don't admit it. It's been 7 months of litigation. We've been talking about this for, since the beginning of this case. Not once did you deny it. Now today, for the first time, at the 11th hour, you're going to deny this now? See how bad that looks? So the litigation filings, or the case filings, this is criminal, whatever. They are very, what's the term? Reliable in terms of what arguments are they going to make at this point. Obviously, it's not their whole case in chief or anything. That would be their opening statement at trial. But you kind of get the gist for like what their position is by this point.
The DNA experts and cross-examine them for a couple hours. So the defense is allowed to call witnesses. They chose not to. And to me, that's the most compelling piece of evidence against the idea that like the text messages are fake and the surveillance is fake and this and that. Because as an attorney, I could tell you, if I could prove that those text messages were fake, whew, you couldn't keep me out of court with a smile on my face. Because
not even have to prove. If you could plant a seed that they might be fake, right? I'm trying to think, how would you do that? What can you get from a Discord message or a text message? Like, can't you find somebody's actual geographic location by like triangulating the towers that they were pinged off of or something? Like, you could use that, right? Like, yeah, but no, not even that. Like, Ryan is right.
Just one second. Imagine how that goes. If I prove those are fake, that means that the police is lying. That means the whole investigation is suspect. That means those police perjured themselves. Those police might go to jail. The case against my client gets thrown out of court. The police all get fired. I'm a hero. My client's not in jail anymore. There's no way I'm not doing that.
Absolutely, great point. Here's my, because again, I can only go so deep into the legal jargon with you, but what I can say is I can flip that and I can say,
and why are you
the
here?
Prosecution and it's the preliminary hearing. Why would you not present irrefutable images of?
This is when I get a little upset because like, why was this not Ryan and Tim Gordon, and then Didi, this guy versus Rob Noor? It just seems like the matchup is a little. We got to see Ryan and Tim Gordon for sure. Gotta have two lawyers on this. I don't really have a bone in the fight. I'm not really into the political stuff, but T. Jackson says messages do come with location data. Discord is IP, so it would be an IP address. So that would be something if you're in the defense team, if there's some like great inconsistency there, that would be enough, I think, to present at the preliminary hearing. We don't even know if these messages are sent from this guy. He was somewhere completely different, right? So I think Ryan is right. If they had that, they would use it. But they don't. They don't have it. That's why they didn't use it.
Tyler Robinson.
They did.
Where? Show me one.
Well, so they put the image on screen.
Show it to me.
And so, well, hold on. Let's explain to people what happened if you didn't watch the hearing. They put the image on screen, and then the testifying police officer said, I identified this person as Tyler Robinson. Then they had Lance Twiggs' testimony where he said that was definitely Tyler Robinson. Then Tyler Robinson had in Discord messages said it was him. And they also have, though they didn't testify at the hearing, I'll admit that, but they also have the TPUSA representative who said they talked to Tyler Robinson that day, and they ran the license plate on his car and his car was there. So they have like 5 or 6 different ways of confirming that that picture is him.
So I see what you just did there. I'm well aware of everything you just said, but you didn't actually answer the question that I asked you. In the actual...
Remember, Didi never actually answered the one question that Ryan asked him way back at the beginning, right? He asked him if the defense had some evidence that Tyler Robinson did not send those text messages or Discord messages. Why are they not in the preliminary? Like, why wouldn't they use that? Didi never answered that.
Preliminary hearing, why would they not show any image of his clear face on the actual campus?
They showed the images from the surveillance footage they had, and it was enough that it was.
But
like,
so what you're saying is they don't have any clear images in 4K. They don't have to be 4K. Just clearly it's Tyler Robinson. They don't have any of them.
I guess my point is, and you said this earlier.
Said it's
so
him.
I don't want to make this like a gotcha because I think you were transparent about this. They're not playing to the court of public opinion. They're playing to the law, to the court, right? They're not doing it for you. They're doing it for the judge. And the images that they gave were sufficiently clear that multiple witnesses were willing to testify that that was him. So I guess the question is, why would they?
They testified that it looked like him. They testified that they look like Tyler Robinson. The
Yeah.
question that I'm stating, because again, it's very important that I keep reiterating.
Yeah,
this.
that's the same thing.
There's tens of thousands of us who
Mm-hmm.
are really approaching this in good faith, and we're not convinced.
Like, if his friend looks at the image and he's like, yep, that looks like Tyler. What else do you want him to say? Right? Yep, that's Tyler. It's the same effect legally. He's saying the same thing.
Why is it so hard for them just to show the image of Tyler?
They did show the image. They did show the image of Tyler. Y'all just didn't accept it. But beyond that point, they also had enhanced.
See, trying to be performative. They did.
Enhanced footage of the roof, and they have enhanced footage that zoomed in. The issue is the defense convinced the judge not to make that evidence public.
When you say enhanced, explain to the audience what you mean by that, Ryan.
Zoomed in so that you can see the person more clearly.
That's-
And I
no,
think they also added circles and some highlighting to make it easier to follow. Because if you guys haven't seen the footage, if you look at the footage of the guy in the black hoodie, who I think is Tyler Robinson pretty clearly, but people can debate that, moving across the roof, that it's a very the camera's pretty far away, so it's very zoomed out. So what they provided was a zoomed in version where they circle him and you can see him moving, and the judge has that.
So I just want to just make sure I understand this. So you're saying there's video footage that we've all seen from however many feet away from the rooftop, showing this person running across the rooftop. That's extremely blurry. It could be anyone. You're stating that they zoomed in court and the footage became more clear.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know what it looks like. I'm telling you
But
I'm telling you what they said to the judge.
I briefly reviewed the filings the other day. A lot of stuff is filed under seal.
And the lawyers wouldn't lie to the judge because they get disciplined.
Right.
And it'd be very obvious because they're going to hand it to him. If it's not what they say it is, he's going to call bullshit on them. So.
And then they get suspended.
Yeah.
Okay. Did it just end? Weird. Where are we at?
In my live stream, it's not working. So.
The one who did it, right? And the response from
center outside of simply not trusting the government and recognize that something else could potentially.
I'm going to reset the time.
Types of evidence that the defense might not put forward because they don't think it's going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. If I prove those are fake,
the actual preliminary hearing, why would they not show any image of his clear face on the
for the judge? And didn't follow because if you guys haven't seen the footage, if you look at the footage of the guy in the black hoodie, who I think is Tyler Robinson, clearly, but people can debate that.
That's weird.
Moving across the roof, that it's a very the camera's pretty far away, so it's very zoomed out. So what they provided was a zoomed in version where they circle him and you can see him moving, and the judge has that.
So I just want to just make sure I understand this. So you're saying there's video footage that we've all seen from however many feet away from the rooftop, showing this person running across the rooftop. That's extremely blurry. It could be anyone. You're stating that they zoomed in court and the footage became more clear.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know what it looks like. I'm telling you I'm telling you what they said to the judge, and the lawyers wouldn't lie to the judge because they get disciplined.
Right.
And it'd be very obvious because they're going to hand it to him. If it's not what they say it is, he's going to call bullshit on them. So
okay,
he wouldn't lie to the judge. It'd be crazy.
Okay, so Ryan, I just want to make sure I understand. So the video footage of this person running across the roof, you are convinced that it's Tyler Robinson, correct?
Yeah.
Can you tell from the footage that it's Tyler Robinson?
From the footage itself?
No. Can you tell from the footage on the roof that he actually shot Charlie Kirk?
No, the way you know it's Tyler Robinson is that they tracked him in the stairwell where they do have footage of him that's identifiable.
They have footage of a person.
Then they track that person moving across campus over time. Then
you don't want to interrupt Ryan. I saw his debate with Peace go. You don't want him to go into bulldozer mode. I don't know. This guy doesn't know what he's asking for, dude.
And they found his DNA on the roof on the screwdriver. Then they found his rifle in the woods where the guy ran with his DNA all over it. Then they found cartridges that were carved by him using a tool he borrowed from his boyfriend. And then he confessed to it. So you take the confession, the video, it all comes together, and it shows that, that guy on that roof, so if I had to bet every dollar in my pocket, I'm betting that was Tyler Robinson.
Absolutely. And I'm not here to unequivocally state that it's not. I don't believe that it is. But this is what I am saying, because when you stack things on top, like that, it sounds.
Who was it then?
Break down
everything he says begs the question.
Got you. Okay, fair.
Let's give him a chance to make his case. Go ahead, Diddy.
Sure.
Sorry. Okay, so number one, you say that there was a fire cartridge.
Ryan is like friendliness maxing at this time.
In the gun. That's true. And I believe there was 3 unfired ones. Is that correct?
I don't remember the exact number, but
I believe there was 4 total. One of them was fired.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember the number.
Is this his humble servant? It might be.
Weapon was fired or where it was fired. Do we have proof of who took that gun to wherever it was found in the woods? We don't.
Well, we see somebody wearing the same clothes that Tyler Robinson was wearing, carrying a rifle wrapped in a towel, hopping off the roof, running to the wood. Hold on. You asked a question. Let me answer. Run into the wooded area where the rifle was found, which is the same wooded area that Tyler Robinson scoped out earlier that day with his DNA all over it, the carvings all over it. And by the way, when he texted Lance Twiggs, he said, I'm going back to get my rifle.
Sure.
Which he ended.
Notice at every opportunity he has, Ryan is going to go back to the evidence. What do we know at this time? DNA evidence all over the stuff. We have video surveillance footage of somebody that looks like him, corroborated by people who know him and say, yes, that's him. That looks like him. Yep. And he's just going to keep on emphasizing his points. Remember, like I said this at the beginning when I first started like breaking down debates. What's the point of cross-exam? Make your points. Ryan's taking every opportunity, even when he's the one being asked questions. He's taking this opportunity to make his points, to repeat the evidences, to repeat his points to the people. Repetition is powerful.
And then later that night, we see his car. They run his plate. He was going back to get his rifle.
Got you.
So yeah, we have some pretty good reasons to think that was him and his rifle.
Yeah. So in other words, we have nothing on footage that confirms that it was Tyler Robinson. We're going to get to this because you keep stacking these things, and we're going to break these things down individually. So let's go just real fast.
Please break them down individually. Please do it. Start now.
The footage on the roof. Are you claiming here today, Ryan, that you saw a rifle?
I haven't seen the enhanced footage. I was in court. I haven't seen it.
I agree. And okay, so do you believe that?
I know people who have seen it, but I haven't seen it.
Right, and one of those people you claimed you had on your show, and they give conflicting testimony from what two other witnesses or multiple witnesses stated that they saw. They claimed that what we saw on the internet is the same thing.
It's not testimony
That was shown in court.
Yeah.
In fact, we see that on footage.
Well,
It was accidentally shown to us on footage. But here's my
but my point is more this: if there was no footage of the roof, the evidence would still be overwhelming.
Got you. That's your opinion. So when this person jumps off the roof, Ryan,
Mhm.
the thing that they're carrying, do you believe that that's a rifle?
Yeah, a rifle wrapped in a towel.
Okay. So there's video footage of when this person hops off the roof. If you slow it down slow enough, this item, whatever it is, literally folds. Rifles do not fold the way in which this did.
Okay.
It
Now-
folded like a towel. But the problem is, if it has a rifle on the inside, where's the rifle? We never see the rifle. And I'm asking in good faith. If a rifle is shown to me, Ryan, you and I are on the same.
Now they keep on saying they're asking in good faith. You can ask dumb things in good faith. That has literally nothing to do with whether your question is objectionable or valid or a good question, right? Or that it speaks to the evidentiary issues, right? I don't know why they keep on saying that. Right? We're good people, we're good faith people, and we just want the truth. Yeah. So do we. Everybody wants that.
Page. I'll get on your side and we'll argue against everybody else.
I did not see it folding, and in fact, it looked the opposite to me. But let's say you've seen a video of it folding, right?
100%.
Now, okay. Now there's two hypotheses, right? Because you got this video off the internet, I assume?
Correct.
All right. So one hypothesis is that somebody posted a fake video on the internet, because people do that. The other hypothesis is that, in fact, this video shows the rifle folding up in a way that's suspicious and destroys the case. And the defense team is either so stupid they didn't notice it, or they're in on it, and that's why they didn't bring it to the judge's attention. But the thing is, if you watch the hearing, the defense team objected to everything. They objected constantly. They're constantly objecting and saying,
I like how this guy acts like saying that's just your opinion is relevant. Yeah. Ryan is more than qualified to submit his opinion. It's expert testimony. Ryan knows what convinces a judge. Well, I mean, Ryan knows what he's talking about. Like Didi I'm just listening to it casually. He's already confused a bunch of terms. Like he's talking about, you had somebody on their show and they gave you testimony. Nobody gives you testimony on a show. They swear him in on a show. It's like nobody who knows what they're talking about would make that like simple mistakes like that.
Judge, don't do this. They're very active. They're not sitting there passive. It's just, if I had to figure out what my probabilities are, the odds that... Yeah.
So if the defense team did not object to that footage, then why is he objecting to that footage? Is the defense team in on it? Does he know something the defense team doesn't know? It's a good question from Ryan.
The defense is in on it or so incompetent that they didn't raise this to the judge seems pretty low. And the odds that somebody doctored an internet footage for clicks seems pretty high.
So now we're going...
Well, that's good, because Ryan put him in a position where it's like, why didn't the defense object to this? Right? Why didn't the defense object to this? They're in on it, aren't they? You think they're in on it.
I'm going to go to...
Or you're wrong.
When we actually delve into the evidence itself, maybe what I actually saw is a fake video. And that's probably the high probability here. Because what I'm telling you is I'm looking at the same footage that everybody else on the internet, and we slowed the footage down. The item that this person was carrying when they hopped off the roof, if you slow it down slow enough, the item folds. It doesn't look like a gun.
So I'm gonna refer you to what the Tyler Robinson's defense team said about like the internet crowd talking about this. This is from a...
Okay, so this Tyler Robinson's defense team, they speak for Tyler. Okay. Consider this as Tyler Robinson speaking. Right? That's what an attorney is. They stand in your shoes. They speak in your place. So this is Tyler Robinson's defense team speaking. This is Tyler speaking.
Hearing on October 24th, 2025, they said in court, there's reference to, unstable people coming into the courthouse, to conspiracy theorists saying things online. We're all aware of that. I mean, I don't know what the court has read. It's none of my business. I've received some wacky phone calls and emails, people telling me what they think happened here. It's noise. We're not litigating this case in the press. We're not talking to the crazies. My point is, the internet and the public sphere is full of people with opinions, is full of people who are willing to make up evidence to get clicks. But when you're in court, you're held to an evidentiary standard. And for the lawyers, you're held to a standard of professional responsibility. So if they tell the judge, hey, look, that rifle's folding, and then the judge, or like they fake that video, and then it turns out that the defense counsel's just making stuff up, it's devastating for their client. It's devastating for their reputation. It's devastating for their profession, their career going forward. So when I say that I'm more moved by the evidence that's presented in the courtroom than I am by stuff that people circulate online, it's because the people in the courtroom are held to a standard. They're held to account.
Ryan, but I'm not here to dispute that with you, brother.
They're held to a higher standard.
I would never argue against it. The problem is, first and foremost, you've already stated you haven't seen all of the evidence. None of us have.
None of us
so
have.
You can't argue with you can't.
Duh. Why is he saying this? I think people just talk just to talk and take up space. What does that have to do with anything? Yes, Ryan and Didi are working with they have the same evidences available to them. Well, this doesn't make sense. Like, what is he's not even saying anything. I don't know how Ryan hasn't just pulled out his entire goatee by this point. I would be losing I'd be losing the hair on my head.
You can't argue in favor of something you haven't seen yet, like the video footage on the roof. We go by what we've seen in the public sphere. And what we've seen, we've slowed the video down. Number one, you never see him take a shot. Number two, it's
dang, bro. If I hear him say that one more time, I'm gonna lose it. We slowed the video down. You think the lawyers didn't slow the video down? You moron! As if this is some magic bullet. We slowed the video down. Who cares? Wow. And it's amazing that Ryan is holding back from mocking at this point.
I'll hold that until we get to the screwdriver. How do we proceed with arguing with the images and the videos if the response I get, from you is going to be, well, we don't know if that's what they actually showed in court or if that's AI.
No, what I'm saying is that when you have sworn testimony in court from law enforcement officers, from witnesses under penalty of perjury, meaning they're lying, they go to jail.
Yeah.
Right. And they provide evidence. Then that evidence is something that I'm going to give a great deal of weight because there's reason to believe it's true. When I see a random dude online post something, I don't give that a lot of credibility because that guy, he's not injured if he's wrong. He doesn't have.
It's a good point. They're not held. People online are not held to higher standards. We lawyers are held to higher standards, right? So if there's some lie said in court, there's a lot to lose with a lie. So the lawyers are very careful to, at least if there's a mistake, they have reasons for what they do. Right? They have reasons for it. You would never see a lawyer just blatantly lying. That would be such an exception, right? Just blatantly lying without any justification, right? We're able to justify every jot and tittle of our filings, or at least a good lawyer, you should be able to.
The same stamp of credibility because he's not in an environment where the credibility is being checked in the same way. So what I'm saying is, if I posted a video right now of you turning into a spaceship and flying out of the room, I would assume people would give that very little credibility because it's just something I posted online. I just used my AI. I said,
right.
Whereas if he's in court,
okay, so the text message that.
By the way, there are rules, in the Michigan State rules of procedure, for example. Say a lawyer's signature is a lawyer endorsing every statement that's made on that document. They're held accountable for those. It also is an endorsement that you have reasonably investigated the claims made in that document, and your professional reputation and license are on the line, right? So every time a lawyer signs a filing, they are signing on that they have investigated these claims reasonably. They don't have to put in heroic efforts, but that they have reasons to know that it's true. Andre says, or the other attorney would absolutely destroy you in a sidebar before the judge. Seen it happen on closing arguments where the judge instructed the jury to disregard statements made by the liar. Yes, timing. Timing is also key because when you discover somebody does that, So now you have a weapon, right? You have a bullet. It's like, I want to use it when it counts most. It was brutal. I could imagine, brother. That's devastating.
Andrew Wilson, your buddy, just released. How do you feel about that text message?
What does that have to do with this?
I'm going somewhere with it. How do you feel about the text message?
Ryan didn't argue based off that text message. That's okay. Here's another thing people don't understand in debates. Ryan is not here to defend Andrew. He's not here to defend every statement he's made in his entire life. Ryan is here to defend the argument that he presented in his opening statement. You can go to as much research as you want. Whatever Andrew talks about, it's not what Ryan is talking about in this debate. It's not at issue.
I feel pretty good about it, but where's that going with this?
Well, because you're stating that if it's not in the court, if it's not being shown in the court, then you can't hold it to this sort of high standard. But
higher standard, yeah. That doesn't mean that it's unreliable. That just means that the statements made in court filings are a bit more trustworthy than things you find on the internet because they're signed off by lawyers who have their career on the line.
Well, you know, I was on Andrew's fact-checking team, right?
Correct.
I've seen the text message, yeah.
But that doesn't, it wasn't shown in the court of law.
Sure, but I
what?
Personally,
but
physically, I was there. Like, what are we talking about?
That doesn't, no. That doesn't change what was just stated, brother. It's the same text message being shown in the court. It doesn't matter if you saw it first. You or you. I'm not you.
What's his point?
But I'm not trying to convince you about the veracity of that text message.
I'm just trying to see if you're consistent, and you're not.
How am I being inconsistent?
Because I'm saying that there are things in the public sphere that we as the public investigate, analyze, and you're...
Dude, Ryan is giving him way too much credit. Ryan, I've seen enough now. This is not a smart person. Like, I gave him a chance. I listened. How far am I in this debate? 50 minutes? Ryan, this is not a smart person, dude. Destroy this guy.
Saying, well, if it's not being shown in the court, then we shouldn't trust it.
No, I'm saying that when you analyze things, you should assign credibility based off of the circumstances in which you find the evidence. In court evidence has very high credibility because of...
Why is he making a face? Look at Didi is making a face as if this is like the craziest thing he's ever heard in his life. Better call Soren. That's Eclipse channel. There you go. Dude, Didi's making a face like this is the craziest thing he's ever heard of in his life. Dang, I want popcorn. Don't worry. This is Smart Pop popcorn. 240 calories per bag. I am on a diet because I have to film for the documentary in like 2 months. So I got to go freaking run, dude. But yeah, Didi's acting as if this is the craziest thing he's ever heard, that court filings are more reasonable than statements made online because a lawyer signs off on them and their career is on the line. It's like, that's all performative and no substance. I mentioned this earlier, right? It's like when you have just performance and no substance, it's like you don't really have anything. You need both.
There's all these checks that keep people from fabricating, from lying. There's penalties in place. Online credibility is very low.
Didi's got that facial
no
expression.
And in fact, there's an incentive to lie because it gets you clicks and attention. So the credibility is very different. Then you ask me about a text message, which has nothing to do with our topic of debate, really.
It literally does. It's about Charlie Kirk.
Well, but no, it has almost nothing to do with it because it's not evidence against Tyler Robinson. It's a thing that Andrew said, and I happen to believe it because I physically saw it with my own 2 eyes, but it's not part of the evidence against Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, there's no relevance.
Okay.
It's not relevant.
Let me put it this way, just to explain it. If Charlie texted the day before that he was afraid the left was going to kill him, it would be irrelevant.
Being respectful, you're dominating the space. So just real fast. So any of the images, the images of his car, of his license plate, do we have an image of his license plate that clearly shows his license plate?
I'm not sure.
He's such a dork.
I'll answer that for you.
Didi is so bad.
We have law enforcement officers that testified that they ran the plate.
Sir, I think it was just one.
It might have been. I'm not.
It is just one. I think it was that night.
Sorry, it was one, and then he was referencing the police report of another one because there's the guy who's testifying in court about the surveillance footage, and then there's the report of the guy who's in the police car that turned away Tyler Robinson's car on the morning when he was coming back to check for the rifle. And so there's 2 different ones, but that's the 2 officers I was thinking of.
Dude, he's just getting knowledge gapped on the facts. Didi doesn't know jack about this case, dude. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't know any of the filings. He doesn't know what happened. He has no proposed alternative. All he's doing, honestly, Ryan should charge him for this. This is a Q&A that Didi got for free with an attorney who has reviewed the file. Ryan, your billables probably pretty high. At this point, your billable hours, that rate's probably pretty high at this point, man. You should send Didi an invoice after that.
Okay, well, you could be right, and I do mean that in good faith, but my understanding is that there's only one police officer that testified that He believed that he
Yes.
saw Tyler Robinson, and then he thought to get partial plate numbers.
Yeah, so there's two ways that they could do it, right? Because there was the one officer in the morning who ran the partial plate when the car came back in the early morning of the 11th, right? Then they also have footage of his car in the parking garage on the day of the shooting.
Correct.
So I think, and I'm doing this from memory, but I think if memory serves, that the order was they ran the plate on the 11th in the early morning when this officer had like a hunch, he ran the plate, right? So that's one. Then later, when they were doing their investigation, they looked at the surveillance footage and they saw the same car in the parking garage, and they could confirm it was the same car via the plate. So, but it happened in backwards order, right? Like
I see what you're saying. My understanding was it happened a bit different, but fine, I'll grant you that. Again, I'm taking the position that of most people I've seen.
I'll grant you that.
Yes, there's a great amount of people who take your position for sure, but there's
it's not really granting that when you have no counter arguments. Moses said, "Are you still going, Alex? I put the kiddo to bed, and you're still hitting it hard. Mad respect. I love watching Ryan Mullaly debate." $2 from David Costa. Thank you for supporting the channel. We need some decorum. Was it the popcorn? We need decorum, just in general, like in society, in life. Yes, I agree. Concession maxing again, bro. Just like Cleve said, Cleve was right. Cleve to antiquity. He was right.
So many of us that do not, and I'm just listing out the reasons why we don't. The footage. If only we could just see the license plate. That's blurry.
Oh, dude, who said that? Who said, can we get some decorum? That's from Jay's debate. I forgot, dude. That was the moderator from Jay's debate. Can we get some decorum? Dude, thank you. Slow boy moment. It took me a second to get that reference. That was hilarious. Good night, paper.
You can see his face clearly. We don't. The rooftop. If only we can see that it's Tyler Robinson. We don't. Okay, fine. We don't have to see that it's him. Can we at least see the person taking the shot? We don't. The screwdriver that is found on the roof. Can we at least see that on body cam footage? Body cam footage turns off. You see, like when these things stack up, it's very hard for people to just say, well, we're only going to pay attention to the things that Ryan listed that are pieces of evidence. The text messages, the Celebrate extraction process, which the Celebrate extraction process itself isn't necessarily unreliable, but it's also not the most, what's the word here? There are certain processes, as I'm sure you understand, that has to take place in order to confirm that what is being shown from the extraction is pretty accurate, such as sort of the timeline, deletions, etc.
So it's a multifactorial equation. Yes, everybody knows that, dude. Cleave to decorum. Literally everybody knows that. Why are they complaining about this stuff? They're literally just whiny babies. I'm pretty convinced they're whiny babies at this point. There's nothing substantive to it at all. There's like literally no evidence. And do you guys know what evidence has DD presented so far? There isn't any, dude. This is Ryan educating a non-lawyer layperson on court processes and evidentiary rules.
Yeah, so the thing about the text messages, and you said a bunch of stuff there, so I'm going to circle back to it, but let's stick on the text messages for a second, and I'll try to remember to address some of the stuff that you said, because I think the text messages is an important point worth getting into.
I agree.
So the way this happens, they have the text messages. They take pictures of the text messages. They extract the data from the phone to ensure the text messages, right? And then they had Lance Twiggs sit down under oath, and they showed him each text message, and they asked him, is this true? Is this an authentic text message that you received? And he said yes. Right. Like that all of that.
That's kind of the end of the story, dude.
So for the text messages to be fake, I guess I'm trying to figure out.
Well, no. I'll help you. It's not I'm not arguing that they're fake. I'm arguing that it hasn't been proven if they're fake or not, because all we have are the extractions. We have pictures as well. But this is why I was saying earlier, when you just stack things on top of each other as if it's like so overwhelming. But if we break these things down, it's very clear why people are very skeptical about this.
Why? What? Where? How is it very clear why people are skeptical about this? You have a text message. You have the data from the phone, the testimony from Lance Twiggs that corroborates them. Where's the skepticism from? Like, on what basis?
Well,
Lance Twiggs, hold on, I'm about to explain.
Yeah,
Lance Twiggs is confirming that these text messages are real. This is the same Lance Twiggs that
he was asked.
some reason has immunity, despite the fact that one of the witnesses, one of the construction workers,
he has immunity so that he can testify freely without being scared of going to jail himself.
His description of one of the people that was dressed in all black, right, with long hair, fit the description of Lance Twiggs more so than it does Tyler Robinson. This person, whose DNA is also found on multiple different things that are considered quote unquote evidence, he's the one with immunity. He's the one that's testifying against Tyler Robinson. It calls into question his testimony. There's nothing confusing about that.
No, he doesn't. Well, this is a misconception. It's a common one. He doesn't have like full immunity. He has what's called use immunity, which means that they cannot prosecute him for the testimony he gave. The reason that he needed use immunity is that
they can't use it.
In the back and forth with Tyler Robinson, they talked about destroying evidence, and he in fact did destroy evidence. He burned the goodbye note. That's a crime. So he confessed to crimes. So if they didn't give him use immunity, then when they asked him to testify, he would just take the Fifth Amendment and say, I'm not testifying. You can't make me testify against myself.
Evidence.
So you give him use immunity so that you can get his testimony. He's not immune for like murder. If they found out that he was involved in the murder, he's not immune. He's only immune for the statement that he gave. And then backing up, when they say they have the text messages, what they mean is they have Lance Twiggs. They can look at Lance Twiggs' phone. They have Tyler Robinson's phone. They have the data from the phones. They have Lance Twiggs sitting down saying this is all real and true. So not only they have the evidence digitally, they have a confirming witness. They have basically everything. The level of conspiracy that would be required to fake.
Thank you, Ryan. He was trying to be like polite this whole time. They have everything. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, why isn't Tim Gordon debating Ryan? That would be a good debate. I don't think they'd have much to debate about, to be honest. I think they would probably mostly agree on how this case is looking legally. I would suspect that they would agree mostly on how the case is looking based on the filings.
Fake all that is mind-boggling.
Well, we haven't seen those things as of yet. All right,
but they told the judge that they have them. They referenced them, and of course, what I'm doing is I'm taking the attorney's word for it, because if they say to the judge, this is the evidence, and then they hand the judge the evidence, and he opens it, he's like, this isn't what you told me it was. They're going to have.
It's literally cleave to I have no idea. This guy's clueless. Ryan is educating this person. It's 100% right. This guy has no idea what he's talking about.
A big problem on their hands.
And fair. And as I told you in my opening statement, I was being genuine. When I said that I'm here in good faith, I really do mean that.
Yeah, you know,
Who cares? Who cares? Get to the point. Where is your evidence?
But however, so the fact that we haven't seen it yet, that adds to the.
Ryan is so much nicer than me. You guys need to read, not you guys, but if you guys are interested in like the curmudgeonly kind of grumpy mentality, there's a book called The Curmudgeon's Guide to Practicing Law. That has generational knowledge for attorneys of all ages. I think you can find a PDF for free. Yeah, The Curmudgeon's Guide to Practicing Law. So we have all been traumatized into the world of litigation. Nobody cares about your fees. Get to the point. What's your evidence? Stop talking about you're in good faith. Nobody cares. What's the point? Get to the point. How do you feel about Cameron telling Cleve he'll do only a written debate? He's a coward and kind of pathetic. Just be a man. Why are these people so freaking scared, dude? Put your views out there. Maybe you say something stupid. Who cares? Just own up to it. Do better next time. You should prepare to make sure that you don't say stupid things. That's kind of part and parcel with like pursuing a public life. There's a possibility that someday I might blunder. It's possible. I'm going to do everything to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm going to do the readings, do my due diligence, but it could happen. And I signed up for that when I made myself public. Bertuzzi doesn't want to accept that. He wants all the benefits without any of the risks. Just talk to him, Cameron. Why are you such a big baby? Thanks to this debate, Ryan is able to clear away lots of the TV lawyer misconceptions. Real lawyers. Hey, what do you mean? Yeah, I kind of made it my purpose to confirm all TV lawyer tropes. Like, yes, I go to trial every day. Yes, it is just like Harvey Specter in Suits. Exactly. You got us. You're right. It's like, it's just, it really is just intellect. This is going to sound crazy. Intellectual humility, not overstating what you have to work with, and finding that line between stating your case as powerfully and as confidently as you can with what you have without overstating it. That's the balance. That's where the artistic part comes in, right? So I'm a lawyer if I'm aura farming and smoking weed like Harvey Specter. Yeah.
The point, or the reason why so many people are still skeptical to believe these things. And are you familiar with, and I want to pull this up, the it was a case where the Celebrite extraction data came into question. Her name is
this guy seriously pulling up case law? Didi, you don't know how to analyze cases, man. They are written in a particular way that is made specifically for our profession. He's not going to be able to identify the holding in that case or the conclusion. This is a waste of time.
Is Karen Reed. Are you familiar with the Karen Reed case?
I'm not deeply familiar with it, no.
The Karen Reed case? The 8 billion Karen Reed case? Are you like, what are we doing here, dude?
Some of my friends covered it, but I haven't covered that one.
Okay, and I don't have to go much into details, but within that case, there was some text messages that were called into question and then were later removed from evidence because it was extremely misleading.
I told you we should be billing him for this.
Here in my notes. This is what it says in the summary. The Karen Reed case showed that Celebrite extraction data shouldn't automatically be treated as infallible. In that case, Celebrite initially reported a 2:27 a.m. timestamp.
Yes, we all know this. Why is he talking about? We know that data is subject to scrutiny. That's literally what the preliminary hearing is for. He's just restating what Ryan said as if Ryan didn't already say that. Why do we give these people a platform?
That became a major piece of evidence, but later removed that timestamp from its automated reporting after determining that the artifact could be missing. Another forensic program, Magnet Axiom, continued to display the underlying artifact. The important lesson isn't that Celebrite is unreliable. It's that forensic extraction software can misinterpret or differently label underlying phone artifacts.
Yeah, but here they also had the physical phone and they also had Lance Twiggs going through the messages and authenticating them.
So they had.
By the way, like trial advocacy, like moot court and law school, that's basically what you're doing. You'll talk about a case. Didi will talk about the facts that help him. Ryan will talk about how that case doesn't apply here, Didi. These circumstances are different. Here we have the phone. Here we have corroborating testimony from somebody. Right? So this is like, Didi's just outclassed here, dude.
Lance's phone, did they have Tyler's phone too?
Yeah, they did take Tyler's phone. I think the photos are of Lance.
I was on my law school's moot court team, by the way. Did attend a moot court competition. It was fun.
Lance's phone, if I recall correctly, but
right.
I mean,
from my understanding, I don't believe there's Celebrite extraction that was showcased during the preliminary hearing of Tyler's phone. I could be wrong about that. My understanding is that it was.
Well, the way that the evidence came out, like we only see a small part of it. I can't tell sitting here today.
Here we go.
Which phone was extracted?
Slav is back. Imagine believing the government. Guys, remember earlier when I talked about people not being able to identify the point at issue? The point at issue here is not whether the government is trustworthy. The point at issue is whether the evidence presented is overwhelming in favor of Tyler Robinson being the one who took the shot on Charlie Kirk. That's it. And we are analyzing the performance of Ryan and the performance of Didi. And Ryan is like utterly stomping him. It's not even close. It's like a 400-foot giant made of diamonds versus like an ant.
distracted. I do know that when you get arrested for murder and they book you, they take your phone. So, you know, like the idea that his phone is certainly not in his possession when he's sitting in jail all this time, right? So but more critically, and this is the thing that I keep coming back to, Tyler, you have Lance Twigg saying these are real.
So good.
Going through them under oath, saying these are real. And again, if there was a way to blow this all up, like if
every opportunity he has, reiterating his points, textbook. It's exactly what we're taught. Ryan is spot on here.
If the defense had a smoking gun that could have blown up these text messages,
they would have done it. In the
oh my God, they would have done it. They would have done it, and he'd be free. And by the way, that
Oh,
lawyer
and
would be
now
like a hero. And
do you think that Didi got it now that he said it for like the 4th time? I don't think he got it. I think he repeated it back, but I still don't think he understood it.
They'd be like the next Johnny Cochran, right?
So
They'd
let me
hire
ask
for
you-
everything. They'd be making millions.
Ryan,
let me ask you this,
because I'm so curious about this part, and part of the reason why I was excited to talk to an attorney about it is because I was sharing this on my channel before we hopped on. What this has become a lot of times, and it happened in my conversation with Warren, is tribalism. Instead of actually trying to figure out what truly happened to Charlie, what you get is people name calling and insulting, which I'm sure is taking place.
If that happens in court, the judge can see right through it. There is sometimes invective used in filings. That's just part of the game. Some attorneys think it's persuasive. I would not. I typically do not use invective. I just make fun of the other side for saying, Your Honor, look, they have to use invective. The facts are very simple. Boom, boom, boom. Bada bing, bada boom. They don't know what they're talking about. Rule in my favor, Judge. That doesn't mean that's going to affect everybody, and that doesn't necessitate tribalism because there's invective in some court filings.
Place on your channel at this moment. This is what you typically find: nasty people. Instead of just trying to figure out what happened to Charlie.
Oh, he's not even talking about in court.
I preface my statement with that to say, why are there, or to ask you, why?
What are you saying,
people,
DD?
including attorneys, multiple attorneys online, not just creators themselves or independent journalists themselves, but people who have just pitched in their opinions, have stated that the opposite of what you just said, right? They believe.
No. Maybe like a random one here or there looking for clicks. Also, they're not in court, so they're not held to that higher standard. Statements they make online are not held to that higher. I mean, there are some like general decorum things where like you can't go around like really being. I couldn't even think of an example of how distasteful you could be, you know. But I mean, Rakita Law, myself, Ryan, numerous other attorneys, like really any of the notable ones. Not that I'm a notable attorney, but like we all agree about where these filings stand. They are not good for Tyler. They are not saying what Didi is saying. In fact, they are saying identically what Ryan is saying. Ryan, for this, literally just took lines right out of the filings. I know because I skimmed through them. And I recognize what he's saying. He literally just took them out of the filings, used them. Don't say Rakita, he's evil. Okay. I am not commenting on his moral fitness. I'm commenting on his understanding and expertise as a litigator. Right? So if I say Andrew Wilson on my channel, this is not an endorsement of his lifestyle and not a moral endorsement. Although I'm glad he's an Orthodox Christian. He's a family man. Seems like he has good morals. He has some things to work on with the smoking, I would say, but that's not between, that has nothing to do with me. That's between him and his priest. It's nothing to do with me. I'm not commenting on their moral fitness. I'm talking about debates, people. I'm talking about debates. I'm not talking about people, right?
Believe that the preliminary hearing is not a time when the defense would present this sort of
I don't endorse it, but it's not my business either.
Evidence that would disprove the prosecution's case.
Because
Why is it that you as an attorney can state this,
right?
But then other attorneys are stating something completely opposite?
Because they're playing on a subtlety in the law that's hard to explain. So I'll give it a shot, but it's a little bit hard to explain. This is why there's some wiggle room that they're playing with. At the preliminary hearing, the judge is not allowed to pick between competing inferences. What that means is if he looks at the evidence and it's reasonable that Tyler Robinson did it, we go to trial. But if he looks at the evidence, it's reasonable that Tyler did it and it's reasonable someone else did it, you still go to trial. So because of that, there's certain types of evidence that the defense might not submit because they keep it under their hat and save it for the trial. But we're not talking about that kind of evidence where you have a competing inference.
Right.
We're talking about like
that could
boom, bombshell, blow up the case. You know, like
understood.
like stuff like, because I mean, man, like, could you if you could prove the police faked the photos, like, goddamn,
Well,
everyone would be fired.
it's not even about faking the photos, because there's one thing to fake a photo, it's another thing to post a photo that's not actually Tyler Robinson that they claim to believe is Tyler Robinson. Those are two.
Why don't they
different
say
things.
it's not
And
Tyler
to be
Robinson?
clear, I want
It's
to make sure we're on the
fake.
same page here, Ryan. The question that I just asked you,
They don't
is
deny
not
that.
about those sort of smaller pieces of evidence.
Mhm.
I've heard attorneys argue that the reason why major pieces of evidence that could alleviate Tyler.
Yeah, real quick. Why doesn't it? Maybe I was looking at this one. Justin, I guarantee you did not hurt Andre's feelings, but that is nice that you said that. I'm glad you guys are making nice in the chat. Big old failure says, I'm out. Wasn't trying to be super retarded, just have no tolerance for that type of stuff as a family man. Sweet dreams. Big old failure. I love you, man. Excuse me as I chain smoke while enjoying YouTube outside. It's the thing, man. That's between you and your priest. There's nothing to do with me. Do I suggest that? No. Then take my opinion for what it's worth, guys. I'm just the guy online who every now and then I too might enjoy something like similar to a cigar.
We're not shared doing a preliminary hearing because that's not what the preliminary hearing is for.
Well, I'd point you to Andrea Burkhart, who she's another attorney. She's very good. I think her coverage of this has been, like, the most fair.
Yeah,
She's a defense.
That's true. Burkhart has been very good as well. She's on X
attorney, so she leans defense, but she's not political. And I understand your point because I am political. So there's always a when you're talking to someone who does political advocacy, you always got to take that into account. But she's not. And if you look at her coverage, she's going to say the exact same thing I just said. And it's just because that at the end of the day, he's in jail. You know, I mean, your client's in jail. If you could get
No, I don't do drugs. Okay. I realize that could be taken really out of context. In high school, I smoked cigarettes. From time to time, I get the desire to smoke a cigarette, but I am not a smoker. You got me. Now I confessed. I come clean. New membership from Orthodoxist. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
get him out, you would, right? Like it's not that complicated. If you could get him out, you would, because why are you going to let him rot in jail? Because this trial's not going to happen probably for like 9 months to a year. It's a long time to let an innocent man rot in jail if you have evidence that proves that, you know, he was framed or he's a patsy or this sort of thing.
Yeah.
I just want to let you guys know we have 26 minutes left. So, and then we'll get into the Q&A.
Yeah, I mean, I know we earlier you were talking about we talked about a bunch of different things in terms of the surveillance footage and whatnot. But I guess my question for you is, okay, I think it was him on the roof because I see the surveillance footage. There's testimony about him moving across the campus on some footage that I agree we have not necessarily seen yet. There's the zoomed in footage that I agree we haven't seen yet. But then also his DNA's on the screwdriver, his rifle's in the woods, the bullet carvings, the text messages. It all comes together. And it convinces me that this is probably true. And even if you took out one piece, like even if there was no surveillance footage of the roof, I'd still think he did it based off the other evidence. So I guess
Okay.
what I'm wondering about
Why am I
is
still not
like,
convinced?
why doesn't the fact that all this evidence points in the same direction move you?
Fair question. And I'm going to speak for so many people when I say this. It is
Ryan's starting to attack now that he got the time warning from the moderator. I like it.
because these pieces of evidence that you're talking about are called into question, right? So when you say there's this piece of there's evidence on the towel, it's not only Tyler's evidence. I mean DNA that's on the towel. Who took it to the woods? You say, well, they have reason to believe that it's Tyler. Can we just see one clear image? We don't see a clear image of him in the stairwell. We don't see a clear image of him at the police station. We don't see a clear image of him in the parking garage. In fact, the footage or the image that they shared in court, based on what has been released, appears, and I'm not saying that the court did this intentionally because I've seen people explain this away, but my understanding of sort of this image that was released in the parking garage, that wasn't even Tyler Robinson. It wasn't Tyler.
So you think the officer that identified him and Lance Twiggs were both lying or wrong?
I think the image that they gave us was not Tyler Robinson, and that has been confirmed. That's what I think.
But both of them looked at that image and said that it was him. So you think they were lying or wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Ryan,
so,
I have a better question for you, Ryan.
No. I just want to run this
because it seems like if they're in the court of law, they're under oath, they have to tell the truth. I have a question for you. The image of this supposed person that's Tyler Robinson in the parking garage, not even the stairwell, was that Tyler Robinson? Do you believe it's Tyler
probably, yeah.
But we have two different images, bro. It's been proven that it's not him.
It has not.
It literally has been proven.
But proven by who? Where?
On the
You see where I'm going?
What?
Yes, and it's crazy. Your argument is if it's on the internet, it's not to be trusted.
Well, my argument is that when
What is he
somebody
talking
doctors a
about?
photo and puts it online, and the defense attorneys choose not to use it because it would make them look like idiots, that
Well, it hasn't
yeah,
got time
I'm
for them to
going
use.
to go with the fact that defense attorneys didn't use it. And I guess the reason I was asking you about this is it seems like for what you're saying to be right, the
Well,
office,
what am I saying to be right?
That this is a fake image, right? And that the people who identified it were wrong or lying.
Yeah.
Right. So the officer has to be wrong or lying. And then Lance Twiggs has to be wrong or lying. And even if they are wrong or lying, they have to explain why his car was in the garage. Unless
Where's
they
the
were wrong.
proof that his car was in the garage?
They ran the
image of
plate.
His car hasn't. No, even the car was different.
They ran the so wait. So when the officer said that was his car and they confirmed it,
He
the
said that
officer
looks
was,
like Tyler's car. That's
was
what he said.
wrong or lying.
No,
about
no, no,
that
no,
again.
no. Very, very sneaky of you. What he said was it looks like, it appears to be Tyler's car.
And you're saying he's wrong or lying.
I'm saying that it doesn't look like Tyler's car to me. It has different.
That's how they all talk,
They ran the
dude.
plate, bro.
Right. It
Yes.
has different exhaust pipes.
Hey, here's the thing. People make so much about that when people try to slightly qualify their language. He said it appears to be it appears to be Tyler's car. He thinks that's Tyler's car, dude. Just how cops talk. He thinks it's Tyler's car. He's making a mountain out of a molehill. And Ryan is like being very, very nice to this person.
How do you explain that?
Okay,
Stop reading your chat, bro.
I'm not reading. I'm not reading my chat, bro. I'm saying they testified it was his car. You're saying that they are wrong or lying
You think Ryan needs to read his chat? That's so ridiculous.
because of things you saw on the internet.
Projection.
Now you're saying the same thing about when they identified him.
No.
I'm gonna keep going. When
Let's
Tyler Robinson
30 seconds to Ryan here, and then we'll kick it over to you, DD, and you
when,
get a good.
when
good
Tyler
chunk of time.
Robinson confessed that he committed this crime, and when he confessed, he put specific details about the rifle and the carvings. I guess those were fake? Is that what you're saying?
We just talked about the text messages. We love to get the metadata from the phone so we can at least know the device that was used, because there's even discrepancy in the time that these Discord messages were supposedly sent because Tyler Robinson was already Mirandized. But just real fast before we can eat,
So those were fake?
No, because you're trying to deflect. The image of his car, you said that it is his car. How do you know that, Ryan?
Because
you
an officer testified it was his car based
No,
on
he
the
did
fact
not. He
that they
testified that
identified
it looks
the
like
make
his
and
car.
model and
You're not
license
telling
plate.
the truth. It has different exhaust pipes. How do you explain that?
Because you are probably looking at a doctored photo.
I'm looking at the images. No, I'm looking at the images from the trial, brother.
Look,
from the preliminary hearing.
So then, what are you comparing it to?
The images of what you mean? I'm comparing it to images of Tyler's car when it was I guess towed.
What do you mean when it was towed?
Was his car not towed?
Well, what image are you referring to?
The image of Tyler's car. Am I misunderstanding?
His lying sense just went off. This guy's lying, dude. This guy has no comparison picture. The way speaking is good in court, since no one can say the police had biases and guesswork. This ring is silver in color and correct. This ring is silver in color is correct. Yes, I agree. What's your epistemic justification for saying that's his car? Literally, like, what are your reasons? Well, because the exhaust didn't match up. Well, what are you referring it to? Or what are you comparing it to? What's your comparison image? From when the car was towed. And Ryan's like, what are you talking about when the car was towed? Do you have an image from when the car was towed? Dude, Ryan knows the filings. He knows what evidence there is. I guarantee you, Didi, although he prepared about what he's going to say in his opening, I guarantee you he did not review the filings. Guarantee it.
Well, you're saying that there's two images of his car. There's the one in the parking garage. I know that one because I saw the one in the preliminary hearing.
Yes.
I told you. Did I not tell you? He knows what's in the filings. Look how Ryan's demeanor changed. Like he could smell blood in the water on this one. His energy shifted.
Apparently comparing it to some other image.
I'm comparing it to an image of Tyler's car when it was towed.
Okay, what image was that? What are we talking about?
How do
What
I answer this
image?
question? There's
Where
an
is
image
it?
of Tyler's car.
Okay,
I think
so
what you're trying to
where?
get me to do is to say that it's an image that I also saw on the internet.
I think it probably was.
No, in
I
order,
think it probably was.
Hey Ryan, where did you see the preliminary hearing? Where did you watch it?
I watched it on the internet.
Where?
Correct. On
Where?
Court TV's live feed.
That's the internet. You shouldn't trust what you saw. That video.
Yes, but that's different because that's an actual court proceeding that's on the internet. He's saying that, like, if this is not verified, it didn't go through the court system, then you shouldn't be trusting those images. You should trust the images that are admitted into evidence, dude. Like, this is so hopeless. Oh, Arisa, do you watch this already? Get ready for this argument. I'm ready.
Video could have been doctored.
You think Court TV doctored the video of the hearing?
I think watching something on the internet means that you shouldn't trust it, Ryan, by your logic.
You think that my
That's
logic extends to
not what
you think
Ryan
that
is saying.
someone posting something on
Oh
X,
my
like,
lord.
oh, look at this. I got this slam dunk footage.
Bingo.
Versus the people who were in court directed by the judge to point their camera at specific things in real time. You
Bingo.
think those are the same in terms of credibility?
My point is
No.
the
Answer the
point
question.
that I'm
You think
going to
those are
answer
the
the
same in
question.
terms
I'm
of
going to
credibility?
answer it the way I want to answer it. Just hear me out,
Okay.
Ryan. I'm going to
You
answer
don't
your
answer,
question.
I'm asking again.
it, though.
Listen. I told you I came in good faith. I'm going to answer your question, bro.
All right.
If
$20, he's not going to answer his question.
it's on it, the trick that you tried is to try to get me to say social media. I never said social media. Yes, I've seen some things on social media. I said the internet. You're telling me not to trust the internet.
That's
Unfortunately,
not what he's
for
saying.
you, the preliminary hearing was also shown on the internet. Should we not trust what we saw?
You gonna answer the question?
Ask it again.
The question was, do you think that Court TV's feed direct from the camera, which
And I'll tell you, you would not. They never do. They like 100% of the time, they do not answer the question. They literally never do, dude. They never do.
the judge was telling the reporter where to point?
Yep.
You think that has the same level of credibility as like stuff I find on X, stuff I find on social media, the internet writ large? You think it's the same thing? Credibility?
I think it could, depending on what we're looking at on X.
Okay, so Court TV's
Court
TV's on it too.
You know what? See, this is childish, man. Like this is the imagery that I'm talking about.
It's not childish. What I'm pointing out to you.
Hey, that sounds familiar. That sounds familiar. Who else called me childish for asking basic questions? I guess all lawyers are childish. Baptist pastor said my questions are childish. Didi said Ryan Mullaly's questions are childish. Lawyers are just childish across the board. You got us, people. You got us. We're all childish, dude. This is so ridiculous. Didi literally has nothing, dude. He was saying that the court feed is unreliable, not understanding what Mullaly's point was, which was, hey, what you get from courts is verified, has certain standards attached to it. Somebody has to sign off on it. A TikTok video, a post on Reddit has none of those things verifying that. He's not saying the internet is not reliable. He was saying that these things are less reliable than court proceedings. I'm glad that Ryan goes through the same thing I go. We're both childish lawyers. You got us.
In our interaction so far, is that when the law enforcement officer identified him wrong or lying, when they talk about TPUSA had a witness that a representative that identified him and talked to him, probably wrong or lying because you're saying he's not there. When the text messages come in,
never said he wasn't. Where did that come from?
But
you're making things up.
So
when did I ever explicitly say Tyler Robertson?
Do you think he was there?
I don't know. I need to see
Okay.
it.
So when the TPUSA witness told police officers they spoke to Tyler Robinson, were they right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I saw the same images that you saw. The difference between you and I is that I'm honest about what I saw.
So
that's clear.
Are you? Whoa, you're accusing me of lying about something?
No.
Let's start.
I saw the same images that you saw. The difference between you and I is that I'm honest about what I saw.
So
the difference between you and I is that I'm honest about what I saw.
It's clear.
Are you? Whoa, you're accusing me of lying about something?
No.
That's literally what he said. Why is he acting surprised? That's literally what he said. Why is he acting frustrated? Dude, I'm sorry. My patience is out with DD. He's a retard, dude. He's an idiot.
Let's start with that point. Okay, he doesn't believe that Tyler Robinson wasn't there. He doesn't know. And then where were we going after that?
Thank you. I do not know.
I'll bet I know what he's drinking. I have Diet Dr. Pepper because it's probably the best diet pop there is. Tastes the most like actual Dr. Pepper. Or he's got a Guinness over there, which would be way better than a Diet Dr. Pepper.
No, if Tyler Robinson was there, I'm simply stating, which makes perfect sense. Where's the images? The images that they gave us does not prove it, which is strange. Ryan, do you not find it strange that there's not one clear image, one clear video footage of Tyler Robinson?
I think the image.
Does every shooting require a clear image? Does every unaliving require 4K footage? Guys, there are a lot of unalivings that are solved without any footage at all. Father Pepper.
Images are clear enough, and by the way, they were clear. They were clear enough that an officer identified him, his lover identified him, his family identified him when those were released to the public. His Discord chat identified him.
Watch how he changed from laughing. He changed from laughing and mocking to look. Dude, this man was like so confident, and he's like, "Oh crap! Oh crap!"
Identified him. His family identified him when those were released to the public. His Discord chat identified him when it was released to the public, and then he admitted it was him. So
where does it show that his family identified him?
In the information that was in one of the charging documents.
That's what you're gonna go for? He admitted it was him, dude. Like, these are stupid people. These are stupid people. This is a stupid person. You're gonna ask about his family identifying him when he admitted it was him. Wouldn't any normal person go to the strongest claim, which was he admitted it was him, and ask questions about that?
Documents, the police, which is a sworn statement, by the way, under oath, that when the family gave their statements to the police, they reported that they identified him off of the surveillance footage that was leaked to the public. Released to the public.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the family, thank God, was not required to testify at the preliminary hearing because that would have been brutal. So I'm glad that didn't happen. But
why weren't they?
It would have been really brutal.
Right. So if you're the prosecution, why would you not have them to do it?
Because it's a real bad look. It's mean. It makes you look like an asshole.
Is that the best you got?
No,
that makes no sense. It makes no sense.
They had probable cause. They had probable.
That is like that makes actually literally perfect sense. Didi, you are so stupid, dude. He is actually an idiot. This is a dumb person.
Caused by a fucking mile. Why
not just add?
What? Because imagine
injury.
Because you drag the parents into court and you say, "Is your kid a fucking murderer?" And they say, "I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to testify." But
this is good, Ryan, escalating the language here because of how utterly ridiculous what Didi just said was. That was like literally the dumbest thing ever. I think it's good for Ryan to escalate language here. Cleave to stupidity. He is a stupid person. Yeah. It's good. He's not emotionally getting. This is like me when I get worked up. Like, I'm not actually mad. We are trained to do this. This is an appropriate time to escalate. Our nervous system is like, okay, escalation time, right? So he's not actually like pissed, just so you know.
Put my baby to death because I love my child, and then they have to go, if you don't testify, we're gonna fucking throw your ass in jail. That's what it makes to force a parent to testify against their kid.
Yeah,
it's a fucking shit show.
It's
a mean thing to do, man. Like that, and
right.
I think it actually speaks well of their character that they didn't force this family to do this because they might have to force them to do it at trial, that they didn't have to force them to do it twice.
Ryan, this passionate speech you just gave convinced nobody. So first and foremost,
first
and foremost, if you're the prosecution and you have an opportunity to like just put the hammer down and put this to bed, you're going to show sympathy to the parents. You're talking about.
You don't put it to bed at the preliminary hearing. You unbelievable idiot. Why are people commenting about this? Didi, why are you talking about this? You have no idea what you're talking about. You're not even qualified to talk about. Why are you talking about things that you don't know anything about? Why is he opening his mouth at all? He should sit back at whatever he does in his chair, play some video games, and be quiet about this because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Why are you talking about things that you don't know anything about? This is so crazy. Below average IQ individual. Yes, below average IQ. Like, Candace is his father figure. This is why he doesn't know anything about this topic. Why is he talking? Sit down, be humble, learn from the big boys. You're not good enough to sit at the adult table yet. Go to the kids menu, Didi. You're lost, dude. You don't know anything about this topic. You're just leading people astray and causing confusion. There you have it. Yes, you're right. He should be grateful to have this time with Ryan Mullaly, who can actually explain these things to him, because that's what this ended up being anyway. This wasn't even a debate. Didi, you should pay Ryan Mullaly for his time. How long? This is like 2 hours. You should pay him at least $700. At least $700. The senior partner in Washington, D.C. charges like over $1,000 an hour in billables. Like Proskauer Rose, like dude, those guys make insane amount of money. Literally $1,000 an hour. So we believe 9/11 was terror attack because evidence? Literally no, dude. Like I said, you think I can challenge Ryan Mullaly to a debate? I have some legal questions for it. Ryan, let's debate. I would like to know the implications of not reporting some income on my taxes. I would say it's not a crime. Can you tell me how it is? It's hilarious. Fine charge $375. Yeah, that's like actually reasonable.
The guy you're alleging is guilty of aggravated murder and 6 other charges of pow-powing a man and potentially, risking pow-powing another person or multiple other people.
Yes.
You're claiming that he committed the most infamous, famous political assassination of our lifetime. And you're
Yes.
going to take it easy on him in a preliminary hearing. How about I'm going to give you the real?
Yes. It's not even taking it easy on him. You have enough. And the defense isn't even arguing about that. You don't need that. You have the reports of the police. You realize reliable hearsay is permitted in the hearing. You don't need the parents to testify. You get the statements from the police reports, dude. You get the same fact in a different way. He's so stupid. He doesn't know anything about this process.
No, because Didi, you just don't understand preliminary hearings, which is why you're making this.
Thank you. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Why is bro still on? Because I love watching Ryan Mullaly and I love watching good debates. I love it, dude. Can't stop.
Mistake.
But you just hold on.
Probable cause is a low.
I'm not an attorney.
Dude, why is he stopping Ryan? Why is he saying, oh, hold on, Ryan? Ryan is about to explain to you, Didi, what you're not understanding. He's doing you a favor. You realize this, right? He's doing you a favor. This is when you shut up and you listen. They're stupid people, dude. They're so
Like
stupid.
you are. I'm not
Yeah, so let me explain it to you so you know.
And I would never, I would never try to compete with you legally.
Do you have
But I
a
will say,
question, or are you making a statement right there? Because then we'll hear Ryan's description of probable cause.
is your final answer?
Mike's about to learn something. He's like, I would like to hear what Ryan has to say actually about preliminary hearings.
That the reason why they didn't choose to have the parents to testify, I want to get this on record, is because they wanted to take it easy.
I want to get this on record. You unbelievable idiot. It is recorded.
And not be too brutal.
On the parents? Yeah, because probable cause is a pretty low standard, and they passed probable cause on day 2 of the hearing.
So you believe the parents will testify in trial, though?
You just talked a long time. Let me answer.
Yes, right.
They had probable cause in the bag. It's wrapped up. For example, if you wanted to bet me.
It's recorded. He literally already said it on the record. Ryan, you had a lot of patience, man. I would have crashed out so much, man. I'd have been like, shut up, Didi. You don't know what you're talking about. Let me explain it to you. I'm doing you a favor.
Me $100,000 on whether or not they'll find probable cause, I would take that bet right now because it is a certainty that the judge is going to find probable cause. Given that it's a certainty, why would you do that to these parents for no reason? It's a certainty that they're going to get probable cause. It's not like a maybe. This is the most obvious probable cause in the entire world. It's so obvious that the defense, when they were arguing probable cause in their reply brief, didn't even argue that the evidence doesn't show probable cause. They only talked about the aggravator and hearsay and things like this. They didn't say the evidence doesn't demonstrate probable cause because the defense knows that the evidence shows probable cause. It's a done deal. And given that it's a done deal, why on earth would you throw these parents in jail to force them to testify against their kid in open court?
Will they use them during the actual trial to testify against Tyler?
Maybe.
Why would they not?
Because they'd have to do it again. They'd have to do it twice.
Do what twice? They haven't done it as of yet.
Yeah. The question is, why didn't they do it at the preliminary hearing?
Well, yeah, you've already answered that. I'm just asking now, moving forward, do you believe that they're going to use the parents in the trial?
If they have to.
Maybe.
I think they'll probably try not to, but if they have to, they will.
They might not have to. You can get the evidence in other ways.
The trial is way, way higher. The burden of proof is way higher. They might do it then.
Okay, so you've already answered the question specifically that you don't need to see certain things on footage because the other pieces of evidence is overwhelming for you. Got it. I understand that part.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask you a different question that's sort of similar.
For you, like literally according to the legal standards of evidence, that is, they at the very least meet the probable cause standard It's a lot more than that.
But a bit different. Does it not disturb you to any level that all of these cameras, all of these flock cameras, all of the campus footage?
What kind of question is that? Does it not disturb you that all of these cameras, like, think about how he started this question. Does it not disturb you? Like, what are you talking about? That has nothing, whether it concerns me or not, has nothing to do with whether there is evidence, DD. Very stupid person. Doesn't know what he's talking about at all. Like, totally clueless person.
There's not a single clear photo or video image of Tyler Robinson. As an attorney, does that not concern you?
What are you expecting? 4K images? Not all killings have 4K images, dude. A lot of them have no images at all. Why is he head casing about these images?
Well, I think the footage that you think isn't clear is clear. So we just disagree about that.
Which image?
The parking garage images that we talked about like 5 or 6 times. But beyond that, I actually think they had a lot of footage. They had footage of him in the garage. They had footage of him in the stairwell. They had footage of him moving across campus. They had footage on the roof. They had footage going to the wooded area. They have footage they haven't shown us, and they told us they have.
Okay, so this is where, like, mastery of the facts, right? Look, this, like, going back and forth, Ryan, between mastery of the facts and mastery of, like, the rules of civil procedure, the law, right? What can you expect in a preliminary hearing? These things. Now, how does that interact with the facts that we have here? The footage in the garage, the footage on the roof, the footage in the stairwell that's corroborated by multiple witnesses and police officers and his boyfriend. Right? This back and forth between facts and law. DD doesn't have facts or law, and he doesn't even know it.
What I say is they have a lot of footage, and there's been a lot of murder convictions where the guy was convicted and they had no footage at all. So, I mean, like, in terms of, like, as evidence goes, this is all.
Thank you. Exactly.
A lot of evidence. Sometimes you do it with no footage.
All I'm saying is that's fair. And I've conceded to that already on my channel. What I'm stating is it is a bit concerning for me. And it's also very concerning for majority of the people that's following this that supported Charlie Kirk.
Why? That's the whole debate. The whole debate is why. That's why they're here. Is why. Is DD on drugs? I don't know, but it would not surprise me to discover that he was or is. I am also playing it at like 1.5 speed, so
at the September 10th, which is going to probably make up the jury in this trial. That is to say, why are there no
certain guns? Maybe
your definition of clear. It's not. You can't point to a single image that clearly shows that it's Tyler Robinson. What you're doing is you're taking other.
It was clear enough for his family and the police and his boyfriend to say, yes, that looks like Tyler, dude. Like, it really is undercutting his own position here.
Pieces of evidence,
like,
and you're saying
you're not going to believe his family. You're not going to believe the cops. You're not going to believe his boyfriend. You're not going to believe Tyler Robinson himself, who admitted that it was him. What do we have to show you? What do we have to show him? He's not going to accept anything.
I have good reason to believe it's him, which makes sense. But if that's what it is, let's own it. But when we look at the footage on the video, people lying, influencers lying, like they saw some 4K footage stating that he took the shot from the Lowe's Center roof. Not true. Not true. And the biggest thing I want to say, I've already stated this earlier, that bothers me is that I heard what you said about the evidence. I heard what you said about what's been presented. Many of those pieces of evidence have been called into question. We won't agree on that. All right, fine. Why is it that other alternative theories, like the drone theory, why hasn't it even been entertained? Which is very, very compelling. I'm not talking about some conspiracy theory.
How do you know that it hasn't been?
Say it again?
How do you know that it hasn't been?
To our knowledge, it hasn't been.
Okay. But so you don't know it hasn't been?
Correct.
Okay. So, like, we don't have, like, investigators don't release their investigatory files. We don't know what leads they followed up on, what leads they didn't.
Fair. Based
so, like,
on the
so, like, you know, what would you, like, somebody says it could be a drone, and then they say, how come no one's asked about this? Then you ask them, well, do you know that no one's asked about this? And they say, no, I don't know that. And you're like, well, okay. What do you want?
Very, very snarky response there.
What do you
let
want?
me clarify.
Dude, why do people, this is my thing. I see it happening in real time. I see it happening to Ryan. The same thing that happens to me is that people are always talking about us. Like, why are you talking about Didi? Why are you talking about Ryan? Stop talking about Ryan. Talk about the arguments and the points. Wow, that's very snarky. Like, why are you talking about Ryan? That's very childish. Why are you talking about Ryan? Stop talking about Ryan. Talk about the points, dude. He might not know what snark means. Good point. He might not know. He might just be saying that because he heard somebody else say it and he doesn't actually know what it means. Good point. Yeah, the only thing he has is confidence. Like, not a single brain cell to back it up. Just unfettered, unsubstantiated confidence.
Yeah.
When I say no one, I'm not talking about necessarily law enforcement.
Slam
I'm
the
talking
table,
about
not the person.
Based. Well, I guess I'm not talking about only law enforcement. Law enforcement by itself, yes, we don't know about their private investigation. Sure, we don't have access to their files. But based on the public statements that they've shared early on in the investigation, from our understanding, the suspects that they were entertaining, none of it was any of these other theories that have since been entertained. And I'm talking about other people that have done quote unquote public investigations since that point. Very few people have given credibility to the drone theory.
But you don't know whether law enforcement's investigated it, which is the thing that would matter, right? Because if law enforcement investigated it and they found out, shit, it was a drone, it wasn't that guy on the roof, that would be very compelling evidence. And by the way, legally, they would be obligated to give that evidence to the defense. So, you know, like it's a little, I don't know what people think on.
And in one of the filings, the state said that everything that they have, they provided to the defense because the defense was claiming that they didn't get things that they asked for. The state said, we don't have anymore. We gave them everything that we have. So,
you know, the broader
Ryan's absolutely right here.
Public, I can't speak to all that, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if law enforcement's investigated. Neither do you. That's done behind closed doors. But I'm not too worried.
So the best response we have in this moment is that we don't know what they've done. Not that we know and it's been ruled out. We just don't know.
Well, that's how investigations work.
No, Ryan is saying we don't know what they've not done. We know some things that they have done. That's what an investigation report is. We don't know what they decided not to do, which is what Didi was complaining about, but he doesn't even know what he said 5 minutes ago, or not even 30 seconds ago, because after watching this, I'm pretty convinced he's just a stupid person.
They don't tell you what they're doing for a lot of, I hope, pretty obvious reasons. But I guess my question to you, since I think we're starting to wrap up on time. I don't have a clock running.
We got 7 minutes.
We got 7 minutes. When I look at the evidence I laid out, the surveillance footage, all this, the DNA, the cartridges, the testimony, the confessions, the text, the Discord, the positive IDs, the witness testimony, the medical report, etc. You say you have questions about each piece, I guess.
Not all of them.
Okay.
Some of them,
Again, he keeps on coming back to Ryan Mullaly, just flawless, perfect advocacy. Every chance he gets, he emphasizes the evidence, the facts, his points. These are his points. Remember, everything is an opportunity to convey your points again. Make sure they stick. Every opportunity is a chance to convey your points again.
I'm on the same side with you.
So how do you explain that all these pieces you have questions about were introduced in court the way they were? What do you think happened that explains why all these officers are wrong and the surveillance footage is fake and the texts are fake? Like what
The heck? That just mute for you guys. Test. I can answer that for you, Ryan. Didi thinks that he's a better defense attorney than the actual defense attorneys are, who are licensed lawyers, although Didi is not a licensed lawyer, doesn't even have a law degree, doesn't even know what a preliminary hearing is, doesn't even know anything about the rules of evidence, but he would do a much better job than Tyler Robinson's defense attorneys. There you go. You're welcome, Ryan. I can is this 125? Did it just mute at one point?
Introduced in court the way they were. What do you think happened that explains why all these officers are wrong and the surveillance footage is fake and the texts are fake? Like what?
Yeah, it seems like it cut out.
I love it.
Oh, we're back.
What I'm stating to you is,
go ahead. Michael's muted
the images that have been presented, the video footage that has been presented, the text messages that, or the process by which they've extracted the text.
Yeah.
Can somebody?
He just asks questions. He doesn't answer them. It's a good point.
Explain to me somewhere why it is that none of these things are clear. That's all.
He is not in the business of answering questions. He's in the business of only asking questions. So when asked a question himself, he can't answer it. Can't do it. He doesn't know how. He's not paid to do that. He's not in that business.
All I'm asking.
What's unclear about the text messages?
We've already discussed this. The extraction process. And earlier I mentioned the discrepancy.
What about the extraction process?
The Discord messages were sent.
Well, let's stick on the text messages because that's what I asked you about. You think the text messages are fake?
I don't know.
You don't know.
We'd love to see the metadata for it.
Okay. So
What I'm, but
based on the evidence presented, if you had to give a probability to them being real or fake, where would you put it?
the text messages,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
You couldn't put a probability on it?
Oh, I'll give you an answer. When you say probability of them being real, the text messages, I believe, are.
Do you think it's more likely real or more likely fake? Is what he's asking.
Real. I believe that the text messages are there.
Okay.
Who sent the text messages and what device it was sent from? I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, so you think that there might be some kind of conspiracy where somebody
I think
took,
you and
took
I
his
both believe that
device
it's
and
possible.
sent something?
I think you and I both believe that it's
But
possible.
possible is like the lowest bar. Like possible is like, if you ask me, is it logically possible that
Is it likely?
Mystique from the X-Men popped out the comic book, changed into Tyler Robinson and faked the whole thing? That's logically possible.
No,
The
it's not.
probability
No, it's
is
not.
like approaching.
Dude, kudos to Ryan for staying good-natured in this. I would not be able to do that, man. I would not be able to stay good-natured in this one.
Zero. It's logically possible.
How?
Now, Mike, what I'm asking you is your sense of probabilities.
How is what you just said possible? How's it logically possible?
It's logically possible.
How? I heard that the first time.
There is
I
a
asked him.
possible world where that could have happened.
No, but there isn't. All right, cool. The
He
Discord
doesn't know
messages,
anything
they're
about
different when they were
philosophy.
sent compared to
DD,
when he was Mirandized. Do you have
you're
an
an
answer?
idiot.
The Discord messages when they were sent versus when he was Mirandized. Well,
Correct.
they have footage of him inside when he turned himself in, and he still had his phone at that time, and that lines up with the timing of the messages.
But
The Mirandizing, the as I understand it, the dispute there is about one timestamp in one piece of court record, and it could be that there was just an error on the timestamp. There's a number of possible explanations. I'm not sure.
Well, I agree that it could be, right? But we were just talking about what's possible.
Yeah.
And you just explained to me the problem with that.
Well,
With
but
the
again,
argument. The point that I'm making is the timing that they're claiming that this supposedly took place, these messages were sent. They said that when they arrested him, they took his phone from him. So how were Discord messages later sent? Like hours later. We're not talking about when he first came to the police station. Hours later, these Discord messages went out.
Yeah,
I think it was like a 3 or 4 hour difference.
And the odds are very good that that's just simply not what happened. And the reason I think that is because the whole confusion about the timestamp comes from, I believe, a defense filing, a defense filing where there was the timestamp 625 was introduced into the record. So the defense certainly knows about this potential argument because it was their document that had that timestamp. And yet, during the preliminary hearing, when Exhibit 16.3, the Discord messages, were introduced into evidence, the defense didn't stand up and go, "Oh my God, those must be fake." He didn't even have.
Objection, Your Honor. These are fake. Need a new goal. It's late, dude. If you guys want to contribute, fine. But I think the stream tax has been paid to the stream. Thank you, though, for being so courteous. It's late, dude.
Have his phone at that time. So this is kind of what I was getting at earlier. Like the defense knows what you're talking about. They chose not to make the argument, and they chose. And the reason they choose not to
Didi's
make
a better
the argument,
lawyer
the
than
steakhouse
they
argument,
are.
one of the reasons that they know
Didi
not to
knows
make bad
better.
arguments is that they can talk to their client and say, "Hey man, were you at the steakhouse?" And he's like, "Nah." "Hey man, you send those Discord messages?" And he's like, "Yep." So like they're just not.
That is true. Your clients usually are that forthcoming because they know that the stakes are high and that they can't lie to you and that your communications are privileged.
Not going to chase after bad arguments because they have information we don't have. So they know about this. I just think that the fact that they didn't pursue it is a very strong indicator that it's not a real problem.
Okay.
We got 1 minute and 40 seconds. Probably time for.
All right, that's the end of the debate. You lose, Didi.
I mean, I don't know.
And also, you're an
but
idiot.
I mean, look, I hope, and I tried not to be like monster aggressive in this conversation because I hope this was helpful in that I think a lot of the misconceptions that come about this come from the fact that the law works in ways that people are unfamiliar with. So I don't know.
Maybe that was a W move from Ryan to be winsome. What do you guys think? I think I would have crashed out on him a little bit. I don't know. Still haven't heard a satisfactory answer to why the defense isn't using any of these people's theories. Because they're stupid. Trust me, if they were good, they would use them. Yeah. Planet Tobor TV, $5. You are doing a good job. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Soundboard for Tobor.
The complete, inspired, inerrant, infallible, indestructible Word of God, the 66th book, King James Bible, amen.
Absolutely W move. DD ain't worth the crash out, but I get the impulse. He's so stupid, dude. He's so stupid. Ryan Mullaly, you were a class act. You're a class act. Fellow counselor. Utter class act. All right.
I appreciate you coming in good faith, and I hope that this was a useful conversation for you.
It was a useful conversation, but like here's my biggest.
But like
question.
what?
I'm
Shut
curious
up,
to hear
dude.
your thoughts
Shut
before we get to
up.
closing statements. What do you think, Ryan, is the biggest reason outside of what you just stated?
Stop
If
all
there
your
is a
ahead,
separate reason,
dude.
why do you think that most people do not believe the official narrative, including Andrew Wilson?
What do you mean that Andrew Wilson doesn't believe the official narrative?
Andrew Wilson hasn't believed the official narrative, just like we don't.
He said it was 75% to 85% likely that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
I can show you a video of that states otherwise. He has the same questions that we have.
From when?
Literally, why are you trying to say that Andrew believes something different? This is Ryan is an attorney, and not like your friendly neighborhood one. He's a heavyweight litigator. He helped Andrew prep for the debate. He's analyzed the filings in this case. I think Andrew knows better than Didi what, like Ryan knows better than Didi what Andrew believes. He needs to stop while he's behind. Tuzu said he needs to stop while he's behind, bro. That's funny. He's referring to a clip like a day after the event. Why is he so stupid, dude? Quit while you are not totally. Yes, like his dignity is still intact. Like if he left now, I would still respect him a little bit. This guy's still going to try to pull some like weird underhanded tactic to try to pit him against Andrew. What does that have to do with Tyler Robinson and the evidence available to us
over the past couple of months or so?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason that Andrew says 75 to 85 with Candace is that me and Andrew sat together and watched the whole preliminary hearing.
Yeah, he watched it with you, but he didn't even know a single charge.
He's not a lawyer.
You don't have to be a lawyer to know a charge. You watch the preliminary hearing. Those are the basics. If you believe he's 75, 85% guilty of something, guilty of what charge? Right.
Well, first point is what Andrew Wilson believes, remembers, doesn't remember, irrelevant to this debate. But because Andrew's a friend and somebody that I work with, he's not an attorney. And the truth about the charges is, and look, I'll give Candace her due. That was a good clip. Good on her. That's a good clip for her. But the charges for what Andrew cares about watching the hearing matter almost not at all. Andrew was watching.
I disagree with how Ryan answers this. I would just say, nope, he did accurately state the main charge. It's murder. That's what I would say. Dude, honestly, that he would win greatly if he just said something like that and ended the debate like that. Thanks, Ryan, for the debate. You're a heavyweight litigator. I recognize that. It means a lot to me that you gave me the time of day. Dude, he would increase greatly in my eyes if he said something like that. But no. MDD failed, not matching Ryan with Tim Gordon. I wonder if they would want to debate each other even. I don't think they would disagree on much. I think they would agree that like all the burdens that need to be met are being met, and that it doesn't look. I think Tim Gordon's grievances are very niche. I think they are very niche. Yeah.
Watching the hearing for the same reason that anybody else was watching the hearing. Is this the guy that killed Charlie? And whether it's like aggravated versus capital murder, or whether or not there's like an obstruction of justice or destruction of evidence charge, nobody cares if this dude destroyed evidence. It's legally relevant. But in terms of what we care about, did he kill Charlie? That's what we care about. And that's what people were watching it for. And I think for those of us who watched the hearing, the evidence that this guy did kill Charlie Kirk came in overwhelmingly. I don't know if we're past time, but
we are. But I was just wanted to let you guys finish that. All right. So since Ryan, you opened, we'll let Didi have the last word. So if you want to do a 2 to 5 minute closing statement, and then Didi, you'll get a 2 to 5 minute as well. Then we'll take a very short break for restrooms, coffee, whatever you want, and we'll get into the super chat questions. So guys, we got a lot right now. So just to let you know, I'm going to start at the bigger ones. So if you guys send like $2 ones, don't expect them to get read right away. All right, we'll start your time when you start talking, Ryan.
Watch this masterclass closing.
Don't I go last because I'm affirmative?
Oh, typically, I think it's the person who opens. The other person gets the last word, so that it's kind of more
Oh,
balanced.
Ryan gets the first word. Didi gets last.
No, I'm fine to go this direction. Didi, if you have a preference, that's fine too.
Well, to be fair, I believe you spoke first and I spoke second.
Yeah. So you want to speak last, Didi?
Yeah. Well, no, what I'm saying is, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I think we'd be going in the same order because you spoke first.
I'm not worried about the order. That's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So I think.
Why are people confused about this?
Back to what I said in my opening statement. What I said is that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And how do I know that? It's because the evidence presented in court is both compelling and self-corroborating. What does self-corroborating mean? It means that each detail corroborates the other details. It's not just that Tyler Robinson confessed multiple times. It's that when he confessed details that line up with the physical evidence. He said that he used his grandfather's rifle and that he went back to the woods to go get it. And then we see his car coming back to the woods, presumably to go get the rifle.
go get
He
it.
said in his confession that his confession to a text message, if I see the phrase notices bulge, ooh, woo on Fox News, I'm gonna lose my mind. But then one of the bullets has the phrase notices bulge, ooh, woo carved into it. His DNA is on this weapon. His father recognized the gun as a family gun. The towel has his DNA, major contributor, like 95% or so, and also Lance Twiggs' DNA on it, which is unsurprising given that they were lovers who shared the house, and it appears to be a bathroom towel. The Dremel that carved the bullets, Lance Twiggs testified he lent to Tyler Robinson when Tyler Robinson asked him that he needed a bullet, he wanted to carve bullets.
Literally everything is an opportunity to make your points. Very good closing from Ryan.
For a quote unquote hunting trip. You have confessions, you have testimony, you have physical evidence, you have video surveillance. And while the video surveillance might not have been clear enough for Dee, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion, it was clear enough for the testifying officer to identify him. It was clear enough for Lance Twiggs to identify him. Apparently, it was clear enough for his family and his Discord community to identify him. And if that wasn't enough, he admitted it was him. He said, hey guys, it was me on the surveillance footage on Discord. The point here is, it couldn't be that just one piece of this evidence was faked. Because if you faked one piece, you'd have a very hard time explaining why that one piece is corroborating all the other pieces. So the one theory, the theory that I find overwhelmingly likely to be true, is that this evidence points at Tyler Robinson convincingly, conclusively, and in a self-mutually supporting way, because Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. The alternative is some kind of broad conspiracy where the texts are faked and the video's faked and the officers are lying and the footage is fake and the rifle was planted, and the probability of all those things being true is vanishingly slim. And, you know, to quote my buddy Andrew, there's just no evidence for it. So ultimately, when you decide, is there overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, you have a choice between the logical conclusion of the evidence presented in court under penalty of perjury that is self-reinforcing, or people who are just asking questions. That doesn't seem like a hard call to me. Anyway, I'm Ryan Mullaly. If you like this content, you can find me at Natural Law with Ryan C. Mullaly on YouTube, Ryan C. Mullaly on X, and tomorrow night when I'm doing a political debate on Modern Day Debate. So don't miss that one. Totally different topic.
Dude, he's so good.
There's a minute left. Appreciate that. All right, Didi, we're going to turn it over, starting the clock back at 5 if you want to use all 5. Have to. And whenever you start talking, we'll go.
Sure, absolutely. Once again, I
totally on
all
the
for
same
taking time
page
today to discuss this with an attorney.
He gets it.
Different experience for sure. What I will say is that I disagree from my perspective that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler.
I disagree from my perspective, dude. He lost in the opening. He lost in the discussion. He's losing in the closing. It's lost across the board. He's got nothing, dude.
Robinson actually pow Charlie Kirk from the rooftop of the Losey Center. I think there are some compelling pieces of evidence that are undeniable. I believe that much of it have been called into question. There's a reason why so many of us do not trust what has been given to us. And we haven't even talked about the behaviors, because what I've noticed is that if you don't have 100% proof about the reason why somebody did something, then you shouldn't even mention it altogether. The thing is, I believe that there's overwhelming evidence that a cover-up is taking place, is because if the narrative is that Tyler Robinson took out Charlie Kirk from the rooftop of the Losey Center, then all the things that his team was doing that day, all the weird behaviors from the people that were around him that day, all the irregularities that have not been explained to this day, the fact that his
supposedly
team, that TPUSA won't even have an open dialogue, these things don't make sense if what actually happened that day was that Tyler Robinson took him out. I've not been given an adequate explanation or satisfactory explanation as to why Joe
seriously, dude,
was denied from actually investigating potential foreign ties, even though he had leads. That's very strange to me, right? And typically what you'll hear people say is that, yeah, that's all you have, is that you can call something strange or weird. It's about feels and vibes. No, it's not, right? If somebody is...
Literally, that is the essence of this closing. It's very sad and pathetic. And it looks bad on these people. They don't look good. They look like lunatics that are in denial. If you're going to have that's fine to have objections and to not believe the government narrative. But when somebody asks you, what are your reasons? You have to have some beyond, I just don't trust the government.
Unalived. And then the people closest to them is behaving strangely, not cooperating. That is at the very least good reason to look into that person. But it seems that, but to Ryan's point, we don't know what the investigators have been doing behind the scenes. But as far as the public is concerned, it does not appear that anybody else has been seriously considered, or any other theory has been seriously considered, once again, based on the limited information that we do have. All right. So when we're speaking about evidence, but you cannot point to a single photo, a single video footage that clearly, even the police station footage doesn't.
Yeah, he's just lying. There's numerous photos that were clear enough for family and witnesses and cops and his boyfriend to identify. So yeah, Didi's just in denial, dude. He's not actually grappling with the actual evidence that Ryan presented. He's just living in his own made up imaginary world where these things that he really wishes to be true deep down in his heart, that they are true. Thing is, we're not living in his imaginary made up world. We're living in an actual real world.
Clearly show Tyler. Yes, I admit it's not hard for me to admit because I come into faith that some of these images do look like the build of Tyler. When you say he had a rifle stuffed down his pants, we can see the footage. We don't see a bulge in his pants outside of his phone. Where's the rifle? When he get onto the roof, he's up there apparently for 32 minutes. How come we don't have footage of him actually taking the shot? Where is it? Why isn't it clear that it's Tyler Robinson on the roof? How come when he jumped off the roof, we slow the footage down, the same footage that we've all seen on the internet, that could potentially be doctored. What looks to be like some sort of bag or some sort of towel, whatever this dark colored fabric item he had in his hand, literally bends and curls. That's not a rifle. So where's the rifle? That's what we're asking. All right.
Can we recall for a moment that Ryan said, like seriously said, ooh, in his opening? That was so based and trad.
So with that, I do appreciate, I did concede.
Sternly said, ooh.
Many times in this interview or in this conversation, Ryan made some great points. And I do appreciate him sharing it, but I'm still not convinced that he actually shot Charlie Kirk, right? But once we get the metadata for the text messages, maybe I'll be...
Good thing that the burden of proof is not convince Didi. Just present the evidence. Do you think it's overwhelming? It's up to you.
A little bit more convinced, but it's still so many other questions surrounding this case that have not been answered. They tell you that...
It really is, Silver. It really is.
This is not uncommon. Paving over the crime scene. Telling the person who paved over the crime scene to find a group of men who can keep their mouths shut. What does that mean? Why are you doing these things? Why are people allowed to contaminate the crime scene? What's that about? Why don't we have footage?
Why hasn't the defense
right
presented that evidence?
That would help a lot. Where's the microphone?
Because
that
it's
would help a lot.
bad.
It's not that we're conspiracy theorists. If you convinced that if I see that evidence, I'm on the side with you. And so with that, I'll yield my time.
All right. Thank you both for showing up. The Teddy Roosevelt quote about the man in the arena. So anyone who's willing to step in it, they deserve some respect for that on any side, because it's really easy to not show up to argue your beliefs or what you want to stand for on this. So guys, like the video. We're going to take a short break and allow these guys to use the restroom before we get into the super chats or get some coffee, water, whatever they need to do. So we will be back in about 5 minutes. I will set this over onto the intro screen here and play a quick DebateCon ad. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
DebateCon ad? Does this include me?
Yeah.
This is Jay and David Wood on Icon Veneration. Nice ad, bro. Where's me? Be front and center. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Wow. Very one-sided for JimBob. Very one-sided for Ryan. Did we expect any less? Honestly, these are some of the best debaters we have out there. JimBob, technically like textbook perfect. Ryan just always masterful in his approach and his strategy, which I'd expect. He debated, argued at the Supreme Court level. He's no lightweight. He is a serious contender. So thanks for the stream, guys. I think it's super late here. I'm glad we made it through everything. That way I got my takes out there. Clippers, plenty to come through. Love you guys. Anyway, I'm going to get going. See you tomorrow on the Transfigured Life podcast. That's where I'm going to be. Remember, well, today now. For me, it's today. Thursday, the 27th, in the evening, I'll be on the Transfigured Life podcast talking about Apostolic Succession on their YouTube channel. September 2nd, I have a debate on Modern Day Debates on Sola Scriptura. So we'll see how that goes. And otherwise, guys, love you. God bless you. See you later.